Hello everyone, we're back for week 3 of the LCK Summer. It's a pleasure to have you back here on Twitch and on YouTube and any other platform you will be watching. I'm Laura, I'll be the host for the week again, and I'm joined by Ox and Chronicler to start this week. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, pretty good. I feel like last week we had a couple of upsets, but it was mostly went as expected, and then it'll be fun.
This week is going to be amazing. When it comes to itemization and champions, maybe not so much, but the quality of game is going to be great.
We saw some interesting stuff, but before diving into this next week, let's take a look at what happened last week and how we left things with top 4 expected, I want to see. But the big upset of the week for me was D+ falling against Bro. But again, Deft was sick, maybe it has an impact here.
Yeah, because they could have actually been up there, and as we can see, the main difference was obviously everyone got the Brion prediction wrong, because even the biggest Bro lever might have had some doubts with that one, but then it was Hanwha getting the win over Kwangdong. That Kwangdong really felt like everyone being like, you know what, that feels like a good potential upset.
Yeah.
And then everyone fought that, so that didn't
Too many people
didn't
had
quite
faith,
work out.
you know? And to be fair, I believe it was a 2-0, but the games were a bit closer.
Games were,
So it definitely could have gotten out of the way, but I feel like all the other series, I think the predictions were fairly straightforward, and unsurprisingly, it's a pretty solid week prediction-wise.
Yeah, I mean, one-sided matches mostly. I mean, easy to predict again. Kwangdong, Hanwha Life, maybe not the Saturday showdown that we expected it would be, but this week should be different. I want us to take a look at what happened during those 2 weeks in terms of overreactions. Week 2 of the LCK. Hit me.
Brion are the best team in the world. You know, taking down D+, and people will say there's things like Def not being there are a factor, but I mean, I'll be honest.
Is it?
It definitely is, but you know, I'll say I think after week 1, I was looking at Brion, I was like, I don't think this team knows how to be proactive. And then just against, because obviously D+ are lacking depth, and they had to play down a bit for Brion to be able to reach them. But Brion just looked a lot better, you know? Maybe there's some hope.
And you're wearing green.
I'm wearing that coat.
Yeah, I want to call him bias here, but Brion, the dark horse of the LCK. We'll see about that this week. Chronicler, what do you think?
My overreaction is, as per usual, challenger players are without fault. They are the best. Rahel, you know, coming in and not winning against Brion, notwithstanding. I do think that seeing players called up from challengers and from academy as well, in the case of DRX, although in their case obviously the main roster, is something that we're going to keep seeing. I think that there's a lot of talent, particularly when we look at individual players that we have within CL. And we saw Jiwoo come up this week and actually do quite well.
Yeah, difficult game for him to start though. But I actually think he had a really, really good impact for the situation he was in. I also want to talk about Ivory because, Ox, you were talking about Brion. I think him coming in the mid lane was a big difference maker for the team last week.
Yeah, I don't think, I feel like there were other pieces. Like, I think Umti in particular had a really good series. That was a big step up. It's hard to say, but like in the interviews, they talked about how Ivory, you know, felt like a really solid addition and came in and didn't seem nervous or anything. So I'm not sure how much of a difference he specifically made, but the team definitely looked better. So good positive.
I also think that we've seen this with a lot of teams, just swapping out a player, even though I don't necessarily think that like Ivory looked fine, but it's not like he was a gargantuan improvement over Karis, but just changing the dynamic of a team, especially when you look so much worse than expected, as was the case of Brion, because even when Brion wasn't at their best, they were better than what they showed for the first week and a half. So I think that they're going to feel pretty happy, and I expect them to keep playing with this roster.
When you see the amount of rookie players that we saw subbed in last week, is there any other hidden players that you may expect to see coming from challengers?
I want to see the top side of D+. Because they're by a large margin, Thanatos, Lucid, Polbay. But the problem for them is that they're playing behind Showmaker and Canyon. But Thanatos, I actually think, could play in the LCK. And Kana has not had the greatest week, so maybe that'll happen down the line. There is also a player that's already signed for Sandbox, Claire, which also, given the up and down performance in classic brutal fashion that we've seen, we might see something there. Maybe.
We'll keep an eye out for these players. But let's focus on the game rather and champions that we saw in week 2. What changed here a bit? Nico, of course, one of the big ones I feel. Even if we didn't see the champions so much, we saw it in the jungle in a very funny game by Canyon. But Dan, what do you have here? What do you make of the meta and how it's shaping up to be for now?
I think the big talking point for me are the additions of Azir and Renekton. Both of them did get buffed on this patch, and Azir has come back to seem like a pretty stable mid. I don't know how much that's going to hold up. Now we've seen the Shiv LeBlanc, which is a really good matchup into him, but a lot of teams are putting a high priority in it. And then the Renekton as well got the buffs like his E cooldown, and we saw him fly up in priority, often like early rotated, and in particular KT were using it in tandem with Sejuani, which is why I think her priority has risen, and that combo was just so devastatingly effective for them.
We also know that LCK top laners love Renekton. Whenever they get the opportunity, they'll pick it. I also think the Milio win rate is kind of bait. I think Milio is still, in my opinion, the strongest support in the game at the moment. So just because the execution can be tough, I think he still needs to be prioritized. And in a 1-2, look at this Viego win rate and keep that in mind as we are going to eventually pan to the next step. Because I think Viego actually is a great early game aggressive jungler that can contest a lot of the stronger picks, unlike our dear
Wukong. Yeah, Monkey King not doing so much.
Yeah, and the thing is, in the LPL, Wukong's played quite a bit and is doing pretty well, but I think the difference is the most played support in the LPL is Rakan, and we're not seeing as much Rakan, we're seeing a lot more enchanters. And when you have that reliable follow-up, so like Wukong goes in, Rakan dashes to him, and they layer the CC, it's really powerful. But just Wukong on his own isn't as impactful. His early game is quite a bit weaker, and his team fighting, everything about his kit has been toned down over time. And I think a lot of the losses that we're seeing here were lower ranked teams picking it up. And I think the higher ranked teams have just ditched the champion, and a lot of the lower ranked teams are struggling to make him work like he used to.
Yeah, it's been one of the main picks in the jungle for a while. I think it's really difficult for some teams to go away from this champion. And also we saw that jungle last week was the most diverse role we have in the LCK right now, so maybe some space for other champions. And
Rek'Sai.
And refining draft structures maybe for some teams. But as much as we love the game, we love complaining about the game also mostly. And I want to ask you guys, what do you think should get nerfed in the game?
Well,
you can only choose one. Go ahead, Chronicler.
I'm going to pick the easy one. This is a crowd pleaser. Yumi, in its current form, should not be a top priority support, right?
In its current form, or
I think that the problem is inherently the invulnerability means that if the champion is good in pro play, it will be able to be used to such an extent that it kind of crowds out everything else, and everything becomes about, can you get to the late game, and if you do, you just win by default. And it makes it really hard to find reliable counterplay, unless you're Lance, I guess. So I would like to see the champion just be taken completely out of pro play. Doesn't matter how much you need to nerf.
I think some people in the balance team would have something to say about this. But we'll leave this topic out for now. Ox, you have the Sunfire cape. I don't think it's something we hear people complain about so often, so...
I've been bringing up a lot. Look, there were a lot of things I could have gone for. Cassante, Zeri, these things are all getting nerfed. We have a lot of nerfs coming up for the big, obnoxious things in the meta, but Sunfire's not being touched. And I think the problem with this item is it just does so much damage. It's got really good stats, very bulky. So you have tanks who build their first item. It gives them wave clear as well, and they just do so much damage. We've constantly had games in the LCK where the tanks deal the most damage, and sure, some of that's fake data because they're just bashing heads against each other in the top lane. But I've seen like a team fight where an Ornn was in the midst of 5 enemies and did like 5k damage in a team fight.
Okay.
Tanks can be tanky or they can deal damage. Doing both it's not okay, right? If they want to do more damage, they should be squishier. This item is just a bit too good, in my opinion, and especially when you have champions like Cassante running around. Oh man, and it's
okay then.
It's gonna be fine.
It's okay.
It's gonna be fine.
Hey, we just buff 80 carry so they can get through the health bars.
Yeah, more 80 carry buffs needed. I think so. We want like two 80 carry item reworks this year. Let's make it 3. Why not?
Some laners complaining as always, but for me the biggest highlight of last week was of course Statikk Shiv, with the changes of the item becoming one of the most picked item on the Rift as it is. Do you want to remind the viewers at home, if you missed the abomination that's LeBlanc with Statikk Shiv, what did they change in the item to make it so strong then?
So, I mean, I feel like they obviously buffed the base damage, but the thing is that the damage to minions modifier is really high. There's the fact that it has an AP ratio, so like there are 80 champions abusing this, but picks like LeBlanc who are abusing it. Like LeBlanc's biggest weakness is wave clear, and once she gets Shiv and a bit of AP behind it, she just one-shots waves, and it's so obnoxious. Like, we're so used to seeing LeBlanc one of the lower farming champions in the game. Everyone's had that solo queue LeBlanc who's like, 5-0 by 60 CS at 15 minutes. That's not a thing anymore. You just end up so farmed, you can be in the side lane and one-hit waves, and then what's even more obnoxious is you just W in and you auto. Like, it's not about, I dodged a change just last time. No, just W auto, and we saw some really obnoxious play patterns. Showmaker in particular just really sold how broken this combo is.
Statikk Shiv plus, Night Harvester plus the X-Tech.
Yeah, I think it was Lichbane was a third,
Lichbane was, that was a funny build,
not
let's say. But Perks had some interesting thoughts in the LEC. Don't nerf Statikk Shiv, please. I'll play A to Z Statikk in the LEC. Because, we've talked about LeBlanc, but Chronicler, we can basically place this item in lots of position on the map and lots of different champions as well.
Yeah, that's the real problem. Because we, which I think we'll get to later, we had a Challengers game. I'm not going to spoil it, but it was rough. But fortunately, we're also seeing some changes, some adaptations, particularly Viteo coming in with the Kai'Sa, as Peter Dunn here was like, yeah, is it going to work? I don't know. But he trusted his player, and it worked out really, really well. Yeah,
I think the logic's there because with the Kai'Sa, whenever she dashes in, you can like Q, get your auto back with the Statikk Shiv. You can also fire a W at the distortion, recall, and hit her, and then chase her down with the ultimate. And the thing with the LeBlanc is she kind of just needs to farm up until she gets the Shiv before she's relevant. But even once she has the Shiv, Kai'Sa can still trade well into her. So we saw this come out in the LEC, and it was pretty effective as a counter. But sadly, it's not like it's, we see LeBlanc with Shiv, I'm like, oh, we can counter it without using Shiv. It's all Shiv all the way down. If you want to beat it, you have to join them. It's pretty sad.
Fight Statikk with Statikk for now seems to be the only option. But we saw some stuff in Challengers League as well, as you were talking about.
Yeah, as we were
this time around.
I apologize in advance. I tweeted this out as well. They won. That's 3 Shivs.
Look at this.
Yeah, their opponents did not build Shiv.
3-0 in Shiv.
Yes, and they won. And what I really want to highlight on though, because the Cannon and the Zeri, they were Shiving, but it wasn't really. Cannon maybe, but Zeri went back to Runans later on because it didn't really end up working out for later games. But the Tristana specifically does very similar things. But with more early lane pressure that a Kai'Sa does. So you go Shiv, and then obviously with your E, you have a lot of early shoves, so you can get early plates, you can get early prio. The all-in of Tristana is notoriously extremely strong, and every time LeBlanc gets forward, you can just throw an E, get a Q in with a couple of autos, and then on her jump back, she still takes a ton of damage. And that would be my expected main answer to the LeBlanc with Shiv, because we know how much the LCK loves Tristana mid.
That's the thing, it's a must-build item for now. I don't think it's going to change unless Riot does something about the item maybe in the patches to come. So you want to find someone who can fight LeBlanc in lane or maybe scale better. And in that sense, what kind of champions can we think about who could be added to the Kai'Sa, the Tristana that we just talked about now?
I think it's difficult because the problem is it's so hard to counter because there's such good wave clear from LeBlanc, so she can be very non-interactive. Even if you're like, okay, I can beat her up, she can just go to a side lane and shove. And also, when it comes to the later stage of the game, the play pattern leaves very little counterplay. Like you could have champions that objectively scale well, like Cassiopeia is something I think we saw picked up against it. But what are you supposed to do against when LeBlanc W's in, autos you, and W's back? You don't get to fight. You don't actually get to contest it. And so I think it's like crushing lane seems like the best option. I do think the thing with the Kai'Sa is not only does she win lane, but she scales it very effectively. And we kind of have 2 groups of Shiv users. Yeah. We have the AD Shiv users who benefit from the wave clear and obviously have that early power. And Tristana can scale up.
It feels a bit more balanced.
Yeah, and then we have the AP Shiv users where it's super obnoxious. And Varus is another example of one where he can go Shiv into Nashers, and his DPS is insane, but also you have that wave clear, you have that value there, you have a lot of poke. It's just, it feels like this item is going to dominate for a while, and on top of that, on the next patch, it's actually buffed. It's not till 13-13 that it's getting nerfed. Unless they change something on hotfix, we're going to have a few weeks of dealing with this, so I'm sorry everyone, get used to it.
Maybe more LeBlanc bans for now, or brace yourself for a universe of Statikk Shiv in the Rift. Let's talk a bit more about what we saw last week in terms of celebration coming from the players, because I think my highlight was the answer from Gumayushi with the Nila. And look at his celebration. And guys, you can vote in Twitch chat. Which celebration do you think was the best? The one from Guma or the cameraman just following the whip movements? I think, again, we've been complaining about Zeri. If we can talk a bit about this answer coming from Gumayoshi, I appreciate the fact that he won't take the risk of playing this champion that's vastly underrated.
Yeah, but what about camera guy, man? Those things are heavy.
You know,
like that's a big camera that he's like dragging back and forth. I think it deserves some respect.
Yeah, 100%.
But I do love Nila. We have in Challengers a player, Jiwoo, who really likes the champion as well. And it is a very niche champion. But the fact that T1 is willing to go in those sort of directions and trust Guma most importantly, who I think has been their best performing player, is big. And adding a little flair with the ceremony, great to see as well.
Another player that we can celebrate also this week is the new OPGG Player of the Week. Quick reminder of how everything is calculated. Game analysis platform OPGG bases on the skill of the player, death, assist, gold, and other information that you would not care about, so we'll just won't mention it here. But who would be the OPGG Player of this week? Last week was Paze. And I think we're gonna head to the jungle this week as it is KT Rolster's jungler Kaz getting it. Maybe one of the most stable junglers we had so far in the LCK Chronicler.
Yeah, in my opinion, Kuz has been, on average, the best jungler. I think Canyon, at his highest games, the Nico game comes to mind, still really hard to top. But when you look at the average level of play, his early game impact, his team fighting, the way he transitions and sets up his team around objectives, and playing effectively around his incredibly strong solo lanes, I think Kuz has been an incredible player that really enables KT to play the way that they do.
And honestly, seeing him and Keen play together makes me almost believe that top lane can have impact.
Which is crazy.
Which is mind-blowing, but you can definitely see them working so well as a tandem. The Sejuani, Renekton was a duo they really did effectively with, but I just think Kuz has been so phenomenal, and for any players who are like hoping on KT, they've continued their form from last season, and Kuz is such a big reason why.
It's interesting to see that even though Pace got the OPGG Player of the Week last week, he's still really high in the standings and in the votes this week yet again. Who did you vote for? I didn't see the...
Yeah, we went for Kuz.
Four of us were Kuz.
The global team went for Kuz,
okay.
and then the Korean side went for Paze, and then the score edged out for Kuz, so...
It's rather close, though.
It is, and so this is both why I think the reason that Kuz got is, as mentioned, I think he has been extremely consistent. And for Pace, Gen G relies on them really heavily, and I do think that that is a weakness that other teams are going to be looking to exploit. We have also seen that they can struggle when put behind early, so it's kind of a double-edged sword, but seeing Pace up in the rankings again, obviously going to make me very happy because I've been a fan for the player for a long time, and seeing him do this well, even in summer, is great to see.
Developed rather well and faster in the LCK when you think about his improvements. Let's take a look at the predictions we have coming in for today, because oh no, never mind, I'm sorry. We'll look at the schedule first. We've been talking about this. I think this week is going to be a great way to define which teams belong at the top of the LCK and also who's going to fight at the bottom of the standings given the matchups we have.
Yeah, I think we saw in week 2 a lot of matchups where teams were, hitting down from top end of the table teams, beating up on low end of the teams. So we saw a lot of 2-0s, whereas I think this week is going to be so hard to call. There's a lot of close matchups. KT against DK is a big one in my mind. Even like Honor Life against Live Sandbox, those aren't necessarily top of the table teams, but they're close in the standings. They finished super close in spring, and I think that one's going to be a really important one to pull out on.
And
Saturday,
obviously,
guys.
Saturdays, it's I don't know how they managed to schedule that much gameplay in one day, because D plus Gen G historically has been, no matter if it's domestically or internationally, always amazing, regardless of the form of the team, and same for the Telecom World. So can't wait, and that Saturday is going to have such a big impact on our standings as well.
There's a lot of expectations when you think about this schedule. I hope the games are going to deliver, but
Your PTR is going to deliver, right?
We don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. But yeah, as I was saying and anticipating predictions, I love the Atlas prediction coming in for today for Bro. But they've been surprising last week, Ox. So I know that you're a Bro enjoyer when it comes to them facing off against HLE later this week. So yeah,
Atlas, maybe
defend yourself.
Atlas maybe was a bit more logic in his, because I think a lot of people, we saw, see Live Sandbox as a weaker team, so it's like close in comparison. But I'm like, look, I could see Honor Life Esports losing a Bro. That just seems like a thing that could happen, and I decided to go for it. And hopefully they, I'm supporting Bro today and wearing the green. Hopefully it happens.
All right.
They managed to take down D+, and Umti's looked pretty good recently.
Well, let's see if they can start off the week on the right foot here, facing off against Liv Sandbox in the first series we have today. That's all for us here on this side of the space. We'll see you after game 1.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here. I hope you guys enjoyed the pre-show. Absolutely fantastic, going through some of the craziness that we've experienced on 13-11. Statikk Shivs abound. Wolf, I do just quickly want to go on a little bit of a rant.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down. Go ahead.
Okay, so Chronicler made the mistake of assuming that we weren't going to have a million Statikk Shivs. In Challenger, and then he did that thing where, you double down, like you make a mistake and then you're like, oh, but guys, actually it's bad. What he failed to let everyone know was that DRX, after that game where they had 3 Statikk Shivs versus 0, they lost the series.
Yeah.
Because in game 2, do you know how many Statikk Shivs they had? 2. They had 1 less Statikk Shiv than in game 1, which is the point at which you just win, because you have that many Statikk Shivs. Game 3, Zeri didn't even build one. It was insanity. Absolutely weird. It was a very strange time. However, let's get into this series here. Liv Sandbox versus Bro.
Yeah. Let's move away from Statikk Shiv because I feel like we're going to be talking about it a lot.
We'll be back. We'll be back.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
We will be talking about it a lot. So let's talk about the specific matchup here. And, I mean, you could see Liv Sandbox on a 2-match losing streak, 4 games in a row. And Bro actually having a really good week, taking out D+, Umpty having a fantastic set of games. So, I think the Brion prediction here for you today, I think it's not unrealistic. Actually, for me, it was very difficult. I eventually went with Liv Sandbox. My gut was to go for OK Saving Spank Brion. I went with Liv Sandbox, but this series, I think, is going 3. I think it is going to be very close. This is a very exciting matchup as well here in the bottom side of the map because Henna's been looking very good too. Teddy, obviously the Fountain Laser, get to late game, amazing plays, and you can see Teddy's KDA has been fantastic in wins, and even in that loss against T1, you could see 8-1 and 3.
Yeah. No, he played fantastically well. The problem is the rest of Liv Sandbox just not necessarily stepping up. But we know that these players are capable of so much more. They're capable of building the best item in the game.
They gotta stop showing this, Atlas.
No, this is what today is all about. It's about
I don't want it to be. I just want it to be about good gameplay and interactive champions.
Well, I mean, you can have good gameplay. You just have to build a Statikk Shiv in order to reach peak performance. And I think that the players today will learn that that is what is required. We get to see all this electricity. Hopefully, We also get some Hextech Souls. I know I'm the Cloud Soul guy, but for this patch, for the remainder of this patch, and maybe for the next one as well, I'm kind of a Hextech guy.
The LCK and LCK challengers, man, they're wearing wool socks and rubbing them all over the carpet right now. All right, let's talk about these teams, because this matchup is really important for the standings, right? Because we're still in early days. It's just week 3 here. We're going to be at the end of this week a third of the way through regular season. But these two teams are potentially going to be in competition for one of those final playoff spots if they can turn the season around. Because we know these two teams also reach high peaks. We saw Liv Sandbox sit at 3rd for a lot of the spring season with this same roster. Brion has made playoffs before. So this matchup is really critical, and I think for Liv Sandbox, the expectation is, based on predictions as well as the caliber of players we have here, how they performed in spring, that they are favorites here. They should be, especially with Teddy coming through on this roster now. You're like, it's got to be a team that could take out Bro. But on the other hand, OK Savings Bank Brion performing extremely well, and as the desk was pointing out, the space was pointing out before the series, it's been OK Savings Bank Brion's early games from Umpty that have been so fantastic. It's he and Morgan, who they're playing kind of like KT, right? They're playing around topside, they're playing around Morgan, and then you have Henna, who's a late game win condition. He's consistent. And Ivory, how much of an impact has he really made? Not much in terms of his individual play, but having him on this roster has completely changed the dynamic.
I think he's been way better than what we saw from him in Challenger as well.
Yeah, agreed.
He came in and you and I were expecting like, oh dear, oh no, what's happened, bro? This is not going to be it. But he has definitely surpassed my wildest expectations for what this new player is going to do for the squad. And I love that you bring up that they're playing similarly to KT, because playing towards the top side is what Bro has been known for, right? You remember when the LoL King was in the mid lane, right? It was all about the power of the top side, and then Henna just kind of losing lane and then hopefully not the game, you know? But instead, they have been playing around Henna a lot more, and I think that he has been a whole lot better. We saw actually got a vote for OP Player of the Week, which is, it just goes to show the difference in this player now and this player last season. Who we were, saying was, one of the bottom, if not the worst, AD carry in the league, which is a weird thing because he's been performing so well this season.
Teddy, he's slotted in as a more, I'd say, successful thus far, and I think a more well-rounded player than Envy was in spring. I think Envy peaked very high, in the middle to later half of the season. But Teddy's had a great start here. Now, you look at those stats for both these players, they both have gold deficits and CS deficits in the first 14 minutes of the game. That's not where they're finding their big success. It's outside of the lane, where both of them have a similar damage share, similar damage per minute, etc. So what these two players have been doing is actually very similar in terms of their role within the team. But I think that one thing we can't say about Liv Sandbox is that Birdall has been that same strong anchor that on the other side, Morgan has been for the side of OK Savings Bank Brion. So these are the reasons why I look at this going, man, I think Liv Sandbox is the better team, but will they be the better team today? Because right now, OK Savings Bank Brion is definitely the one that's trending upward and has a clearer game plan.
Yeah, I feel like the power of friendship is starting to come out on top. I also think that Effort's little stint in Challenger kind of helped him as well. It's weird to say it, but we did see last week that he was playing in Challenger for the first couple of days, and then came back to the main roster immediately afterwards. And their Challenger roster looked way better. Effort was kind of running it, I'm not gonna lie, in Challenger, but every time he was dying first on Lulu, they were winning the team fight. When Bro in Challenger has not necessarily been the team to win the team fight, They've been struggling to do that. So I think that we do need to give a little bit of credit to Effort and the amount of experience that this guy brings, and potentially some shot calling, because that's the only evidence that I really have, because we have seen that Effort in the past has struggled a fair bit.
He certainly has. It's definitely not the peak of his career he's living in right now this year, but I think a bounce back could be in order here, as it will be Brion here not having sides selection. It will be the side selection of Liv Sandbox here, and the expectation is going to be blue side. We have been seeing a little bit more red side as of late, especially in Challengers. But, I mean, we talked about Statikk Shiv and how it has taken over, and I think it's going to have a huge impact on this draft. one player we need to talk about is the first one, as it is blue side here for Live Sandbox. The first player to actually pull it out was Closer, in fact. The first player to find success was Showmaker, of course, but Closer, he already had the idea in his mind. That trend through solo queue and through a lot of the amateur scenes around the world kind of pushed people to experiment. Now the Shiv has spread, and let's see if Bro are going to allow that LeBlanc through and see if Closer gets another opportunity.
We'll have to see, as here we are into pick and ban for game number 1. The Lords Renekton getting the respect straight out of the gate. Live Sandbox understanding that they do not want to deal with that. Certainly something that Bro have been playing towards. The Sejuani really helping out with that one, that Umpty has been fantastic on. The Annie taken away from Ivory here as well. Live Sandbox, we'll see whether they're gearing towards a LeBlanc first pick, as there is the 100% pick ban rate of Felios banned away here second round.
Yeah, one of the safest first picks here on blue side right now in this meta. So both Emilio and the Aphelios gone here, targeted towards the bottom side. Yumi will also be removed. Let's see if you leave the Nico open, Live Sandbox will gladly take it. But if you take the Nico away, there's an opportunity here for, okay, we're trading Nico and LeBlanc. LeBlanc is really strong with Statikk Shiv, but my money's on Nico. I'm going to be honest with you, Atlas.
Yeah.
My money's on Nico on this one. Now, they want to take Zeri here, it looks like, with a Nautilus ban and go Zeri LeBlanc.
Vi is still available as well.
Also, yeah.
There's a lot of options here. So Nico does, she used to have an attack speed build. It used to work even when Statikk Shiv wasn't broken. As Ivory gonna head towards the tried and true, I guess we could say. Umpty, of course, very happy to jump on the Vi. That is what they are able to gather for themselves by giving away the Nico.
The Vi also weakens the Zeri pick here for Live Sandbox, so even though you ban the Nautilus, now you're like, okay, you probably aren't going to pick the Zeri. We'll get to have it here on our side, as well as this priority jungler. And this will move us into a Xayah pick here. Obviously, the Aphelios is gone, and it's going to be Xayah Rakan. The Rakan can face problems, obviously, into this composition because there's a lot of burst damage here on the side of Bro, and I think it's a pretty safe call to lock in the Zeri right here, right now, unless they want to prioritize something here for Morgan. And Cassante, man, that's where they're going to go with, so you'll lose the Zeri pick here. Then this means Hannah will be a weaker player in this draft, but I think you've already got most of what you want here on the side of Brion.
I love it for Brion. This is exactly what we were talking about. It's pick for your top side, play through your top side, throw Henna on a Jinx or something. Who cares? He can do whatever he wants.
What if he plays Shiv Ezreal?
No, this is exactly right. You can go that new AP Ezreal variant. Just have a great time. They'll have some physical damage, I guess, from somewhere. Zeri going to be banned away here. Kind of would expect Zeri Jinx to be the bans. You do like outranging the Xayah in general. So that would make some sense there as Viego taken off the board. We'll see what Bro wants to ban away next. I think jungler is what they're going to stick towards. Wukong, I would not like to see a Wukong ban, because I think if a team picks Wukong, they're probably going to lose.
Sejuani makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, that's a great ban.
And I think that, for Live Sandbox, your options are somewhat limited here in the jungle, unless you want to play Rek'Sai and make it work. I don't know if it really makes sense for this draft, though, considering how difficult it is to lock down these Bro champions. I actually do like this ban on Varus quite a bit. Similar idea. You have the range. We've seen a lot of AP variants with the Shiv. So I'm kind of feeling like Jinx, as you mentioned, or Ezreal, actually, weirdly enough, I think works extremely well with this comp because you have so much poke already and you have a great front line. But since the Jinx is up, they'll take that here over the Ezreal. And now for Live Sandbox, is it going to be something like a Lee Sin? Are they going to really look for some big
Nico in the jump? No, okay. Well, just let me just throw some panel points.
The dichotomy.
It's just
the dichotomy between what Vi can do for this comp for Bro early and what Wukong will not be able to do at all is quite high. Obviously, if you could set up a route as closer, then Wukong could do a lot of follow-up damage pre-6, but otherwise he doesn't really have an angle here. And now you're going to opt into having some attempted priority here on the top side with the Gnar, but you're playing Gnar and Vi here, so while you will get priority, it makes you a liability more than anything else. Not a huge fan of how Live Sandbox put this one all together. And Brion, they left the Nico open. They wanted the LeBlanc. They look well prepared for this.
Yeah, I actually feel like Bro have won the second half of the draft. Live Sandbox definitely won first pick. 100%. I think Nico is extraordinarily strong. We haven't seen her lose just yet. Of course, Chovy, the one to debut the Nico. Then Canyon played it last week. There is one obligatory Nico that we get per week. We're getting it out of the way very, very early on. This time around as effort. Back to an old favorite here in the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, I mean, Jinx Kench, just like we used to see in the old days. And I mean, it's got a lot of protection between the Tahm Kench, the K'Sante here. The LeBlanc is going to have free reign here because you look at who can stop this LeBlanc and lock her down. I mean, generally, that's quite difficult to do, right? But when you consider that Xayah, Rakan, this lane isn't high range, it's not going to be able to chase her down or follow up if she distorts away. You know, a lot of high range AD carries can at least get 1 or 2 additional autos in while she's on her way out. They cannot do that. They have a Gnar who's conditional in terms of his engages. And the Nico is really going to have to be the crux of this for Closer. I think if he can set up some really nice engages, or maybe he can root the LeBlanc before these fights happen, could poke away, because Nico does a lot of damage herself in terms of chip leading into team fights and setup. Maybe that's the way here. But if all of your eggs are in the Nico basket and your hard engage has to be the way to succeed, it's really easy for Tahm Kench to just say no. Make sure the Jinx is alive. LeBlanc can avoid that engage as well. And then the damage output and the range here is insane on the side of OK Savings, Brank Brion here. I'm worried for Liv Sandbox in this first game.
I kind of am, but that man in the mid lane, the Nico is still extraordinarily powerful. And Closer, if he's having a good day, he can hard carry. He can 1v9. He is extraordinarily good. But bro, I think that their composition, like you say, just feels like it has a few more tools. Man, I'm excited. Let's get into game number 1. All right. Okay, Brion fans, kind of a little bit disjointed there with the fan call-outs.
Yeah, a little bit.
But maybe they're just reeling because they're like, wow, what an incredible draft. You know, we managed to get the Vi. We've got K'Sante for the Lord. We've got Ivory on this Fleet Footwork LeBlanc. Closer has actually just gone with the stock standard. I kind of was expecting Fleet Footwork as well, but not going to happen here, as Bertle is going to avoid being hit by K'Sante's Q. And Willa going to walk over a ward here. The real Willa, as Closer decides that he wants to be Rakan for now.
He's just going to keep changing to keep it interesting.
Yeah, got to mix it up.
It's free, you know, why not? So, the prio that you're going to look for here on Liv Sandbox is going to be in the Nico, obviously, and the Gnar on the top side. If played correctly, Bertle with good spacing should be able to eventually wear down this K'Sante with a few hyper procs. He has the range advantage, obviously. But unfortunately, this opens you up to early game Vi plays, and so Wukong can't really match that. And that's where I'm really concerned about how this early game is going to go. Obviously, Jinx will outrange Xayah here on the bottom side of the map, so this isn't the matchup you're really excited about if you're Liv Sandbox. So, you know, it does feel like in a lot of ways here, this is going to be so much more agency for Umpty in this early game. And we'll see what Willer can get done here. But so far, history has shown us, especially some of the nerfs to Wukong over the last few patches, not a whole lot in the early game pre-6.
Yeah, basically, you pick Wukong and your Nexus explodes, is pretty much how it works, unfortunately, for Liv Sandbox. We'll see whether Willa can buck the trend. He, of course, did really like the Monkey King when the champion was a little bit better. As Closer, as we can see, having a great time here in this lane. Ivory able to get out of the way of the Blooming Burst, which is kind of good. You avoid getting double-tapped by it by distorting. But you can see Closer very happy to just keep throwing abilities at this LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Having a good time. So
that's what Nico does. She just continues to toss those out. She will get the double burst, like you said. She'll get Comet, and she's just going to be annoying, and she's going to have her prime. But now this is exactly what I was talking about. Umpty, though, is like, cool, you're going to push in, I'm going to threaten you. He has red buff here. Where's Wukong? Oh, he can't do anything at level 3, so let's see if Closer gets threatened.
Well, she's going to be warding here as Ivory flashes for the chain, but immediately Closer is going to flash in response. Flash for flash here in this mid lane. We'll see whether that works out for Bro, of course. A little bit more inherent mobility for the LeBlanc in that lane.
Very fortunate for Closer as well. Those chains do not connect. If those do, it is pretty doomed, and the early game becomes a big problem as...
Ooh, Willa has only won a game.
The only winner. 1 out of 10, or sorry, 1 out of 11. And he did it about midway through. It's on a 7-game losing streak, but hey, I mean, if that doesn't give you hope as a Live Sandbox fan, I don't know what does.
He is 100% of the Wukong victories so far.
Undefeated on the champion.
Absolutely incredible. So I take it all back. Wukong may actually be the difference maker. No, I'm being a little bit facetious. Of course, it is going to be a tough one here as the chains do connect. Still, Closer pretty happy to sit there and go for the trade. Willa now moving towards the bottom side, just going to grab his chickens on the respawn. As Bertel about to hit that Mega Gnar point. You can see Morgan having an okay time in this lane. Very even as far as the farm is concerned. Missing a few Qs, but that's all right. Getting your eye in as Bertel's throwing houses around and stuff like that, as you just generally do as a Mega Gnar.
You know that Vi is pathing bottom right now, so you can actually spend this time safely putting that aggression on and trying to get some advantages. And as you can see, he's even going out into the enemy jungle, getting a ward on these Krugs, confirming the pathing of Umpty, knowing the exact timing in which he needs to step away from this prio. So playing it very well, understanding that in the early game here, his prio is somewhat on a leash of this Vi. So I do like the way that Live Sandbox have approached this. They're definitely at least aware of some of the shortcomings of the early game in this draft.
Yeah, and Umpty is now going to be spotted on that ward like you were talking about. Does give a little bit of agency now to the rest of the lanes to play a little bit more aggressively. Is nice chain going to connect there from Ivory. Getting a little bit of poke down. He's managed to pick up the shard of whose name I cannot actually say very effectively.
Kerchesses?
Yeah,
we were trying to figure out the best way to say it, and we didn't really come up to a good conclusion.
Yeah, challenges. No, yeah, I completely failed.
I think Kerchesses, it sounds better than Kerchesses, right?
I mean, I think neither of those are correct. I know that much.
Is it Kerchesses?
It's shorter than that. I've heard someone say it correctly. It just definitely wasn't me, and it wasn't you just then. So I think we'll just maybe I'll ask someone to send me a voice note at some point.
So where are we in terms of the hope that maybe actually this is a new rapid fire cannon tech for LeBlanc? Maybe it's Storm Razor. Like, hold on, wait.
That way you don't even need to distort to get the auto.
Yeah, hold on. Maybe this is something else. I want to keep my fingers crossed, Atlas.
Yeah, no,
until I see that Shiv.
It's probably not Statikk Shiv, you know, because that would be weird for a LeBlanc to pick up that item. So I'd expect that it's rapid fire cannon as well.
Maybe it's just the tech of the Kerchesses, so you're just holding on.
Stop saying it.
So you're just holding on to it for a little bit of early game prio, but he's going straight into Ludens. He's going straight into. He's like, oh, I can.
He's going collector first. That's probably it, because that allows you to get more money. I like that. And then the Ludens will be picked up afterwards. You get that serrated Dirk in there, so that you get that lethality.
Just some early game taker.
Yeah, no, I'm into it. I'm into it. As Closer is now a monkey. Ivory just going to mimic the distortion.
He's like, I'm not scared of pre-6 Wukong.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you kidding me?
I think Closer turning into Wukong would make it so that people will be happily engaging on top of it.
Yeah, he's like, I'm down to distort on that for sure. What's he going to do, cue me and run away?
Well, Closer at least does have the Pop Blossom now, so some plays are a possibility. Might be around this Mountain Drake that has spawned. As we can see, very even as far as the money is concerned. So we'll just have to see who's going to be able to get towards the late game in better footing. And whose draft are we actually the happiest about when it comes to the late game? Like late game?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question, because I think while there is not a whole lot of hard setup here against what Live Sandbox have, they have a Xayah, right? They have a Nico who's very mobile and is going to be flanking. It's not easy to get that reset. I think the ability to just chip away at Live Sandbox and then hard engage with the Vi when it's time, or allow Morgan to buy space for that chip damage, and then eventually the Jinx is going to get excited. I think I like the way their comp fights in the late game better, unless Closer has a great engage with the Wukong, right? Like, that's the caveat. Or the Gnar is able to get into position, or they can maybe somehow break through Morgan's health with the Lord Dominic's later on. Ooh, that's not a minion.
That's a speedy caster minion right there. Look at that. Look at the caster minion just managed to get that Scryer's Bloom. Love that. Absolutely fantastic. Super Mega Death Rocket sails by gloriously. You love to see it. So now you can see Umpty moving towards the Herald.
One good thing here for Liv Sandbox, though, I mean, to talk about some of the things we were discussing earlier in terms of Wukong's weaknesses, they were able to get some advantage topside, right? Nico naturally had prio, and despite a trade of flashes, Ivory didn't connect with his chains, right? Now Flash is back up, and they got through the point where Willer didn't have ult quite nicely, right? Nothing went wrong. They weren't losing any control. They actually have a very slight gold lead. They did get that first Drake. So for Liv Sandbox here, you're like, okay, well, kind of the scariest part is over. And when you get to the late game, obviously, Shiv gets done. That's the scariest part 2. But like the scariest part of the early game is over, and the hardest part is done. So the mid game now, you have some opportunities to take some team fights here around your Nico and Wukong engages, and that combo you can set up.
And scariest part 2 can be very, very scary as well. Like, I saw Aliens. Aliens is really scary. Like, Alien, I think, is a beautiful film, but I think Aliens is, like, scarier, in my opinion. Ridley Scott's just really good at making movies, so I guess both of them are pretty scary. But still, I think that one is definitely a part that we are going to need to give some respect to.
I mean, I think the Shiv is both frightening. I think it's a little bit grotesque. I'd say it actually is quite gory, to be honest.
Gory's not here anymore.
No, but we can still check him out from time to time.
Yeah, that's true. Although LCS isn't on the greatest of times.
But it is happening.
That is
as
true.
It turns out.
Yeah. Even though we're asleep, it's still happening. It's not like, you know, the tree in the forest, you know.
There are VODs, you know.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Ivory here going to look for an aggressive trade. Don't know about this one.
Yeah, multiple closes being engaged upon there by Ivory. Hard to hit chains onto many Nikos, especially when one of them isn't the correct one. But Ivory's still staying up in farm quite nicely, 90 to 96, and that is only going to continue to become a problem, right? As the Statikk Shiv comes in, Orcs was talking about it, very happy about it. The LeBlanc just farms, and she farms extraordinarily well. Closer, of course, demonstrated this when he debuted it here at LCK.
It's also one of the win conditions of Gnar on this patch that we've seen is that Gnar can go Hullbreaker after Triforce and then can be a side lane win condition and can often win out against even like a Cassante in the lane. Once he gets really fed later on, he can do a lot. He can split push, he can take out turrets, but LeBlanc is going to really weaken your ability to do that. As we're going to see the Herald now get dropped. Liv Sandbox with both early objectives here. Closer getting some additional gold, and he's on his way to being, like I said, that mid-game threat. We'll pick up both of these split with Willer. And, I mean, Brion will eventually have to use this Vi to do something. Now, I think that's going to come in about 2 minutes' time. We get to this next Drake fight here when the Shiv is ready, and Brion are actually willing to commit to that poke and actually fighting it out. But right now, it's a 0-0 kill score game, and Liv Sandbox is just casually setting up. But I think the real tug of war is going to start happening around second, third Drake, and we'll see what the soul ends up being. If it ends up being Chemtech, then this game could be even less action-packed than it is right now.
But the item is now done, Wolf.
Oh, it's done.
When this Cloud Drake goes down and there is a Hextech soul, then you best believe that Liv Sandbox is going to have to take that if they want any chance.
It's going to be a
this game.
Shocked Liv Sandbox face.
Yes, definitely shocked. Shocked is that is a very poignant word to utilize. As Umpty moving towards the top side, he has been very quiet so far this game. You would have thought that the Vi would have been able to get more things done, but it was just Closer's flash early on. They didn't return to the lane. They didn't try to punish, and instead they're just letting Liv Sandbox do whatever they would like. And with Willer on the Wukong, like you were talking about, getting through the first 6 levels very comfortably is a great sign for Liv Sandbox.
Umpty is starting to take away some of the jungle over here, and it looks like we might even see a dive set up here onto Bertle as the Snarbar expires, but the wave has been cleared, so I don't think he'll actually be able to commit any further, as this is a tricky play. Let's see if they fall for it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think so anymore, since they have simply seen it. Good try. There's a Rakan very nearby.
I mean, I think Closer is great mechanically. I don't think he's as good at the mind games, judging by what we have seen so far. We'll see whether he is going to be able to get a little bit more done. Man, there is so much mimicry in this game. It's actually nutty. You got Shape Splitter, you got Warrior Trickster, you got LeBlanc's passive, whose name I don't remember. I mean, there's a lot of champions that can be double the champion.
Yeah, I mean, even they have Cassante when he ults, he's like, I'm not a tank anymore, even though he's still really tanky, he does a lot of damage, but he pretends to not be a tank for a second. He's like, oh, here we go.
It is kind of like a magic show.
Yeah.
LCK version of the magic show.
The Prestige.
Yeah, I know. You remember when that movie came out? Which one did you like more? Because the Prestige came out at the same time as The Illusionist.
I actually like the Prestige more.
I think it was probably a better movie, but I liked.
They were both very good, and I watched them all the time. I probably saw them both like 4 times.
Yeah,
back
me too.
Then.
Me too.
And then like the Magic movie meta didn't take off.
Yeah.
Somehow.
No, I mean they did do, what was that one? Now You See Me.
Yeah.
I wasn't a huge
That one
fan.
didn't hit the mark, nah.
That felt like it went a little bit too hard, you know? They used a bit too much movie magic whilst the magic was happening.
By the way, Bro just let this go. They don't have bottom side prio, and they're going to try to cross map on this Gnar. Let's see if it's successful.
I have a feeling that Bertle might be dead. Let's see as the all-out does come through. Never mind, he just hops his way out. That is a teleport to be used here as Morgan finds a Q onto Closer. A Super Mega Death Rocket, it'll connect, but Bertle will survive. Calculated. Don't you worry about that.
Oh, nice try, though. You gotta respect the Jinx play there from Henna, but that Q3 from Morgan hitting was actually quite critical, because otherwise Closer, I think, probably could flash ult him, and he would be dead, or at least forced to flash himself. So at the end of the day, though, yeah, you got the teleport out of the Nico, but you lost the second Drake, and it is Chemtexel, so this is not any good news for increasing the kill count in this game, but, I mean, for Bro here, you've given everything up. You had the Statikk Shiv. There's a window here where you need to be using it and starting to chip away here before the engage just gets too strong, before the Gnar becomes a bigger threat than he is right now. And we're going to watch this once again. Bertle getting pushed into the wall here, ulted in live.
In live, there is a little bit of an engage onto Umpty. His effort's going to get the Devour, and that is going to say no. Umpty is just going to be fine. Fine, yes. Are they going to win? Not sure. That's the thing that's really difficult, because like you say, Bro have been doing a lot of
nothing,
not anything. Yeah.
It's the Bro way. We should have known.
Yeah, and Morgan is going to do some things like dashing around this lane, but eventually it's just going to be hitting minions and stuff that's going to be done.
I mean, look, LeBlanc pushed this wave into the turret. She's using Statikk Shiv in that way. That's half of Statikk Shiv. The other half is poking in team fights and setting up for those objectives. Now, they set up a little bit early. They almost lost Umpty. He did have to flash, so he's now flashless. But now they're set up. They're using that top side Shiv clear to actually have additional prio. Like, this is doing something. This is actually starting to potentially use your comp here. LeBlanc can now use this choke point to chip away, track the Nico, TP coming in.
Yeah, Morgan going to be making his way over. Cassante to join the fight. Closer, as the Gnar is going to get chained up here and takes a fair bit of damage. They secure the Herald, and now Liv Sandbox thinking about some sort of fight. Morgan finds a double Q as Teddy's going to have to Featherstorm very early. Henna in a pretty safe position as they take down Teddy. A big old Gnar into the wall from Bertle, and that is going to spell the end of Umpty, but Henna is still at full health, and Ivory is going to chase down Closer. The Nico didn't get to do anything.
No, and Kyle here, also in a fairly vulnerable spot, will end up getting away as Ivory is just not going to mess with this. But this is what happens sometimes in these team fights with the Gnar. But imagine if this fight wasn't split for Liv Sandbox. Watch Ivory completely zone Closer away. Morgan decides to go for the flash engage here and look for Teddy, forces his ult early, and he will get blown up here. But it's the Gnar bar. I mean, everybody's on top of this Xayah. She buys just enough time here for Bertle to make the heavy play. And again, Closer on the other side of the fight just getting completely obliterated in a 1v1. He wanted to sneak in with like the fake out on the Gnar. Okay, maybe the Gnar's TPing in, could be real, but they just don't fall for it. They obviously see the real Gnar when he comes in, and he gets completely zoned. If the Nico was in this fight, I think it's a one-sided one for Liv Sandbox. If she can actually get in there and follow up on this ult or set up that Gnar ultimate, Teddy lives, and it's a completely different story. But great zoning from Ivory, turning what was a pretty decent situation here for Bro with that Gnar bar coming over. That actually almost completely obliterated them. If Nico's there, it could have been much worse.
It absolutely would have. I actually think that Ivory, once again, an unsung hero here. And it's crazy, right? We had such high hopes for Karis, and when Karis moved back to Challenger, he actually played really well. Not gonna lie, it seems like it's his natural habitat, right? Of course, was the MVP of Challenger in previous seasons. But now, Ivory making his way in and actually getting some stuff done. Is Henna possibly in trouble, as his turret isn't exactly the healthiest. But Umpty, if at first you don't succeed, go to the top lane and try to kill someone again, I think is the saying.
Well, let's see what will come of this next team fight here, because, or if it will happen at all, because it is, of course, Chemtech's sole point for Live Sandbox. Fairly relevant in this game, especially for the Gnar, but the soul, not the individual Drake, will be completely irrelevant for him in that regard. But if you end up getting the soul, you know, the Gnar having those additional stats will be quite impactful, because he is going to sit at low health in those fights. Same for the Cassante.
Ooh,
this could be tricky.
Yeah. No one's there. He's going to do some. Oh, he gets zapped for his trouble. He does like the, and I think they have a feeling that this is the one.
I mean, they might just engage on him. Yeah. Like, he needs to be respectful of that buy. Okay, he will get away.
The minion was just like, nah, I'm done with this laning thing. Minions have a tough time. That's what Closers learned today.
Okay, Savings Bank Breon is like, did that minion just split in two? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
This is pretty weird. We might need to call boss.
Yeah. I wonder, is there a champion in this game that could be causing these shenanigans? As it turns out, yes, there is. Bertle going to go for a soul point here, as Ivory splitting towards the top side. Pretty happily doing so, as Closer will match him. And there it is.
Bro, now,
yeah, they will be able to at least grab this turret, which is certainly good news. Outer turret in mid, as we know, very, very strong for claiming some map control.
Kyle is spotted here, but will, of course, just with this Scryers, clear this one out. And, I mean, because it's Chemtech Soul, I feel like this trade is not, it's not really worth getting into like what it means and what's better. I actually think Bro is pretty happy to take the gold. They will, of course, really want to deny that Soul later on, but
they want to deny allowing Elder to ever spawn, because it's Willa, right? So I think that if you let that be on the map, then you're going to have a bad time.
Well, my concern here is look at this LeBlanc's gold right now. 1,300 the advantage. Jinx also massively ahead in this game, but Bro aren't using their comp at all, really, to set up for poke. Is Birdall?
He's just going to start with the ultimate, as Morgan going to be able to do whatever he wants. Yeah, I don't even know whether you needed to press your R button there, Morgan, but sometimes you just want to celebrate. Sometimes you want to go all out in the play, and that's exactly what they're going to do. So, Umpty going to be able to get there in the end. Third time's the charm, I guess.
Yeah, and this should be a lot of damage on this turret here. I don't think he'll be able to get the whole thing right now, as for Live Sandbox, no cross map available. This is one of the things that LeBlanc also does to you, is if you end up seeing a commitment on the other side of the map, you can't catch the LeBlanc, and she also cleared the wave too, so you can't be like, well, I can push her away and then we'll also get some damage done to the turret. Not going to happen actually, because Statikk Shiv allows her to both be elusive as well as split pushy. As this is just going to be Birdall dying here, doesn't get his Gnar bar, not too impactful. You mentioned Morgan using his ult, they're not really required. But teleport going to have to be used here. Now you've got a LeBlanc's worth of pressure on the top side.
Oh, okay, he's teleporting. Birdle doesn't have a Gnar bar, so there's no way that he can actually stop Morgan there, but didn't want to risk it. And I guess we can respect that, as now he picks up the item that makes Orcs the most uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Sunfire Cape. I'm actually really surprised that he doesn't like it, because he talks about how good it is all the time. Him and I actually, have discussions about how we just love Sunfire Cape.
Well,
I asked him today whether the best magic damage build that you can possibly come up with is Abyssal Mask, Sunfire Cape, Statikk Shiv.
And then did you guys decide it was?
No.
Okay, good.
I did. He decided that maybe something better would be better. Is Kyle going to miss Henna here? So much damage as they just take down the Rakan. Pop Blossom comes in, and then Closer goes out. But can he? As there's the cease and desist. Closer has to flash, as there is the Super Mega Death Rocket, and it will finish off the Nico. Willa able to utilize the Cyclone quite nicely, but Ivory's still on the chase, and I think that Willa may just die. Henna grabs another one, and the Bros come alive.
Oh man, Bro just caught the ball, man. That was a high pop fly left field, man. They just, thank you very much, Yeah. Like they just hard aggressively pushed into this, and even committing the Nico there just gave Breon an opportunity here. This Gnar bar's gone. Teddy, you're in trouble.
Morgan going to dive forward, as Effort going to be able to get the exhaust there, but still Teddy kiting quite nicely, and Bro gonna have to flash away his Henna. And yeah, Birdle has made his way in. Umpty's just dead. Ivory's going to get flashed on here by Birdle, and that is a double kill, and now Bro may have just thrown the game.
I mean, they certainly may have, Atlas. Every time I'm trying to say good things about these teams, they're just making me not want to do it, and they're giving me no reason to. Live Sandbox on the other hand, great play from Teddy. Really nice ultimate there, great spacing. Birdall's there, even without Narbar. He is an 80 carry, health bars are low. Oh, nice try.
Kyle almost dead again, but they are able to take the Baron.
So let's rewind back to what I called the pop fly in mid, which was a heavy commitment here. Now, remember, Ivory is showing topside. He's not here. They know he has teleport, but they think, okay, we've got enough space to make this happen. Kyle completely botches the engage, is blown up here, I think even killed by the smite. And yeah, they get the turret. And then when this ult happens, you know, Closer panics here, flashes away, and then that's the end of him. Like, you're hard committing in this fight.
Villa killed him.
Yeah.
The Super Mega Death Rocket.
The Death Rocket AoE will be what ends him. And Bro here decide, okay, we could do this, and I think they can, but they need to deal with the Narbar first, and I think they just thought this was going to be a freebie. And I think if they had also controlled the choke point before starting this up, they would have had a better chance. Great plays from Teddy, though. His ultimate, flash into the bush, and he can kite back, beautifully played, and that buys enough time for everybody else to rotate over.
I got another team fight potentially here, as I'll try to collect myself for a moment, as there might be play-by-play necessary. As it turns out, it is Ivory dashing forward, trying to get some of these auto attacks with his Statikk Shiv. Live Sandbox wanting to avoid that happening at all costs, as this is going to be Chemtech Soul available for Live Sandbox, and that's why Bro do want to get this fight happening.
Yeah, I mean, Ivory needs to get some work done. He's done a lot.
Ooh, Mega Cones available.
He's done a lot in zoning, but he has not done a whole lot in terms of poking in these fights. Like, his team fight damage has been quite low this game. Remember, you're not just regular LeBlanc. You got to use that Shiv.
Everyone can see him, and he's going to have to try and get out of there. Should be able to. The Devour comes through, though. And now, Bro going to have to back away, I think. I don't know whether they're going to have enough, as Ivory doesn't have teleport. And therefore, he's just on wave clear duty. It is going to be the Drake stolen away. Closer able to block the Super Mega Death Rocket, and Bro.
That's Soul?
Yeah, they give it up. It is flip territory now. 6 minutes time. Flipping for Elders could be what this game is about. And if I remember back to like a couple of minutes ago in that Baron fight, maybe a flip is what we want for the entertainment value of this game.
Maybe that's what we want. Look, that last fight, you have Ivory on a flank, but that's not where he wants to ideally be as a LeBlanc in this game, especially not hitting a control ward without any vision. Those are the control wards you see on the Drake pit set up for Live Sandbox. He has no real vision. The rest of his team is trying to slowly push in. So where are they? You have to consider they might engage on you even though you're LeBlanc. You're hitting that control ward, and it means you're also just not providing any damage with Shiv. And half of Shiv, like I said, maybe like 2/3 of Shiv, is killing the minions, right? But that last 1/3 is actually damaging the champions in team fights and setting up for your ability to engage with the Vi, with that Cassante, forcing Live Sandbox into an awkward spot. But
yeah, in 5v5s, Shiv is just fantastic for getting damage down, especially as LeBlanc, because W forward, Shiv, and then no counterplay.
He just hasn't utilized it, unfortunately, though, and Bro have just not really set up for fights at all. They were gifted that softball in mid, turned into a failed Baron fight, but otherwise haven't really decided to do any front-to-backing, haven't utilized their Shiv in any way, and makes you wonder if, unfortunately, Bro just kind of are posers, so the Shiv posers, okay? Do they really know how to use it, or are they just like, oh, everybody's buying Shiv?
Ivory has the almost the full set of items completed, right? He's got the Night Harvester, the Lich Bane is coming in, and then he's going to be able to W forward and just do all of that damage.
Okay, but just because
auto attack, and it's just going to be the best. You just wait, Wolf.
But just because you have a lip ring, you know, the studded bracelet and bands, does it make you a skater? You know?
Hey, if you
got skate. Well, he's not showing his skateboard yet.
Okay, so he needs to pop an ollie, and then we'll know.
Yeah, you can't just have the skateboard. I do need to see a kickflip.
Yeah. Oh, you need kickflip is what you need.
Okay, I'll settle for an ollie.
Okay. What if you can drop in? Like, is that enough?
Yeah.
All right. Because, I mean, that's hard. The first drop in, that's a scary thing, you know? You think you're going to hit your face.
Yeah. All right.
As Kyle was looking for Ivory, and Ivory says kind of no. As Birdall needs to be a bit careful here, as Henna. If Bro get their ducks in a row, I think that their team fight is very, very strong. However, if Live Sandbox are able to effectively utilize this Nico, getting your ducks in a row is really difficult. And Closer's now Utilized his teleport. He's down
here
to
he
flank
comes.
angle. They've spotted him as there is the Devour. And the Jinx should be okay for the moment. Still has to use the flash though as Morgan brings Bertle out of the team fight. Henna gets to safety, but Umpty is left to the wolves. And now Ivory trying to get in there. The Statikk Shiv does, I guess, a thing as Morgan's going to have to flash. Avoids the house, but the house is still coming down. Ivory's still like trying to get this one done.
He was split pushing really hard. I mean, the inner is down in top lane. He was out there, he was pushing, and he TP'd in, but the fight was over. They just didn't know where the Nico was. And oftentimes you don't know where the Nico is because you don't have setup vision, but this is just straight up a teleport flank. Sometimes you get tricked by a clone. No, not really. I mean, Nico's just doing Wukong things over here as Nico, and then she's like, wait, this is better Wukong. I actually do so much damage with my ultimate. Then you see the follow-up here from Willer as well. And look at Ivory, he's like, I'm here, I'm shivving them. I'm doing it, right? You're not doing it.
No.
He's not doing it, actually.
He took a little while to get there. And Live Sandbox, they didn't really get anything. They got a couple of kills, right? You can see there is no difference in the money as Teddy soaks that shot like a boss, actually looking fantastic while he does it. As you can see, bro, they just want to give a red buff to one of their teammates. It should be Vi that's able to go and collect it, and she does so. Umpty goes and collects it.
I just, I look at this game, I looked at the comps, and I'm like, yeah, Closer's going to have to be a hero. He was a hero in that last fight, but I think Bro are kind of rolling over here in a lot of ways, and I'm really trusting that Live Sandbox, now that LDR is done for this Xayah, they should be able to win team fights here with the vision control they have over these objectives. I mean, they could start Baron here fairly soon, because right now around Baron, you're so scared of poke damage coming through from the LeBlanc, but when she's sitting under top inner, you're like, well, I guess maybe we can go over and do this because she's a little busy right now, and she will eventually clear that one out and start pushing through this lane, but Bro, just not really threatening at all. I mean, very much just sitting back and waiting for opportunities, which is the opposite way this comp needs to be played. And like I said, Live Sandbox are like, okay, LeBlanc's over there. Let's just go ahead and start this up.
Yep, Baron has been started, and now, bro, they come alive. They look for the angle to try and get in here as Bertle does have a great Mega Gnar right now as the chains are going to come through. Willer taking a fair bit of damage as Bertle gets into the Baron pit, and now, bro, they have him exactly where they want him. Morgan, I don't know about this one. Does find a Q, doesn't actually go in with the ultimate. A Super Mega Death Rocket sails by beautifully, but isn't actually going to contribute anything.
I mean, look at what happens when the damage actually starts coming through, you know? Everybody's health bars get a little low. You're a little bit scared to actually hold the Baron aggro. You gotta back out. You do leave the scene, and
I actually think that has been the majority of outcomes. The health bars get a little low.
Yeah.
There just really hasn't been that much, you know, big action.
Well, we haven't really seen a straight-up team fight. We've seen some flanks from Closer and some scattered skirmishes around those early Heralds, but we haven't seen a 5v5 really in any way. So once again, LeBlanc not here.
Well, there's a cease and desist, and Umpty goes a very long way. Bertle going to find a Gnar into the wall. He should be dead as Pop Blossom comes down. Closer is going to go golden, and we'll see whether Ivory can finish him off. The answer is not quite. As Henna's at 50%, the slowdown comes in. Bertle doesn't quite have that ultimate back yet again, as Effort should be the one going down here. Some auto attacks, please, Henna. But Bertle is instead just going to throw boomerangs at his head, and Ivory should be the last man standing. Morgan actually kind of a huge play here, but he's still dead. And Teddy going to be able to lock that one down. And bro, unfortunately, they just needed to do more things than the amount of things that they have done so far this game.
They have done very little this game, and unfortunately for Ivory, he spent a lot of time killing the minions. He had that great play to zone Closer on the Herald, but otherwise has been absent from team fights. So Live Sandbox capitalized, and now that's a dead inhibitor here. They have both Elder and Baron they can kite back to take here. Now, because they committed to inhibitor first here, it's not going to be enough time to rush over to this Elder and get it before Bro can contest, but will Bro contest is the real question. Haven't contested a whole lot of anything here as pings are going down on the Baron on the side of OK Savings Bank Breon.
Oh no,
and they're just going to give Elder for Baron.
Trade? The good old Elder for Baron
I mean, they don't even necessarily get Baron either here, Atlas, to be totally honest.
Well, this is the problem, right? Because you take Elder and then you walk to the Baron, and you're way stronger when they're doing Baron, and then you kill them, right?
I think you figured it out.
Yeah.
I don't think Bro did.
Well, Umpty's going to wait for the Q to come back, and he's going to get over that wall, and then they provided a 50% health bar Baron to Live Sandbox, who will now complete Exodia. Maybe this is the... No. Maybe... No. That's not quite it either.
This game is a rough one, man. This is not what you want to see if you are a Giga Chad watching in the chat, as it's been very much Brion like misassessing objectives, not setting up on objectives, not utilizing poke, and weirdly enough, like I feel like Closure's had some good plays. This is another decisive play from Umpty, but unfortunately the rest of the team isn't here. LeBlanc once again so far away. Closure's like, all right, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and engage. I have stopwatch here. Bro are overextended, and it's a really easy cleanup here. Birdall's got his Narbar set. Everything is just much more coordinated here for the side of Live Sandbox, and while Live Sandbox, like I said, have made some coordinated plays, we have seen some engages, it feels like it's been Bro just letting them win a lot of this one.
It is a little bit like that, as this inner turret is going to go down. Morgan, as you can see, doing the best that he could in that last fight. It was not quite enough, though, as Bro, is there a team fight in him? As Ivory, that Statikk Shiv proc was pretty cool.
One more time?
Yeah, he's going to dive forward. Some chains not going to activate. And Live Sandbox, I mean, it's about utilizing the Elder that they do manage to have. They've got everything that they would ever need. I'm trying to find timers that actually work, as every timer up there.
Yeah.
They got 40 seconds left on the Elder, as Hannah is going to take a lot of damage here from Teddy, who has been so extraordinarily safe this game. Really is, in my mind, the front runner for MVP, or POG, as we say here in the LCK. I don't know why I said MVP, it's a bit of a strange one. Maybe I'm reminiscing on old times.
Because he's the most valuable.
Hot Blossom going to be brought in. And now Morgan, can you actually do it? No, the dragon is going to come down from the sky. It's a double kill for Teddy so far. As now Live Sandbox are flashing forward. The Nico will fall down, but so will Effort. It's a triple kill in the end. Willer is going to ruin the Penta, but the oh no, it's a full house. Teddy's full of Willers. And Live Sandbox will take game one.
It was just a great game all around. On the side of Live Sandbox, Birdall staving off the early pressure. Closer had some great engages. Teddy's survivability, his positioning was really good. And, I mean, to be totally frank with you, Atlas, Brion just didn't really play to the win conditions of their composition. And I think this is one of those games that, you know, if you're Edgar in the coaching booth, you're going to be really frustrated with how this one went. For Live Sandbox, on the other hand, I think they were gifted a lot of opportunities, and they absolutely seized on them. They were like, okay, LeBlanc's pushing too far. Let's actually fight. They can't fight us. We have a Wukong Cup. Was it about the Wukong? No, but we have a Nico who can hard engage the Pop Blossom. Wukong's follow-up. We can actually force these fights when LeBlanc isn't there. And your biggest strength as Bro is your ability to slow those fights down. Do some of that AoE damage with the Shiv. And they just didn't do it. And Live Sandbox, naturally, as a result, will be the victors of all of these objectives. They got the 4 Drakes in a row, went straight to Elder.
Yeah, Birdall did a heck
outcome.
of a lot of damage. But I think so much of it comes down to the fact that Umpty just wasn't able to do anything in the early stages. Yeah, you got that flash, but then never came back to try and capitalize. They never really started any sort of snowball. And then by that last team fight where they were getting a Baron and you were like, oh, bro, you've done it. It's in the bag. Then they throw it away and then they get in their own heads and it all falls down. It's time for a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break that one down. We'll get into game 2.
위 포지션 잡아, 위 포지션.
얘네가 얘네가.
징크스 딸피. 야, 이번에 아래 거 좀 쳐줄래? 그냥 아래 타워 살짝. 오케이.
할 수 있어.
천천히.
편한 데부터.
나 그냥 갈게. 한번 뺄게. 잠깐만 펜타킬 가비. 잠깐만.
아 미안. 나이스.
나이스.
and welcome back to the space as Liv Sandbox takes game 1 here against Bro, and that's not gonna be great for Max's prediction, but sucks for him. We'll see if they can come back later, but I want to talk about the draft here first, because you had some thoughts backstage when we saw what Bro drafted, especially thinking that maybe they would win easier against Liv Sandbox composition.
Yeah, so the Nico goes over the Sandbox, right?
Yeah.
But, Orcs actually mentioned while we were talking about it as well, in the LPL, Nico goes over all the time, and the champion still requires execution, is like close to 50% win rate there, even though it is really high priority. And if you look at what you get the currently one of the most broken champions in the LeBlanc. You get Vi, who is insanely strong. And then if you look at the combination of also what you have at the Sandbox, you outrange them. You have really good disengage into a comp that basically is forced to hard play into you. And Teddy, one of the best members or best performing members on Sandbox, shouldn't be able to play the game because he's playing into Jinx, who outranges him, and LeBlanc with Shiv.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say it really bluntly. I think if this was like Genji T1 or like Genji KT, I think the Brion comp would win hands down. I think it gets really difficult if you're struggling to engage. And we saw lots of instances where they try to engage, but like Tom Kentryd interrupted. There aren't many good targets. When a Tom Kentryd is there, it reduces it even further. So you could constantly get poked down, harassed, you know. And then really Brion should be able to set when they want to engage, because they have like K'Sante, they have Vi. So I think coming out of draft, I feel confident for the composition of Brion, but I just think the big difference is a Sandbox comp. That's just a brainless teamfight comp. That is just straightforward. You press your R buttons together and it worked.
If you're struggling, you should. Yeah, no, draft simple comps like this. And this is something that Sandbox has done in the past as well.
I mean, that's the thing. Like when it comes to lower part of the standings, you want to have easier on execution, because this is what missed here on the side of Bro again. Guys, we got the latest first blood of the season here today.
Of
course it is. Yeah, that completely checks.
Yeah.
No surprise.
I'm not surprised. Makes complete sense, right? Yeah. Especially because it was also second Herald fight.
You want to look at it? Let's take a look at the second Herald fight here to see what happened, because we expected to see Brion win harder here, but yet, as we said, execution missing yet again.
Yeah, it actually started off pretty well with a really great engage from Morgan, forces the ult from Teddy, and it looks positive, right? They've just killed the AD carry. Then they all just funnel into this humongous gnarled. So despite the good start, despite the fact enemy AD carry is dead, and we actually see Ivory solo kill closer as well, there's just so much work done by the front line of the Sandbox here.
And what I think, two things happen here. Even though it's a relatively even fight, the reason why we picked it is because after this, Brion stopped making plays. Like they went, because in the early game they actually had a pretty decent fight. Then this happened, and then after that, nothing really went on. And also I think Willer, being one of the most aggressive players of Sandbox, getting a lead was quite big.
Either stopping making plays or overextending also, which I think we saw more in the early game when you think of LeBlanc, maybe going a bit too far sometimes. And this is when I think Liv Sandbox composition is going to come in handy, because you got the Rakan, you got the Wukong, and if you want to force these team fights, you have more space to do so.
Yeah, and I think that's what was kind of the story of the game, is that... Sorry,
there's a fly here, just disregard.
The story of the game was we saw like these consistent engages coming in, and it felt like because multiple people had these engage options, like even though sometimes it would backfire, you're able to layer it, you're able to like, okay, Tom Kench is eating the Jinx, but we have follow-up and we have more CC, and it really was effective there.
And we can, we can take a look at this, one of these defining fights also during the game, the one leading to the Baron.
Because here it backfires. This isn't a good engage, right? Like Sandbox tries to hard first. KL, as Wolf put it very nicely, botches the engage. Then Willer, I don't know about the splash, but I know that there was a chance that his backline would have lived with the flash. Not going to be the case. And this is the moment where Brion loses the game, even though it takes a lot longer. As between Brutal and Teddy, there's too much threat. The re-engage just doesn't come through.
And honestly, I think they kind of mishandled how they played this. Chasing into Teddy here was the mistake. Like that initial play, they got the Xayah ult and they got the Gnar ult. The risk is now gone. You even have exhaust. You could back off. You could maybe have kept on the Baron a little bit longer and finished it, but instead they chased in the Xayah feathers. They get absolutely decimated. Birtle was able to free hit, and it just felt like completely misplayed there by Brion. And You know, I honestly think that even though it was a win for Liv Sandbox, if it hadn't been Chemtech Soul, if it had been any other Soul, this game would have been done a lot faster.
Yeah, bit of a bro moment in the executions of these team fights, unfortunately, but let's focus on the winner's side and reveal the player of this game. We're debating whether it should be Birdle or Teddy, and it is Birdle who gets it on Gnar.
Yeah, I felt like Birdle and Teddy both were the front runners because this play kept them in the game. And I think you were put it very nicely earlier, Dan, were saying that Birdle had a very active role. Teddy just played, like we know from Teddy, extremely consistent. But it was Birdle playing aggressive on this Gnar that ended up being a big difference maker.
Yeah, like the big Gnar roll at the Herald, and here being the one to catch out Umti, and this ended up solidifying them, being able to take the Elder a little bit later on. Again, Teddy had a fantastic game on the Xayah, performing really well. I'm sure he'll have a bunch of votes, but I just think Birdle was such a forward force in this game, just making things happen on this Gnar and really driving the pace of it.
And it also just really hammers home the different forms of Birdle. It really depends on what day you get. And yeah, there we see. I think the Teddy votes make complete sense as well. Would have expected even more of an even split, but Birdle, I think, great game on the Gnar here.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see if Liv Sandbox can close the series here or if Bro can come back in game 2. They will be playing again from the red side. Casters, back to you for second game.
Thank you so much, Space People, for the breakdown of that game number 1. Yes, a disappointing one if you are a Bro leaver. I'm sure many of us no longer have channel points, but that's fine. Channel points, they come and go. Bro is forever. And we'll see whether here in game number 2, they are going to be able to come back. Because, of course, they get side selection. They can move over to the blue side. Maybe no Nico shenanigans, although I think Closer has better champions than what he performed as far as the Nico performance was concerned.
Sure.
They're going to choose red side. So, Bro feeling the same as we did, that their draft was fine.
Yeah.
Execution, kind of the problem.
I mean, it was such a sick draft, honestly.
It was. It was beautifully
really well done. And I mean, maybe Birdle gets POG because he boomed Brion out of the ability to continue to play the game in the way it was meant to be played in their draft. But as we move into the second one, let's see if we see adaptations here from Liv Sandbox, because on their side of things, they won, but I hope they don't incorrectly identify that it was strength of draft, because, like Chronicler mentioned, it's basic, right? It's very Liv Sandbox. Ease of execution is there. But I think that Brion gave them a lot of opportunities there. So OK Savings Bank Bro here. Same bans thus far.
Yep.
Nico, though, to be taken away.
I knew it. Well, yeah, Closer's like, nah, I don't really want to try that one again. That was not great.
So now
he's going to hop off it.
Probably a ban on LeBlanc, I think, deserves a look, as Yuumi is banned, so Zeri a little bit weaker. Now, they'll ban Vi, actually, so perhaps hoping to still run the Zeri here with a LeBlanc first pick. But with Willer picking up Sejuani, you can just go back to what you tried in game 1, although based on the execution, like Edgar's saying, all right, Ivory, if I give you this pick, you better actually hit people in team fights. I want you to actually show up.
Well, we'll see whether he can actually do it. As of course, there is now the availability of some of these other picks into the LeBlanc, if that's where he decides to go, like the Tristana that we saw in Challenger that works out quite nicely. Is this is not the adaptation that I was expecting. Xayah Rakan going to come through. Of course, effort very good at the Rakan historically. But I don't know whether this is necessarily the reason why you lost the last game.
No, I don't think so.
Not having the Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, I don't think that was the reason. And it is safe into Sejuani, obviously, the Xayah pick. But now you've given over the LeBlanc. And even though Closer didn't win with it in that series they played against KT Rolster, he, I think, showed a much greater mastery than what we saw from Ivory in that previous game. So we'll get locked in here. The question now becomes, do you want to get a priority pick on something like the Cassante and run a similar draft to what Brion were running there, or do you want to grab an 80 carry here, something like the Zeri, and try to have those extended team fights go into your favor? Looks like they will, like Bro did in the previous game, go for that Cassante. And this does make the draft, once again, very strong. I do like the start of this. Let's see what the final parts are going to be. And for Bro here, I'm hoping it's not a Wukong, although Rakan Wukong, I mean, it has been, as Ox pointed out, a more successful duo. It worked last time for Liv Sandbox in game 1.
I kind of agree. But
Poppy, I like more.
Yeah,
I like that a lot more.
A lot more. Does mean that if LeBlanc decides to jump forward, she can't go as far. And, you know, and Steadfast's presence is going to be there. It's going to be fantastic. K'Sante ruined. Sejuani, no Arctic Assault for you. And Umpty has been great at the Poppy in the past. Can also be flexed towards that top side of the map. Love to see it here from Bro.
Yeah.
And you also deny it from your opposition because Poppy into with Rakan means that Rakan doesn't have to deal with Poppy being very, very frustrating as well. Is Varus going to be taken away? I'd love to see a Jinx ban just because Jinx. Even though Henna lost in the last game and also wasn't playing all that proactively, to be perfectly honest, it is still a decent matchup into the Xayah.
Agreed. And there it is. So, man, Edgar is he's playing very smart today in terms of what he's got on the docket, like what his plans are. And as much as we
definitely isn't the problem today, 100%.
As much as we don't necessarily love the Xayah Rakan here for OK Bro, it's still decent here, and the Jinx ban means that they understand that, okay, we've got range problems here. The LeBlanc alone is going to be an issue, but we now have other problems that we've taken away, so the Xayah feels a lot more comfortable. So you got a Xayah pick we were a little bit worried about, but now less worried. As what's going to be the adaptation here? You don't have the Annie. Azir feels really weak into this LeBlanc right now. What is Ivory going to be on? Tristana, this is one of the answers mentioned in the pre-show that we thought we might see.
Yep.
And so far the answer is yes. But this Zeri, talked about it earlier, you left that one open. And while it's not a range that you're going to gain from this, it is the ability to front-to-back teamfight with great frontline and poke here to set up for Teddy. I still like the Zeri pick quite a lot.
I'm okay with it, although you do just handshake as far as range is concerned with Xayah Rakan, which can be difficult. Lulu going to come into that lane, which should guarantee at least lane control early. Playing Zeri into what Bro have put together could be difficult. So we'll just see how they're going to go as Bro. One final pick for Morgan.
I mean, for me,
like Jax or something?
I mean, Jax is okay. I like Ornn here, and I think Gnar is safe, but it can be problematic in team fights. Now this is really interesting here because I think that the Gwen, while is pretty good into K'Sante, and we have seen the success of Morgan's Gwen in this matchup in the past, it is not going to solve any of your range problems here whatsoever. It's not going to give you any extended engage, which is why I was saying Ornn, frontline for the Xayah, frontline for the Tristana, set up for those picks. You have the Poppy too for the follow-up. And then the Gnar, which is, again, great engage as well as a good matchup for the K'Sante. The Gwen feels like it is going to be so painful to actually win fights with because Live Sandbox, yeah, you might be able to rip through their front line with all the damage bursts that you have, but if you don't actually kill quickly enough, you're going to have big problems against this Zeri who will just zoom around the Gwen. You're going to have big problems into this LeBlanc with the Shiv. So I think that, once again, we're going to see how much Bro does proactively on the map, how much they actually are able to do successfully in that early mid-game around teamfights and how well they set up be the deciding factor in this game because we know what this comp is capable of, but will they actually push us towards that or will they play passively and lose control?
Well, that Poppy is absolutely amazing. Predicting that Umpty was going to play it as well. You absolutely love to see it. And Wolf, to offer a little bit of a counterpoint here, Bro don't need to ever teamfight in this game. They just don't. They win sides. They have 1-3-1 on the docket. Tristana executing those minion waves with her very own Statikk Shiv. Gwen not going to be matched by anyone on this squad except if Closer gets ahead. So I think noping out of teamfights when you were incapable of ever starting a teamfight in the previous game is absolute genius.
I love the optimism.
Let's jump into game 2. Ooh, the coordination from the fan chant, much better this time around for OK Savings Bank Breon. We'll see whether that is going to be enough to get them over the line here. As already, you can see Bertle left by himself. Everyone else on Live Sandbox just looking for a Zeri moment very early on. Optimistically, however, you miss every chance you don't take, you know?
Exactly. So, 0% hits if you don't take any shots. Bertle here.
Ooh,
see if he is going to... Nope.
Hit by a ward.
Thanks for 5 gold.
Yeah, exactly. Ward to the face.
And, I mean, look, I agree with you. I do think that the side lane can get out of control, but it's like, well,
Oh, that probably won't happen.
I mean, also, you know, it's LeBlanc with Shiv, so she's going to be okay. And also, Cassante, I mean, he might deal with some pressure, but he'll just be happy to sit under turrets and they'll look for team fights. So I want to say that I think that if Brion can have some really clutch engages or really fast, like, follow-up to Umpty pushing somebody into a wall, Ivory jumps on top, you have that burst, if Feathers get on top, you can kill Teddy, you can kill Kyle. You might even be able to push Birdall or Wheeler out of a fight early. You probably won't kill him, but maybe you can get him to disengage, then you could front to back. But it has to be completely decisive, right? And that was the exact opposite of what we saw from OK Savings Bank Brion in the last game. And that's where my worries come, is the form of Bro today is not quite what we saw last week.
We've got some confusion here for Jonas Strong as Umpty and Willa just spotting each other out over and over again. Look at Umpty. Just, he's going to get the stun to the wall. And Willa, not a whole lot he can do here. The Winter's Wrath, not exactly frightening. However, Permafrost is going to come through.
Umpty, he's so good at Poppy, and the only way to win this exchange as Willer is to just not play the game, because if he walks forward, he's going to get shoved into the wall.
Oh, this is amazing. And now, if Ivory can actually get this next wave shoved in, who he definitely does have the advantage in that department until Closer has his Statikk Shiv online. Oh, this is really, really dangerous. So, we'll still be able to take this. Mini Wave needs to be dealt with there by the Tristana.
I think he'll be okay, but there certainly was a scary moment. Speaking of being okay, Closer not so much. And this is exactly what the desk was talking about in the pre-show, because what you can do is Tristana is just hit a few of those autos, Q and W, and then you're like, all right, well, you can't really run away from this. You're going to take damage. I am going to trade up in the early game. So you're going to have Perma Prio. Not enough to kill Willer, who will still be able to clear this away. But Umpty, you know, getting some great early pathing going. And, you know, so far this early game has been active. It has been attempted and by also, OK Bros.
It's really cool, right? Because what Bro are doing is everything that you can do to get an advantage without actually skirmishing or fighting or doing anything like that. Because what Umpty's done is remove 2 camps from Willer. He just doesn't have them on his side of the map. He can't actually go over and contest because Bro has priority in almost every lane except here for this bottom side. But you can see Umpty is already down there towards his bottom side. So it's just really well played. He is going to be able to help clear out this ward and then move towards this top scuttle. And Umpty is just getting everything that's okay. Morgan could be in trouble as Birdall able to get a few autos down, gets the flash out from the Gwen. Not going to go for too much more, but that is dangerous here for Morgan, who may have overstepped.
We'll have to flash, as you say. Now, Umpty is pathing up there now. We'll take the second scuttle, so double scuttle unlocked for him. And, you know, looks like he's not going to commit to anything here. Birdall reads the play well, and this is going to take a back timing. But, like, so far here, you know, Birdall is actually getting the better of Morgan. That's definitely not something I thought I was going to be saying going into today's series. Playing well in Game 1 and having a much higher value engage in Game 1 as well. And that Rift Herald in Game 2 here now just punishing Morgan there as he takes an extra turret shot. Will get his flash. So, good starts is we have 3 Kerchessis.
Oh, man.
See how I turned into a plural there?
Yeah, and Teddy actually just realizing, possibly watching my introduction to today's show, understands that Shiv is just the best item on Tristana. Sorry, on Zeri and on Tristana. But,
those are going in.
Zeri is okay. There is no distortion available as Umpty throws a buckler, but still, he is going to get chained as Effort diving forward gets the flash out from Closer here as well. We'll be able to give Umpty a bit of his health bar back as Willa looks for a little bit of an engage, but the rest of the team are going home. Closer, no flash now, and gonna have to walk his way back with no teleport available.
Yeah, very scary moment there. Flash down now for Closer. And this was a great roam from Effort, just knowing that, you know, with the state of the lane down there, he has this opportunity. They have a Tristana, they have tons of burst, and there's a proactivity we were hoping for. Level 6 not ready here for Morgan, so does have to play respectful here of Birdall. Doesn't want to get pulled through this wall. Yep. Be a disaster. And, I mean, we are going to see some Shivs here. No, it's going to be Storm Razor for Zeri, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
The rapid fire cannon first.
Yeah, rapid fire cannon first. That's always the way. You need to get that extra range, Zeri. You know,
she doesn't shoot very far.
In the range department, so that's what you got to do.
So wave clear battle here. We're feeling pretty good about Live Sandbox at the moment. Two is greater than 1. as I want to hold my thought on this because Willer is looking for an opportunity. He's trying to maybe bait something here, Bertel, for Willer to surprise Morgan when he re-engages with the ult.
Yeah. Bottom side up again here for Willer, so does want to get into his jungle to start farming things out. Still behind this Poppy for the moment as, oh, Morgan does get the ward down, dashes out of the way of the Arctic Assault nicely. And so doing his due diligence, and that means that he will survive the gank attempt there from Willer. Okay, Morgan is immune, at least for the moment. Snip, snip, not exactly going to get too much done here, though.
Yeah, I just got an Amp Tome he's sitting on right now, so just doesn't really have a ton of damage, and not going to hit the maximum value of that Q. So ends up being a whole lot of nothing there on the top side of the map, as Umpty is still stealing camps away. He's actually significantly ahead in farm right now, and as such, Willer here is going to be much further behind in hitting level 6, although at least he leached some experience. As Ivory, opportunity here.
Yep, Buster Shot comes down. Ivory definitely making his presence known here in this lane.
Yeah, he's like, you want to stay in auto attack range of me? I'm cool with that. Yeah.
And does trade ultimates, which works out in favor of the LeBlanc, because Mimic, of course, not exactly on a massive one. And so nicely done from Closer, will kind of work out. But as you can see, the Tristana working out in the laning phase thus far.
Yeah, and it's going to be a huge threat in team fights too once we get to that point, because you could do what you do in lane here to the LeBlanc when she's trying to poke later on, and you have other ways to lock the LeBlanc down so she can't stay very long. But I still do think that as long as Closer actually hits people and procs Statikk Shiv when we get to mid to late game, once the Shiv is complete, it's going to be really difficult for Bro if they don't blow up a single target early. So, again, it's going to be out execution here. We really like the draft for Bro in Game 1. Game 2 here, decent, right? Has some win conditions, but I'm not ready to trust they're going to hit those based on what we saw in Game 1, unfortunately. As Teddy down here left alone with Kyle, of course, effort just allowing this plate over as we do see that back timing for Hannah. Really going to hurt, giving some free gold over to the enemy AD carry.
Yeah, Willer now distracted with his red buff as Poppy is going to be securing this Rift Herald. So first time that Bro will pick up a neutral objective before about the 15-minute mark in this particular game. So as far as proactivity is concerned, if you're a Bro fan, you're definitely going to be happy with that particular adaptation. And will mean that, I mean, you park this Rift Herald in the top lane, you try and get Morgan that advantage. I think that is going to be a great place to play around. As you can see, Morgan back in some control here now that his flash is almost back off cooldown once again.
Yeah, I mean, Umpty has so much money, too, because of all the camps he's been able to steal, picks up all of that local gold on the Herald because he takes it solo. So 300 gold, it's like he's got a kill effectively here on top of having that Herald plate gold he's going to pick up as... Yeah, Closer playing this one very aggressively. Does have the rest of his team nearby, but just not going to be winning those trades. But they really want this first Drake.
Ooh, gonna get a bit of a knock-up here as the quickness comes down. Effort looking for Closer, who doesn't actually get there. Steadfast Presence going to block the Sejuani in first blood before 10 minutes. What is this ruthlessness, Breon? As Closer is going to back away, and Bro should be able to get themselves a Drake.
Yeah, Teddy here wants to try to offer some damage back and maybe allow Willer to return eventually to this Drake is up here.
Yeah, bit of aggression here as Bertel tries to pull Morgan over. Not a massive all-out. However, Morgan's still in trouble. Does get some needlework down the flash. Has to come through. The Q is going to be there, though, and Bertel gets the solo.
Beautiful flash advantage goes in there and looks for the Q3. Morgan trying his best to sidestep, but cannot avoid that knockup and will be killed. Playing with cooldowns extremely well. Bertel kind of on fire tonight, really, after having a weak first 2 weeks here in the LCK. Now, even though that exchange was won by the side of Breon here around Dragon, they weren't able to actually secure it, whereas Bertel's now going to pick up plate gold here on the top side of the map, and the Zeri angle is just so frustrating here as Willer does end up dying here. It's a great engagement effort. Like you mentioned, he's known for his recon play. The follow-up Steadfast Presence means Willer just cannot get out. But with a Zeri nearby, they are just not confident they could take this, especially because they don't get that kill on the LeBlanc. And then this happens up here. That extra turret shot really hurts. And Flash is used during the dash, but he's still got Flash. Flashes for it, will not miss the Q.
Yeah, really nicely played there by Bertel. And Willer pretty happy with how his top lane is doing after that one as well, as you could imagine, because Gwen, for Bro, is actually a huge part of how they're supposed to win this game. Their team fight is kind of awkward because they've got like double AD carry, very squishy engaged support, and then Poppy as sort of sole frontline, right? Like, Gwen isn't frontline, she's damage, does play very well inside, so it is like all about, can Umpty find these ultimates to make things work and really create some chaos? A little bit more finesse, I feel, is required here to get Bro's comp to work out.
Yeah, I agree. I think Liv Sandbox here taking this Drake is a great start, obviously. It's very late, 11:30 here, but with the Shivs they're going to have online here, Closer's almost ready. I mean, they have also a lot of safe farm they could pick up here across multiple lanes, as Ivory not want to be taking shots from that turret. That was actually really well played from Closer to kind of walk the tightrope. But Teddy with Shiv on Zeri, we talked about how like this is great for wave clear. Some additional bounce damage in team fights is always nice too. But it allows her to, when she moves mid, just push a wave instantly and then be safe. She's like, no one can threaten me. I'm always safe.
Yeah, it does kind of work out in that way.
And so she's also going to feel very comfortable there. A lot more resources will have to be committed to try to pick her or threaten her. It's already difficult enough to kill a Zeri because she can just simply get over the wall right next to turret on blue side here and feel really safe with the amount of map control Liv Sandbox also should have in theory with Liz LeBlanc. Because, man, this top side is just not getting better for Morgan.
It's not. However, Bertel taking a bit of damage here as he does clear out yet another plate, utilizing his Demolish proc. And it's going to be Rift Herald heading towards this mid lane. So Ivory, a lot of money as Tristana with some free time on a turret certainly does get work done. That rapid fire online. And Shirley gets back to work on that turret. And I think that the plate...
It's denied.
Yeah, didn't actually go over towards Ivory. I thought that maybe he'd stuck around for long enough, but nope, not going to happen.
Yeah, that's really nicely played there from Closer, and Ivory really wanted it and stayed for it, but won't be picking it up today. This game is similar to the last one in that there hasn't been a whole lot of kills, but I think it's different in that Bro have been extremely proactive and have held on to trying to be aggressive. There's a huge hole, though, in the top side of the map for Brionne where a Gwen tempo advantage would need to be there, I think, if we're going to feel good about their late game chances with how everything else is going in this game. As the Xayah also low range here, Tristana also low range, Teddy, picking up some free plate gold earlier on, feeling very good about his chances here. And we're starting to get to the point where the LeBlanc can deal with the Tristana. Is it just going to be afraid of trading some of those autos and can push waves in really quickly too? I mean, look at this, like over the wall. Now Ivory taking the trade he wasn't looking for. Umpty's going to have to steadfast and get out. And this is the map control that Liv Sandbox, I was saying, with LeBlanc should in theory have. And the Gwen can be a way to actually kind of turn that hourglass, but not at this current state.
Not quite yet. However, certainly, I mean, right now, K'Sante will be better. Later, K'Sante will be just
He'll be different.
deeper to be chopped up by this this Morgan on the top side. So he just needs to bide his time. But certainly, Bertel making sure that he gets as much time out of his pick as possible as the gold. 100 between the two teams. Absolutely nothing. As we saw, it was a bit of a flat line in game number one. And I'm once again thinking to myself, like, is Bro going to be able to actually find the team fights that they need to actually win this game? Or find advantages that they need further on from just what they've been able to accomplish here in this early game? Because getting a real advantage, we haven't really seen them be capable of so far today.
What you're saying is it's essentially Schrodinger's OK Savings Bank Brionne.
Yeah.
The popular term, yeah.
Yeah.
Where you don't know if they're going to actually do team fights properly or not until you see the team fight.
Yeah.
We otherwise shouldn't predict it. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same way. I'm kind of looking at this going, I want to analyze what could happen, and we've already kind of laid it out, but let's wait and see until it does before we get too deep into this, because it can work and does work are always things you have to really zoom in on OK Savings Bank, Bro.
It's how it goes, though, that it does give us something that we can perpetually talk about, as that went to Narnia. Closer not going to find the chains either, as Umpty trying to get himself out of there. And doesn't have to flash, doesn't really have to do anything. And sometimes you're Poppy and you're just going to be chilling. As Ivory, not so much. Chain's not going to land there. And Ivory going to have to go home, I think, and recharge that health bar just a little bit. Willa still, even though he missed the ultimate, still going to be able to grab this Rift Herald.
So now you have a Shiv LeBlanc that can push the Tristana away. The Tristana can't match the LeBlanc. You don't have map control here. The K'Sante is still beating the Gwen and has an extra bombies on top of that gauntlet. So Morgan is really struggling. I think he will be able to get his Riftmaker on this back. You better hope if you're a Bro fan, if you're one of those Giga Chads in the chat, because he needs it. Okay, he has picked it up here, so he'll be able to now deal with this pressure a little bit better, but you're just not winning anywhere. And the deeper this league goes, the more LeBlanc can start pushing that vision away. She can start clearing wards and putting deep wards into Bro's brush while also pushing. And essentially, and I really don't mean to keep pushing this and keep putting him down, but doing the things Ivory did not do with LeBlanc in game 1, right? And can be very oppressive.
Closer, of course, has an extra series of practice on the LeBlanc. Of course, playing it last week, as now Shirley going to park herself into this mid lane, and Bro just kind of watching as their turret is going to fall down. And this is, I feel like it's maybe every second week that we see pro activity out of Bro, because last week they were able to actually make plays. They looked like they were on the ball.
It's even week, Bro. You got to be scared of. We're back in an odd week.
Yeah, odd week, Bro is it's odd, you know, that they're not going for it, and so I guess that makes the most sense.
Problem is we're a 9-week system, so it's a little bit unlucky.
I'd probably complain if I was Bro.
They might. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
This is better prio here for Bro. I mean, we're trading teleports here.
A lot of teleporting in as there's a flash out from Willa, who does not have the ultimate, but isn't going to be able to use it because he's just not there. No smite available. As in goes Cassante, but the Steadfast presence is too good still. Bertle is going to explode in the end. Closer finds the backline, but there is a Feather Storm available, and Bro's like, no, we got the Drake. We're out of here. You guys can fight if you want. We didn't even want to kill Bertle, but we had to.
About as good as that could have gone for Breon, and they had the prio, and they were just able to hold on to that Drake. But you could see how quickly this turns. And again, in the previous LeBlanc game, we didn't see Ivory participate in team fights. Notice how different this looks when you actually see closers show up here and start proccing these Shivs in the team fight. How much damage you can actually do. And Breon are just like, we are not going to contest. We're not going to contest the fight. We got the Drake. We got a Wild Growth, and they burst down the Cassante. But look at those health bars. If they actually stay against Zeri, Shiv, like Shiv Zeri, excuse me, and Shiv LeBlanc, they will die so quickly. It's a meat grinder, but very successfully get in, get out. Morgan gets a whole turret here. And the momentum has definitely shifted back to Bro's side a little bit here after that exchange.
Yeah, I like it. And Morgan doing exactly what he needs to, which is kill turrets inside lanes. They're going to keep up the offensive here as Umpty moving towards that top side of the map and contesting the blue buff. But generally, Bro look way better if Umpty's kind of fed. And right now, he's definitely kind of fed. Yeah.
He's big.
Got some cool shoulder pads, got that fiery thing, like just having a really good time.
And on the other side of things, Willer is quite small, actually. He doesn't have his Mythic just yet, and or his first completed item, even. And
now he's a bit more virtuous.
Yeah, he is a little bit more radiant as well.
Yeah.
He's like Wilbur from Charlotte's Web now.
It's getting a little bit of like extra size. Not quite Babe anymore. Definitely upgraded to Wilbur. 100%.
He's some pig, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, everybody.
When does it get to like the animal farm pigs, you know, that are the ones scheming and stuff?
Oh God, yeah.
Maybe that's when he gets a couple of kills under his belt.
Like the big, pig-looking guys from Resident Evil 4.
Oh God.
Sometimes they got machine guns and stuff. Well,
now we know what Wolf has been playing.
I sneak it in, you know?
Yeah.
Very subtle. Not at all. Okay, so even though we did see that turret take a lot of damage here on the top side of the map, the bottom turret is actually going to fall here, and it'll be a trade.
Yeah. D will find a heroic charge onto Closer, who just says, and then what? And Umpty says also, and then what? Because he just kind of doesn't take damage from people at this point in time.
Yeah. I really feel like the way that this game has gone has been both teams trying to put down the enemy side laners really hard and at the cost of the opposite side of the map. But this gets worse for Live Sandbox because of the Gwen angle you were talking about before. We spent a lot of time discussing this. We'll see if once that second item is done here for Morgan, if he can actually have a greater impact and start to consistently threaten. Because that's really going to be like who sets up on these objectives first. We already saw Bro was able to successfully heist because they had that faster lockdown on the previous Drake.
Yeah, I think it will also have to do with whether Bro can actually play side lanes. And It's a test that a lot of our teams here in the LCK have failed, right? You can look to KT if you want to see exactly how to play it. Even Nongshim to a certain extent, as Umpty has to flash to get out of the way of the Glacial Prison. Nicely done there by Willa. Maybe upgrading his pig form just a little. Not quite getting there. Liv Sandbox still have a slight advantage as far as gold is concerned.
Yeah, Willer's at the part of the movie where he's like, I can talk!
Get that. As Closer's going to be spotted. He's just being frustrating, though, here in this side lane.
I beseech you, audience, young Twitch chat, go watch Charlotte's Web, you know, or maybe with like your nephew or something who's at that age.
Like the old one or the new one, the one with Dakota Fanning?
No, not the Dakota Fanning one. I've never seen. I mean, nothing against. I haven't seen it.
My auntie was actually an extra in that movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I need to be one. Yeah, I'm the one who needs to go watch it. I need to get educated.
So that's pretty cool. It's my claim to fame. Anyway, Liv Sandbox now just getting sorted out. And you can see what you were talking about before. Actually kind of working out here. Teddy able to eradicate these waves quite quickly.
Yeah, they're putting some vision up. It's not extremely deep, but it's deep enough, and it's around these objectives to where this LeBlanc can safely side here and then be a threat as well with collapses coming through. As around the Baron pit now, Liv Sandbox here grouping up. Birdall rotating in as well, making a play for a potential early one.
Yeah, Closer actually doing a fair bit of work here as Ivory going to try and get out of it. And will have to do so. There is the Buster Shot. He does at least have a no button, but now that no button is on cooldown. And so with the Drake being up.
Birdall.
Okay, Birdall looking for that backline. Does manage to find Effort, who looks to try and get out. Presses every button and is going to be safe as Henna does at least have the cleanse. So another ulti lands here from Willa, gets the Summoner Spell out, and now Liv Sandbox looking for a Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they were already setting up for this, and Birdall was rotating over, and Morgan committed to just staying bottom side here. He has teleport, but it's too late here. Liv Sandbox on the flank again.
Yeah, Closer looking for the opportunity, gets in there as, oh my goodness, Desire just explodes. It's a decent ultimate, but it's onto Kyle from Umpty, and now he's just trying to get himself out of there. He's going to go down as well. It's a double kill for the Zeri, as Morgan's like, what's a team fight? I'm going to take this inner turret.
I mean, he's going to actually start to threaten this inhibitor turret as well. There are pings going down. This is his way of trying to stop the Baron, but the rest of the team is falling to pieces, and with the Cassante going back now, Birdall should be able to both stop this wave and teleport into the Baron so they could start this one up. They have so much vision, so much map control. 2 control wards over the wall here in this brush, and then the entry point to the river, and they know that Bro are just going to trade this for a Drake trade they'll absolutely take at this point here at 24 minutes in. And man, last game, some issues with the side of OK Savings Bank Breon. It felt like they lost the game more than Liv Sandbox wanted. This time, it's just a completely different story. Proactive plays from Birdall in lane, out of lane here as well. And they are just all over this map right now. And unfortunately for OK Bros, man, they are a little bit slow on the play. And then once again, pushed away. Another teleport flank comes through, and there's just no exit, no way out.
Yeah, Teddy is just kind of massive now that his 2 items are complete. And if you just let him run at you and you're split like Bro are, and this is what we were talking about, right? It takes a lot of finesse to make this actually work in a team fight, because otherwise this just happens. Teddy just kills you one after the other, and you're not going to be able to do anything. So much of it hinges on Umpty having that ultimate ready and then being able to kill these priority targets. Is total CS definitely in favor of Liv Sandbox right now, as Teddy and Closer are being hoovering up these waves.
Yeah, and it's the Statikk Shiv impact, right? Notice the 3rd player in total CS, of course, will also be a Shiv user in Ivory, and I mean, this comp is too slippery too for OK Savings Bank Bro to actually commit to. You know, are you going to try to burst down a Sejuani? You know, that's the other problem. Is the one part that's not slippery is tanky.
How did that even miss? Wow, well, that was almost impressive. That like, honestly, robbed. He's robbed. He deserved that ultimate. Is going to be able to get the chicken, so that is certainly good news. As Closer does find Umpty off to the side. He's got Merc Treads. He's absolutely fine. As Teddy still threatening here. Has the Titanic Hydra as well, so 3 items. I said 2. He had 2 in the last fight.
He's got 3
together,
now.
A full one.
Yeah, and Birdall, this is the moment.
Yeah, Morgan is kind of massive, actually. Even though, yeah, you were winning before, it's not so much going to be the case now, as he elects not to use the flash. Mercy is the sign of a true leader. And Morgan is going to show some of it here.
Yeah, I think Also, Birdall with that preemptive Q3 there, just trying to deny a flash engage. Morgan doesn't walk into the waiting arms of him and Teddy because he just doesn't know exactly where anybody is. Teddy is showing in mid. He could be rotating over there or jumping over the wall and does not want to get baited in. I respect that Morgan is just being safe in this case, but they're falling behind so quickly. Would have loved to have that kill. He will not have it. Flash advantage means nothing when you're losing turrets all over the map.
Well, Closer now going to go back to his distortion as Umpty is going to collect a chain and then spin around a whole bunch. Misses onto everyone as now it's Birdall going all out onto Umpty. Decent engage there from Effort, trying to keep the Poppy alive. And I think he might survive. Effort may not be. Oh, never mind. Birdall's going to be the one to go down as Effort is limping away from the fight. Willer didn't really want to take that one up. And now it's the Morgan show as the Lord decides that it is time to attend a team fight. But don't know whether he wants to. Never mind. Teddy explodes.
I don't know about that one, Teddy. You're doing it right into the face of a Tristana composition that has insane single target burst. And this was, when you said this is the Morgan moment, I was like, well, maybe this is about to be a Teddy moment. But unfortunately, it goes in way too deep there. It doesn't actually do it subtly. I think if he slow played that and kind of chased down, they might have been able to get more out of it. We're going to go back to the very beginning of this where they isolate Umpty, right, pull him back here, tons of damage. But the knockup comes through. Closer, unfortunately, is not full burst LeBlanc, so doesn't have the damage. Then Wheeler here has to eat wild growth, so there's no protection for Teddy when he ultimately decides he wants to go straight into this Tristana at level 16. There he goes.
Oh, oof. Yeah, that was not the play that you wanted to see out of Teddy there. But still, I think Ivory played that fight extraordinarily well.
He really did.
Really nicely done that flash to make sure that he's then able to avoid everything, kills Birdall, and then free hits from that point on.
He's figured out his identity, his Shiv identity. He's like, oh, I'm not a LeBlanc Shiver, I'm a Tristana Shiver.
Yeah, exactly. Shiver me timbers, Wolf. Shiver me timbers. As Ivory going to be able to continue to get some value here. That fleet footwork doing some work as Umpty just loves pressing W and running into the river.
Look at Teddy's gold that he has this game. I mean, he is so big.
I mean, this is the tale of Live Sandbox, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
Teddy gets huge leads, and we'll see whether he can hard carry. As Closer looks for Effort, finds him, but Effort is going to be able to escape as Umpty puts together a Frozen Heart.
I mean, how much wave clear does Zeri really need? I mean, look at this item build.
Yeah.
He looks at the minions and they're like, I give up. Okay, all right.
Yeah. And I don't know whether Bro's team fight ever really gets, torn apart by that. As, okay, Birdall, can you win these fights? And I think the answer is absolutely not. As the Cassante, not quite as powerful
but the TP
as it needs to be. Yep, teleports come forward from Bro. And there's a minute on the Baron.
Yeah, there's no Baron.
Drake is alive.
That's just giving sick agency to Closer and Teddy, who are like, all right, we'll also just push this one down and grab a Drake. Bit of a strange call there, just maybe thinking that there was a rotation happening for the rest of Live Sandbox a little bit faster, but definitely not the play.
Top lane inhibitor. That's what the play is for.
Yeah.
Oh man. Nah. Well, no.
If you say so, Atlas.
Yeah. No. Maybe that's not the. Maybe that's not it. Speaking of not it, let's have a look at where the teleport starts from.
Yeah. So right now, LeBlanc not showing on the map. Teddy's missing. You don't know where Willer is. So you're like, ooh, what if they're actually about to jump out of red buff and catch us here? So I guess that's probably why he actually teleported. I don't want us to get overwhelmed and then lose our own top inhibitor there, because they just didn't have vision of anyone on the side of Live Sandbox. So he commits, and it will cost them both the Drake and the turret. But they pick up Birdall at least, whose flash is coming back up now. And this is where we start to see these big 5v5 fights, cresting 30 minutes. How much poke can we get here as Closer on this LeBlanc? How much can Zeri do? And will Brion be decisive enough?
Well, we're looking for an engage. We find the Lulu as in goes Effort, finds the backline. Teddy is chummed up by the quickness, and Henna should be able to take him down as he does come back. Teddy flashes, but it's not going to be enough. Umpty locks down that kill, and now into the backline goes Closer, but without Teddy there's no extra threat. They just get to focus on the LeBlanc every time. And Bro, they're not going to turn onto a Baron or anything like that. No. They're going to look for this mid lane minion wave as Closer takes down a turret.
Yeah, he gets a turret, so Bro, you've got to be decisive. You have a huge advantage here. Teddy loses his stopwatch, as well as now the wild growth is down. Teddy down for 30 seconds. You've got to get this Baron here. Now, let's see that poke, Closer. Let's see if he can actually turn this one around.
Okay, it's a lot of damage as now Henna taking so much. secures it. Will actually manage to... No, Bertel is the one that got in there. Goes all out as Effort gonna have to flash, but the explosive charge going to be there. In the meantime, Ivory is going to proc the passive of Closer and then decides that is going to be enough. I got so scared when the big health bar got into that pit, but it was Bertel, it wasn't Willer.
It wasn't Willer.
Atlas, and that means Umty's able to lock it down.
He went into the pit and he got into that back line, but he was burst down, and this is just starting to become a bizarre game, as this was decisive, right? This was greedy from Live Sandbox. They're trying to put some deep vision in and clear this ward, and then they double down on it. Teddy is both breaking his stopwatch and eating wild growth at the same time here, as the rest of the team has clearly given up on him. He dies. And then Closer over here tries to assassinate Henna, but again, he's not full damage build here. He's gone to that utility Shiv build. Still does a lot of damage, but it's not enough to burst down the enemy Xayah here. And the Bertel is just hopeful. Will be picked off. Flash now on cooldown. Baron went over. And it's like Live Sandbox suddenly just took the keys out of the ignition here and are really rolling down the hill in a bad way. But I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I know.
I'm like, wait, what is Wolf even saying?
They need to roll start the car, because if you're rolling down the hill...
There you go, there you go. You saved it. You saved it.
Now they're going to try and roll start it. But so far, you know, maybe it'll backfire on you. You never really know, Wolf, and I think I love it. As, okay, Umty, he's trying to run out of this one. He's pretty tanky, and he's doing the walking, continuing to do the walking. Morgan, 4 items now completed, as in comes the Void Staff. And so the Gwen, unanswerable. Not going to be something that Live Sandbox can deal with in a side lane. He's got a massive amount of CS as well, as long as you don't look at what Closer and Teddy have done to these minions so far this game.
Should sell those wards and start working towards the Statikk Shiv, if you ask me.
Yeah. Definitely should not have wards in that inventory.
Now, Teddy can look at these Baron buff minions and they disappear still, so not the insane siege that, unfortunately, OK Saving Spank Breon is looking for here, but it's still decent. It's really about who's in the sides, right? The 1-3-1 can well and truly start to rip through as Ivory 2-taps the turret.
That's Teddy. Interesting. Henna not really wanting to commit onto this one. Effort is in a little bit of a different mindset as he goes in. Looks for the opportunity. Is okay, that is a big old ulti. That should guarantee this inner turret. Nicely played by Umty.
Yeah. Teddy really needs to be wary of the threats here.
He's a bit hyphy today, isn't he?
Yeah, he zoomed over the wall. He's fine. He's still got his Jet Set Radio Future shoes on.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like he does there when you look at the model, but he's wearing them. Don't worry, guys.
Yep.
And I mean, like, he gets away, but positioning here a little
bit. Jet Set Radio Future, isn't that rollerblades?
Yeah, I mean, rollerblades are shoes, right?
Oh, well, I guess, yeah.
All right. So
I actually have rollerblades that you wear shoes inside of. They're really cool. They're called USD Shadows, based on the original Shadow variant. Very cool. Anyway,
not an endorsement, but
not an endorsement at all.
So Baron is up in 3, 30 seconds until Soul Point, so neither of these teams are forced to fight for this objective. Right now, OK Bro definitely has the better prio here. No side lane control here for the side of Ivory. He's just going to sit back and allow this push to come through. And I don't know about Live Sandbox trying to hard force here, but it will force Breon to react and back. And I guess the Drake just isn't going to be taken right away. Now they're half backing here. This game is wild, man. I don't know.
I mean, Morgan is all they really need, but the ulti is going to be soaked here by Henna. He does have cleanses. Where did the Lulu go? What the heck? She just explodes, and now Teddy's used the ultimate. Oh, the Blade Caller going to come through. Oh, standing his ground.
I mean,
but Henna is also going to be okay. The GA going to come through, beautifully timed on the grand entrance, and Effort says, yeah, we used to play together, bro. I know these timings.
I mean, Live Sandbox, I said, I like that they're trying to force some backs, but just don't hard commit. They hard commit, and then they just leave Teddy out to dry. I mean, there is a follow-up here. There is a fight you can look for. If you're going to commit this hard, so much so that you're going to get a triple knockup for the enemy Rakan, and then when Teddy gets his GA popped, you've got a little block nearby. You have the Sejuani here at full health. Like, try to save him if you're just going to leave him to dry. Oh.
There's another engaged from Effort. Absolutely fantastically done. He goes all out. He looks for Henna, and Bertel looking for it one more time, but he's not going to quite get there. A few of these feathers are going to fly. Never mind. Bertel's going to be okay. As Morgan in that front line, he is a raid boss, an absolute monster. These scissors, they will cut anything that you put in front of them. And mostly it's been turrets and minions, I might add.
Well, you know when you mentioned earlier about the Gwen and the Tristana, what they can do, you know, if the enemy side laners aren't super ahead. I mean, Bertel was, certainly not now, and even if he is ahead, you can't deal with the Gwen. You don't have enough map control, you're starting to lose fights. They will kill the structures really fast, and they are.
Oh, yeah.
And this is putting a bit of a heavy weight on Live Sandbox's shoulders in terms of setting up for objectives, which is why they made that play topside. And you know, looking at it in a different way, like, I guess you do just have to leave Teddy out to dry, but now his GA is on cooldown. So he lost his stopwatch, then he promptly lost his GA in the subsequent fight. And it's just looking really rough here. I think Live Sandbox do have a 5v5 fight where they can win, but they're not really able to set up on their terms because of this side laning. Inhibitor and bottom being alive is really crucial here because it means they could actually still continue to contest Vision here. This is up in 25, the Baron.
Morgan has teleport though, so he can head towards any lane that he feels like, can then join a fight or just not join a fight if it does end up breaking out, because Umpty has ult. And as soon as he presses that R button and gets rid of a couple of people, you don't necessarily need to worry. He can create that chaos for Morgan to just kill a Nexus trade, right? So it can become really tough. As speaking of tough, this is an awkward type situation as Live Sandbox are a little bit split. And Teddy does use the Shirley's though.
He doesn't have his GA anymore, but he could still be a threat. He could still continue to chip away at this team with the LeBlanc. Everybody's all grouped up here as 5, but this composition is so strong. Bros is at bursting him down instantly, and they could also burst this Baron down instantly.
They also just walked over to it and actually like started it. This is crazy as Willa not going to be stealing it away this time. It's Hannah that locks down the Baron. Now Willa takes so much of his health bar so quickly as Morgan. Are you going to be okay? Closer can win this one. However, Bertel does have to use the stopwatch effort. Still frustrating as Willa gets into that backline. Umpty tries to get some work done, and Closer is already taken down. Whoa, okay, Hannah is going to be eradicated. And now Umpty running for the hills. Live Sandbox is just another one of these team fights. As, yeah, the Tristan is dead, and now Live Sandbox are just going to say no to Breon.
I mean, that flash play from Teddy was pretty impressive. He hasn't had the safest or cleanest, but
never mind, Umpty's holding the minion wave.
Yeah, no minions, so they cannot do this. And there's no minions in top or mid either. TP, they're going to try to use this Cassante as a minion. Let's see if you can actually break through those turret resistances, Live Sandbox.
Yeah, the backdoor bonus is pretty powerful.
I don't think it's going to happen.
You guys want to go home? I'll send you home.
That was one of the more decisive, incorrect calls I've seen. But hey, they had a plan. Okay, this fight here...
Everything about this was kind of bad for Bro.
Yeah, it was really rough. Morgan here taking a ton of damage, but then Teddy, with the flash play here, sees blood in the water, executes the Gwen, and then effort coming over here, not getting the engage he's looking for. And now, can you burst down this area? Not really, especially when there's a wild growth on this extremely late game Cassante that's level 18. Closer also, look at this, procs the Shiv, does so much damage. This is what this comp can do at its finest. And then once Bertel has that wild growth and he's sitting here, he's like, well, nobody can kill me. Tristana also dying means Live Sandbox are confident they can end. It's Umpty's heroic play to hold the wave mid that actually keeps them in this game. 3 stopwatches now on the side of the OK Bros. One more fight will decide this game. This is wild.
This is absolutely wild. And Zonya's is now completed for Morgan. He has 6 items. This Gwen is absolutely huge. Bro, they can get this Cloud Souls. Closer gets into that backline. Zappity zap. There we go. Some static shivery happening here. As Bro now looking to try and get in a bit of an engage. Ivory has drawn so much bead so far. He's level 18 now, so that range just massive. Is okay, goodbye jungler. Yeah. And that will mean that this Drake goes over. Does it mean anything? Not entirely sure as he goes up and he finds the back line. There's the Glacial Prison in answer as well as Bertel flashing away on Teddy. Oh, Teddy, what are we doing? What are we doing over there? Bertel's gonna go down. He's trying to save the Teddy, but Teddy's still gonna go down. Hannah is going to lock down that kill. It's a triple in the end. And Bro, they lost the last fight, but they do not lose 2 fights in a row. In the last game, there was basically only 1 fight, which is why that makes sense.
Well, Umpty here trying his best to kill a LeBlanc is struggling quite a bit here at this stage of the game. And I think the Nexus is still going to fall.
Just keep him busy. As Effort, the other guy with 0 damage, is going to come on over. And they do manage to take him down. Nexus turrets will fall. And Bro brings us to a game 3.
It's going to be a 3-gamer here. And we're going to be honest, I think the effort angle for POG is 100% warranted. The guy had so many fantastic engages and made Teddy look like he was a plushie in this game because he's just so locked down or constantly in stasis, his stopwatch, or in his GA in that final fight. He just isn't doing Zeri things. He's not able to actually do damage. And there are, Shivs flying back and forth, but it's the recon flank angle that ends this game. Umpty with a great wave hold there as well, reacting instantly. It's basic stuff, right? But he is able to keep that Nexus alive. And this Sandbox, they double down on the teleport play. They lose a lot of tempo. It was a bit of a messy one, to be honest, on both sides, but Bro with the more decisive end.
They definitely did. And I have to, shout outs to Ivory as well. The guy played very, very well in a few of those fights. And even when he dies in that mid lane, you saw him. He stopped. He cleared out the minion wave as Umpty's moving over to hold the other one. And then Liv Sandbox couldn't end. If he doesn't do the damage to those minions, then maybe they just lose the game right there. I don't know, man. The Bros never fail to entertain. That is the main thing. Oh man, I just can't wait for game number 3. Let's go to a short break. When we get back, the space, and then that ultimate game number 3.
맞아. 가인이야. 괜찮아. 봐봐. 상태. 제니 위로 갔고.
앞라인부터 봐.
앞라인부터. 내가 르블랑 마킹 해줄게.
야, 위에 제니 가인이야. 위에
할 거야. 나 르블랑 마킹 할게.
위에 좋아. 나이스. 미드 가자.
야, 르블랑 일로 미드 라인 끈으로 간다.
괜찮아. 라인 안 끄면 지키면 시켜. 라인 끄면 끝나. 이거 지키자. 야, 몸 댈게 내가. 네네. 털도 있어.
나 계속 따라다닐 거야.
르블랑만 따라다녀. 나머지 다 미드로 와. 네네, 미드 간다.
너가
자야랑 교민이 치고 트타가 마크하러 가자.
너가 누군데 로한이 괴롭혀.
트타 나로 와. 나한테 와. 땄다 이거. 싸움만 하자. 오케이.
잘했다. 괜찮아. 계속 막아줄게.
나도 가줄게 성현.
얘도 약간 게임 끝난 거 같아서 나 그냥 죽일라 그런다. 내가 알아서 잘해볼게.
나랑 됐다. 나이스. 꿀꿀.
반만 잘해보자 얘들아.
네.
그냥 내가 할게.
이 자식아.
잘했고.
캐리.
반만 잘해봅시다.
여러분의 환호 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
대전 마이시티.
マスターズには秘密がある。ここ東京で世界が見つめる中、その全てが明らかになる。解き放たれる才能、暴かれる秘密、全て出し切るか、無に帰すか。精鋭たちが限界に挑み、新たな可能性が生まれる。想定が覆される最前線。最高峰はさらなる高みへ。全ての試合、全てのラウンドで、それが マスターズ東京目撃プレイそして高みへ
And welcome back to the space as Bro come back here in game 2. And guys, we have a series on our hands. Okay, can you show the guy's face? Are you okay?
I don't even know what to make of that.
I thought that was peak. No, it was.
That was League of Legends.
It was League of Legends.
Yeah.
And it is a really important win, and I want to preface it with that. If Brion takes the 0-2 here, particularly against Sandbox, a team that frankly didn't look that great even in the game that they won and in this series thus far, they would have been, I think, gone down the same hill that we saw them go up after the loss to Nongshim. So them getting a chance to actually take the series here is really big, but obviously the quality of League of Legends had some ups and downs.
I just try to, when you're watching League of Legends, you're trying to track the decisions, you're trying to understand what's the thought process here. And
what did they mean by this?
What do they mean by this? And sometimes I didn't know, but we got a lot of team fighting, a lot of action, and LeBlanc lost again. And I feel like Showmaker is the only person to win on it at this point, which is kind of, maybe says that there's a lot more to it. There's a lot of execution based, I think maybe is a thing we can raise potentially. But I think in draft, I think for me, I looked at Brion's composition and thought, okay, they need some early momentum to get the ball rolling. Maybe dealing with LeBlanc's going to be harder later. There's Zeri Lulu. And although they did give that early momentum, it kind of just came down to execution later. One thing I do want to note on is I was kind of talking earlier about how LPL is a super high prior and Rakan, and it has won both the games today. And I think providing the reliable engage goes a long way.
It is also something that Effort and Brion have used, even with Effort, but also when they still had the light. And that Sandbox have used very well as well. Like both these two teams, as we can see from games like this, kind of lose track of where to go inside. We saw some questionable teleports, right?
Yeah.
And having a composition that, in the case of Brion, again, I think it is finicky, but the Rakan and the Poppy just make it very clear when to go in. And Effort did a really good job with that as well.
I mean, as you say, in mid-game, it feels like neither of the team really know where they want the fight to take place, and they don't know how to plan for this kind of setups. And it was a really back and forth game, but really messy on every side. I have to appreciate the fact that despite what happened in game 1, where Bro were not really active in the early game and basically were spectating their own game, here they were aggressive from the get-go, but Chronicler, after that, nothing much happened, and the execution again was missing from them, as we can maybe look at the first highlights.
Yeah, and frankly, I'm still somewhat surprised that Brion have a really strong start to the game, And then as we get to the later parts of the game, everything kind of goes rough. And it's moments like this that I think take a lot of the wind out of the sails from Brion, right? You see this and you're like, okay, Sandbox have done it. They've taken control, right? Brion were pretty inactive, then got punished on display. And then from there on out, you're like, okay, everything's looking good. But
so we thought.
It did
Only
not.
about 7 moments, so I said, okay, Liv Sandbox at 1. Yeah, it's pretty over. No, never mind. Brianna back in. It just kept going back and forth.
Yeah.
And I think
The topside play.
the topside play was a rough one when we saw, Brion TPing members up when they got a pick. But Baron wasn't up
Oh
for a
no,
minute.
I was talking about the other topside.
There's too
This is
many.
the type of game that we're dealing with, where Sandbox around like 23, 24 minutes, had a lead, and then walked into the top 1 by 1 and got like picked off. Morgan got a bunch of kills, and then after that, the Gwen in side lane was unanswerable, which led us to eventually a final fight. After Sandbox failed to secure the wave, it was a topsy-turvy game.
Yeah, and bear in mind, before this, we nearly saw Sandbox win. As you said, the wave was saved by Umti in that situation. It was so close. They ended up making this decision to rush the Dragon. But it is a Cloud Soul, doesn't have as much immediate power as maybe some others, but this beautiful engage from Effort. And the Zeri at this point is a problem, and you see how the whole team move up to try and take Teddy on. And then once again, the CC is perfectly timed again from Effort.
And this one was just straight up Effort finding a beautiful angle on Rakan. But we did see Teddy struggle a lot, I think, in this game. Teddy on hypercarries historically has been great, but we also see, particularly with the Bruiser build, a lot of Zeris kind of feel like they need to go in very aggressively. His positioning this game wasn't that great. There were a couple of fights where he was taken out early, and it made the game really hard to play. Also, I think the rest of Sandbox didn't really buy a lot of space for Teddy either. So they looked kind of disjointed, which led to Brion in the end getting the win.
Yeah, and as Teddy being usually one of the main carries in the team, it was a difficult situation for them. But learnings from this game, let's teach the viewers something here. Maybe what do we want to stop seeing on each side? Because for me, it's
is maybe for both of these teams a little bit. Like maybe don't.
Just simplify it, you know, like, you know when you play Clash with your friends, or like when it was ranked 5s, and you're like, oh, let's go like Malphite, Leona, MF, Orianna, Jarvan, and you're like, that sounds really cool. Sometimes those comps are just great in a back and forth series like this, where it's going late, where it's getting hectic, the macro is a bit suspect, just simplify it. Easy team fight compositions, easy engage.
Prioritize that Rakan.
And that'll give you the edge.
Right, and which bro was the most Giga Chad of them all here? Let's reveal the player of the game and see who the panel ended up with.
He got it!
And yeah, it makes sense again, being pivotal in this Rakan engages.
Yeah, I think especially that final play was super clutch, but constant ones, and especially there's so much damage firing around these team fights with the Shivs, and you're playing a squishy engaged support, so you really have to be on point finding opportunities to be valuable without getting one shot. I think Effort was super consistent in showing the value of this pick.
Yeah, and these are the type of moments where you see Sandbox trying to force and it just didn't work out, and disengage to end it all. Beautifully done. If they don't get on top of Teddy right from the get-go, you can lose this fight, but he buys the space for Ivory to get a fully stacked explosive shot off, and after that, nothing that Sandbox can do.
Bear in mind, they nearly just lost the game before this, so you know it's easy to look from these highlights and look like, oh yeah, they were ahead, they were going to win, but they nearly just lost the game when he comes in clutch with that engage there.
Some votes in jungle here and there.
Umpty votes, I like a lot as well. The one Ivory shout out, great, because he did actually he was actually able to, in side lane in particular, I think, stand up against the power of Closer.
Who did you see winning the third one here? Because I feel like it could go either way based on what we've been seeing so far. So
do you have a coin?
Yes, let's flip on. I guess that's the
us. We gotta watch it, right?
The viewers are the ones winning here, or maybe at least if he gets his prediction right, we'll see about this. Casters, take it away for game 3.
Oh no, I'm ruined. Because last time, Law was like, I hope Atlas is gonna be okay. But not, now it's the opposite. Now it's like I might get my wish, and so we're potentially ruined. That Teddy picture is absolutely incredible. Live Sandbox now with side selection. Do we have it so that Sandbox are on blue side every game?
Does she have a Teemo prepared?
Oh,
She just only got meta 80 carries.
Oh no.
She had all of them, so.
That's true. Well, hopefully she gets one of her pictures executed by Teddy.
So Teddy's going to play Teemo next game.
Well, I mean, I think that it is probably the meta choice.
He's been hanging out with Viper.
Yeah, you can build Statikk Shiv on Teemo.
True.
And
there's the angle.
It works pretty well, you know.
Well, I, for one, am in the coin flip. I'm in the coin flip category right now. I'm kind of feeling like this really
that's how I did my prediction.
You started it that way, and you were right all along. You just don't know. I thought I knew. I thought, yeah, Liv Sandbox stronger team. Game 1, they had a better draft. Bro did, but Liv Sandbox, they were the stronger team. Game 2,
can I just share some statistics with you, Wolf?
Yeah.
Coming into this series, Brion had a 30% game win rate, and Liv Sandbox had a 33% game win rate. So actually, like everybody else other than me, was not doing it by the numbers.
Three-sided coin.
It was just me. I was the only one that really understood that Bro were favored in this series.
Well, let's see what we get in this draft. Is the Poppy ban, I think, shows a lot of respect towards what Umpty was able to do to Willer in the early game, as well as probably just going to see Sejuani priority again here for Liv Sandbox is the expectation. Will we see a LeBlanc touched on here? Nope, just going to be the Vi. So we might just be running these drafts back a little bit. There's the Sejuani. And this time, Bro, not going to have the Umpty Poppy answer.
But they can play Nico if they want to. Liv Sandbox were like, we didn't like playing the Nico. We're going to ban it in game 2. And this one, they're like, oh, we just don't care.
But
you can play it, Bro, if you want to.
Liv Sandbox like, well, if you guys play Nico, you have to fight, though. You have to actually look for fights. And not sure.
Well,
if I'm ready to trust that Bro will, but they will pick up the Nico because they have to, because then otherwise Liv Sandbox are going to get Nico and Sejuani here. And it looks like we're once again going to see the Rakan. So that has been a good angle here. Okay, prioritizing the Xayah instead, which
I don't really like that. Because I feel like
neither.
you can just play Zeri Rakan if you'd like to now. And then the Xayah feels a little bit silly. Of course, you can still run Nautilus. We've seen Nautilus Xayah be fine, but I'm not a huge fan of it.
I wonder if we'll see, like, we don't have to see LeBlanc actually in this draft for Liv Sandbox. Into Nico, you're not going to have a lot of prio. You could just be like, well, I want to have something that does a little bit more and play Azir, which is exactly what I was feeling here for Liv Sandbox. So you're like, well, we don't have to actually just go shit. Well, never mind. You don't have to just be Shiv religious, okay? Like, Closer actually you might have a
back to church for you, Wolf. Back to church.
I thought maybe he was going, you know, to Plymouth Rock and freedom of religion, and I want to actually play Azir here, but no.
It really? We're not
going to pick Rakan.
Yeah, we're not. So
they're so scared of the Jax. I mean, the Jax, the best answer so far has been the Gragas, and they're like, just don't want to give Bird all the angle.
I mean, I guess that's fair enough. But still, I think it's very curious. Because if this was Bro with Nico, Rakan, Gragas, I'd be like, wow, they've already won. But now, they have Xayah instead. And so it's like,
Well, Rakan will be banned.
Yes.
Unsurprisingly. The Varus, once again, taken away. Jinx probably going to go down as well, just like we saw in the previous set, because these are picks that work extremely well with LeBlanc, even though Brion couldn't make it work in Game 1. As the side of Liv Sandbox here, you know, the other ban we'll see is really up to them. You know, Nautilus, I think, is pretty decent here. You know, you have the ability to try to lock down this LeBlanc, make the distortions a little bit less comfortable. We'll give Teddy the opportunity to play a Jinx here, and we'll take away the Zeri instead. I think this is also a good ban.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I wonder whether it's Tristana or if it's just Nautilus. But no, it's going to be Viego instead, so Umpty not going to have access to that one. Of course, Umpty can just play Nico.
Yeah.
He was a Lilia guy. He definitely really does like it, but instead, yeah, so we're going to see Tristana locked in. And, you know, if this was a different time, we might be saying, oh, Tristana's going into the top lane or blah, blah, blah. But no, that is going to be Ivory playing that one, and Umpty is the man piloting the Nico this time.
And I like this. This setup here for Bro a little bit more, because it means that you have your more proactive player playing the Nico, a player who's used to engaging, a player who's very excited about forcing those fights. It will be the Lucian Nami here into that Nautilus pick I was talking about earlier. They decided to ban the Viego instead, which means that Nautilus, easy pickup. Kind of a weird choice to ban the Viego when you consider that Flex was available. I mean, you were calling for it like instantly, you know, before we even saw that. Like, why don't they ban a Tristana? Now they have the Tristana early game that they had. Ivory played very well last time. He played the late game well, too. You have a Xayah Nautilus lane, which is going to be pretty fine, pretty safe into this Lucian Nami. And the Gragas safe into Jax. Now, later on in the game, the LeBlanc, once she has Shiv, her side lane also a problem. You will have to deal with the Jax. It's a similar issue that Liv Sandbox dealt with, of course, with the Gwen on the side of OK Bro last game. I'm going to say, though, I really feel like Bro have not only a comp that's very good, but it's not that different from what they were trying to do in the previous game, where they did find success. So, yeah, I feel like the coin is slightly weighted on the side of Liv Sandbox. It might be coming up Bro in this third and final game, based on drafts alone.
And I think that they follow the rules that were put in front of them by the space. And that was find a composition where you kind of press your R buttons and just like go in and do stuff. And I think that they can do that, and they can just follow the general, and he will line them up, and they can try and knock him down. Of course, Liv Sandbox, not necessarily a lack of R-button prowess as well, but it's a little bit more single-target focused. They have a lot of pick potential, and they have a lot of 4-1 potential with this Jax as well. Morgan will be able to deal with it for a fair bit of time, but not for the whole game. As OK Savings Bank Breon, can they perform the reverse sweep? We'll just have to see here, ladies and gentlemen. So we hop onto the Rift for the final game of the series. All right, here we are. Bro marching out onto Summoner's Rift here. And as you can see, all of them moving towards his bottom side. Is Teddy going to spot everyone out? Chandelure, Nautilus, going to find a hook under the wall.
Yeah, he had to
gets an E first.
Pursuit. Yeah, that's actually really massive for the lane. It's like, I mean, I'm not saying it's over, the lane is over or anything like that, but I mean, I think someone could actually like write an essay about why flashing there might have actually been the right choice instead of actually going E, because now you have like the ability as Henna and Effort to really hard push that lane and get level 2 first, and there's just nothing that the Lucian Nami is going to be able to do about it with the level 1 E locked in there and skilled in. And now they're even putting some pressure here on to the red buff, as well as putting those additional wards here so they can see if anyone comes in for a contest. And
yeah, I'm getting a great start.
Yeah, Morgan's going to check up here to see if any sort of counter jungling is being started. We'll not be able to check the Raptors, of course, but you know what's going on. And this is great for Umpty, as you say. Yep. Dark Harvest. It's an Umpty game at Futures Market.
He's like living his Lilia life once again. He's just having a great time. As Teddy getting some value out of that relentless pursuit. There we go.
About as much as you could hope for.
May not necessarily have the shove, but of course, Nautilus Xayah not going to have a massive amount of presence in comparison to these two, so he should be absolutely fine.
We'll be able to hit level 2 first, and Effort could put some pressure on. This Glacial Augment picked up here. Just not a whole lot of range for this Xayah, and Teddy once again gonna pursue.
Yeah, relentlessly. As the hook comes through onto the Nami, Kyle sacrificing himself to make sure that Teddy is going to be fine. And you can see now, Bro with control of this lane. So as it turns out, Relentless Pursuit was not exactly the optimal situation, as they just check to make sure that there's no Umpties lying in wait or anything like that.
If Umpty comes over there and just like tosses a Q in, there's an all-in angle for Henna and Effort there. So you really have to respect it. I do like that they check. Now Teddy has level 2, going to be a little bit more relevant here, but the damage has been done, no doubt. Willer coming over here.
Full information there for Umpty, as Willer is on top of a ward.
Bertle has had a fantastic series so far. I feel like even though it's a favorable matchup for the Gragas, it's not, you know, one where the Gragas is going to be winning lane. He's just going to be handling the Jax pretty well in the early parts, and would not be shocked if Bertle makes a super play, since he has been so good thus far this series, especially in the early game.
Yep. Umpty using his Shape Splitter just to make sure that he is as safe as possible. It's really nicely done. And will be able to 3-buff Willer, in theory, as he just needs to go over and collect his blue buff, and that will be secured. Looks like Rift Skull is going to be up, though, so Willer, this time around, will be able to collect at least one of them.
Yeah. So, things have stabilized on the bottom side of the map. Actually, a lead now for Teddy, with Henna just trying to grab that early cull. And it will be the scuttle here, bottom side, going to Umpty. Teddy tries to put the pressure on here. There is a very high chance that Umpty will come down here and make an impact in this lane. But he is going to play respectfully. Umpty trying to do some tricky things here.
Yeah.
But everyone knows that Tristana, the real one's in mid.
Umpty utilizing, you know, the auto attack of the Tristana. Nicely done. Willer takes 50% of his health bar and is burning from the red buff, the buff that he just doesn't have access to this game, unfortunately. And Umpty, yeah, he's got a Gromp and a blue buff, but he doesn't want those. He wants Willer's jungle. As here, a fight on the bottom side. Effort in trouble. Oh, Teddy can't get the auto. And that is going to be Effort walking it off.
Walks it off here. Now,
there's a flash used in mid, too. When did that happen?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happened to Ivory there, but Umpty will scout this out, sees that Willer's not going to hard commit, and it's going to be fine. But yeah, a little bit of a close call there on the bottom side of the Rift for Bro. One more auto would have done it. Teddy committing flash and ignite for the play. Is unable to get the kill. Would have been massive for him if he could have done so. Henna will be fine here in the lane, catches the wave, and is going to head back. Yep. He did go for that call. He was able to get that back off successfully. He took away some of the tempo advantage they had with the level 1 E, but he's still sitting pretty, and he is going to have a pretty big gold spike here once that call is completed.
Yep, teleport back from Morgan here, who did manage to equalize CS relatively well. As you can see, he's going to be a couple of CS behind or something like that.
The problem is that Willer, it is just, he's not really
working with scraps at this point.
Yeah, he's not really a champion, nor does he have money.
Yeah, we're at Babe level. You know, we managed to get the Wilbur. We're not quite there yet.
Oh God, Babe! I forgot that movie existed, man.
Yeah, that's a small pig. That's a very small.
That really is just one of the iconic '90s movies that lets you know that like that part of the '90s we can leave in the.
Hey, I liked that movie as a kid.
Oh. Rewatch it sometime.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to. I did really like the
See,
duck.
you also will leave it in the 90s.
Yeah, the duck was great. What about Fly Away Home? How does that go? Does that stand the test of time?
You know what? I still actually think it's pretty good.
All right, cool.
I'll let that one go. I mean, was it the greatest film of all time? No, but
there were ducks in that one as well.
Yeah, some good themes. You know, lots of ducks, but they're not talking, which is the good part.
Yeah. Anyway, Willer and Closer now wandering into the river. Umpty turns up. They are going to decide that being here is not really what they want.
Umpty just going to sit
Okay. Possible danger as Ivory's rotating over, but everyone is just so incredibly low. LeBlanc just grabs the first blood. Teddy uses most of his health bars. Now Umpty looking for a little bit more. Can he land the snare? It's a question. He flashes. He misses it, but still Teddy is going to go down. Umpty's in trouble. He will be taken out. That's a double bubble. What does it mean? As oh my goodness. Tristana just explodes mid-rocket jump, and Bro, that was not it, boys.
Yeah, Bro just popped like a bubble and popped continuously. Oh, they do pick up 2 kills here, but the trade is massively in favor of Liv Sandbox, who will also be able to regroup and take that Drake. As Umpty is faking them out here with a recall, which is part of why Willer ends up kind of going in and getting baited into this, but it doesn't matter because Closer's able to, with all that damage onto the Nautilus, come in here for the execute. He takes like no damage. He's level 6, so he can get away easily. And now Ivory also committing for this pick here. But, I mean, it's double bubble. You can't kill this Sejuani because she's not actually aggroing the Drake. And while Henna will flash for this and get the kill, he's also now flashless. Cleanse is down. Closer's the biggest benefactor.
Yep, that's a happy Closer right there. He says that he's going to carry. Let's see whether he can actually do so.
He's got a Shiv.
Yeah, he does. It's put together. 2-0-2 now. Accelerated Shiv usage. As that is Umpty. That's not the real effort. And let's see whether this funny business is going to work out. Actually, kind of cute play. As nope, he's just going to leave. Effort could still utilize this, though, because I don't necessarily know exactly where he is. It's kind of funny. As Ivory going to get chained up momentarily. Shout out to Rookie there, utilizing his skin. Very nicely done. As Umpty will turn up.
Yeah, just relieving some of the pressure here. It is going to be a Herald picked up for Willer once again here, solo on the top side of the map. And no Drake take here for Bro in the cross because they don't have enough prio bottom side. And once again, Henna is down summoners, so that really hurts against this Lucian that is As you can see, doing a lot of damage, has a level 6 advantage here, and with that Dirk, I mean, it's just really strong at this point in time. So no cross-map available means that this is likely going to be Live Sandbox then regrouping and getting double objectives here.
Yeah.
We'll see where the gold ends up going for this Rift Herald, because I think all three options are good, right? You have a LeBlanc that's already well and truly online here with the Shiv. You could get her further ahead. You can get this Lucian further ahead, or you can get your Jack split pushing condition back online, or rather faster online here. So all three lanes are a viable place for this Herald to get dropped here. Live Sandbox just in firm control of this game after what was a huge misjudgment in that last fight.
Ooh, last plate
saved at least.
Yeah, not available. However, that should be within the next 4.5 minutes, something that Closer can lock down. As Umpty moving back does have his Sorcerer's Shoes now complete. Let's see whether this Nico can actually get them over the line, because Bro Levers, it's all about Umpty. It's always all about Umpty, but it's even more all about Umpty now, as he's managed to get this incredibly pivotal pick. We saw what Canyon was capable of doing on this champion from the jungle.
I thought it was all about Raymond, but that, I guess I might be wrong.
No.
Okay.
That can stay in the 90s as well, I reckon. Yeah, it's just, you know, there was something about that show.
Yeah, well, it was in its time.
It was.
Some things age better than others. Mm-hmm. But this Ocean Drake on its own, see how well that ages. It is picked up from Bro. This is going to be plates dropped for Closer here in the mid lane. So one of the easier lanes to actually get this into, as top side wasn't under the control of Birdall.
Yeah, in fact, Morgan's playing the lane quite well.
Yeah.
Now that they have crested the level 6 mark, able to have a lot more of that disengage availability. And yep, there are 2 Statikk Shivs in this lane, but Closer is so far using it a little bit better. Oh, the snare! And Willa manages to get on top of Ivory, but he flashes, and he does have that rocket jump as well as Umpty. Now a very low health Tristana.
Kyle is like, wait, he's not actually low health. Yeah, he's like, ooh, okay.
And gonna be all right as Effort now moving down. Willa not gonna be able to grab this particular Rift Scuttler, but that is all that Bro are gonna be able to claim from that one.
I mean, it's still a pretty massive lead here for the side of Live Sandbox. My concern is becoming very quickly that this little block is just about to get out of control, because we still have 3 more minutes for Closer to use Shiv to get more plates and then, you know, roam around the map and be obnoxious, because he's ahead enough to where Ivory can't really deal with him anymore. It's not the stage of the game at this point where the Tristana just trades back. Speaking of trading back, Birdall is not really at all.
Morgan having a very good time.
He really is. He's only 200 gold up here, but the fact that this Jax is put down right now really gives you a better win condition through this mid game, and it just allows you to be more relevant as the Gragas if you're playing it this well across the early game. In fact, there might even be a kill pressure here with Umpty on the top side of the map if Birdall tries to go for a play. So, well played here is really Morgan turning this matchup around tonight in this final game.
Doing pretty well. He's on the way to the Everfrost. Divine Sundra not quite done yet towards Mythic just yet, but he looks really cool as he heads back towards the lane. And so no harm, no foul. Henna gonna get, once again, dashed on by Teddy. Avoids some of the culling, but Featherstorm does have to be used. Still get some damage for it, and so that's certainly good news, as Closer just running down Ivory there for a moment.
Yeah, and this is actually going to hide Willer's positioning a little bit. He's able to sneak around to the bottom part of that mid lane.
Yeah, he's flashing. He thought that he was the other minion. But that's actually so cool. He was the second minion instead, as that is going to be a great buffer on the rocket jump, but is he out of the woods just yet? Willa, unfortunately, in amongst the turret there as Closer gets the setup kill. Willa gets out of there. Don't know whether he even necessarily needed to flash, as now Morgan, I don't know about the party cast because he's flashing away. Birdall just wants to get that counter-strike back available again, but it's a great slow from the barrel. And Morgan, despite missing the ultimate, is still going to be able to escape.
A big flash trade on the top side, I guess you could say, is some of that pressure is relieved. Umpty, though, he's got flash.
Is he in the shop? Oh, he's not. That's another flash forward in the Pop Blossom. I don't know whether you needed to use that one, as Birdall's going to scratch his neck. Umpty might have had a similar reaction, but he still gets the kill.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the kill, like you said, and you know that Birdall doesn't have flash, so he only has that one leap, and once he's used it, you can get on top of him. Pop Blossom is so huge, so Umpty finds the angle there. But the cooler part of all of this is just that play in mid is Closer's second one, right? Getting this route here into the big ult from Willer. This time he's not able to link them together, but the fake out with the angle he takes, still great buffer from Ivory, great reaction But getting this LeBlanc further ahead is the crux of this. And yeah, you lost your flash on the bottom side on your Lucian, but it's well worth it. Ultimately, Umpty's still with this flash able to get a kill on the other side of the map. But man, this LeBlanc is such a problem right now for the side of OK Bro.
And maybe, just maybe, it's an opportunity for Bro to set up for a bounty that they can then claim and then get themselves even further.
Ooh, the long con play.
Yeah, it's the long con play. Of course, Closer is an absolute menace on this map right now. They're 1-3-1 with Jax in the other side lane. Is very, very scary. And Ivory was dealing with it quite well in the previous game. And like you say, it was not the same situation. Closer is in a much better spot now.
Yeah, I mean, he has 3 kills. He is so strong at this point that if Closer can't win this game of LeBlanc, maybe these two teams just aren't meant to win with LeBlanc. I mean, Closer, he tried his best in that KT series as well, but I mean, we haven't really seen a LeBlanc this setup for success. Obviously, Showmaker did it all pretty much on his own.
The secondary Showmaker game, that was definitely the one where it looked completely busted.
And, I mean, Closer could show us a similar performance here with the lead that he has. It's going to be about how they set up on objectives. Willer will get the second Rift Herald here, solo gold once again, which he needs so desperately because he has not been doing a lot of the killing of the jungle minions.
No, not so.
But yeah, I mean, this is the big one, big jungle minion. It's worth a lot.
And Closer still just being frustrating here. Ivory deals with minion waves extraordinarily effectively. Umpty will be able to take this dragon away.
So is it Hex Tech or Chem Tech?
Oh,
I feel like it's one of the two.
If it's Hex Tech Drake, oh my goodness. Okay. Well, now this is actually great for both of these teams. Something that both of them have been struggling with so far this series has been macro. And do you know what? These Hex Gates really good at getting you around the map to where you need to be at better positions.
It's also,
we're going to highlight these two. Man, it's looking very Closer.
Yeah, it's very Closer favored. It's also very good with Statikk Shiv, you know, the little Hex Tech soul. And luckily for Breon, they have 2 Drakes right now, so this lead is quite significant. Hurdle.
Okay, lands the cast this time. Delivery of the Jax, as Morgan didn't really have too many more buttons available. But still, he is absolutely crushing this lane at this point.
I mean, this is where the LeBlanc gets so much power, is she just sieges up these turrets, you drop a Herald, and how many players does it take to kill this LeBlanc? You just can't lock her down. Now, it is going to be a trade here, but first brick goes to the side of Live Sandbox here. Much more money for them.
Oh, Hook is going to connect there. Umpty was the fake one, and they will be able to get that money into the Nico of all champions.
That's a unique way to fake them out.
Love it. Yeah, absolutely love to see it. And this is the creativity that we missed in game number 1, right? Like, Closer wasn't able to find those angles. Umpty certainly trying to be tricky with it as ults traded here between Henna and Teddy.
And they still get this mid turret, so it's a first brick plus mid turret here for no turrets, unfortunately, on the side of OK Bro. Still, that bottom turret survives. Birdall was able to defend it. So there's still a lot of standing gold here on the map for Bro that they can pick up. Will be a top turret first that is going to go down. But, I mean, this game is insanely close. It's just going to be about team fights, right? And my money right now is on the Fed LeBlanc. Once again, Birdall going to eat this ult.
Yeah. Morgan, it's going to get to a point where the Gragas just doesn't do that well in this particular matchup. Of course.
We're very close to it.
Yes, we are quite getting there. And in fact, that particular trade did not necessarily go his way. He's just going to back off. So let's have a look at this play one more time. Actually, just so cute from Umpty to be here. Like,
he's like, I'm Nautilus. It's not anything in the bush. There's
don't worry about the hook.
Yeah, that was actually really smart, and it made Closer straight up look like a fool. Like, because we know you watch that play and you're like, Closer, man, that's just too risky, that's too greedy, but he had, or so he thought he had, vision of the enemy hook, and where it couldn't be used is where he tried to distort forward there and is punished. And the observers knew that as well from far away, that this trap was being set. They zoomed in on the distortion. That was just overall great passage of play from our production team.
Yeah. Shout out.
I want to thank my mom. Oh, that was very good, though.
Yeah. And I mean, this is a time for you to be thanking your mom as well. Wolf, it's your birthday tomorrow. You know?
Yeah.
She went through a hard time quite a few years ago.
She did.
About this time.
Yeah. It's been a long time.
Yeah. So shout out to your mom.
Yeah.
As Birdall is now clearing our minions underneath this turret. And we are just waiting for this next dragon to be on the table. There is a Baron that's going to be up in a minute and a half, but this isn't a T1 game. That's going to be our second series. We're not going to worry about Baron for at least another 20 minutes or something
Yeah, I don't
like
think
that.
so. Especially with the position Liv Sandbox is in, they have a Lucian on Gale Force, so the damage is just not quite there yet in terms of taking this one out. But we will get there, right? We will have some team fights in this game.
And this is the thing, like, Bro doesn't want to give you all the action straight up front. Liv Sandbox as well, they're the cool kids. They never panic, as Bertel is going to try and help get a kill onto Morgan, who just fadeaway jump shots his barrel, is going to be able to flash away from that. But
we don't hit those ults, the Sejuani one, we don't do that in the LCK.
I mean, it's not about that. You just get the flash, and then you move on.
We don't hit those, that's not what we do, but we do get flashes.
Uh-huh.
And then we use it on somebody else when it comes back up faster than flash. But this first Hextech Drake for Liv Sandbox here could be massive if they could take it. Will, of course, be those additional stats.
4 Hextech Drakes? My goodness, that is too many Hextech Drakes.
They really do need to deny one of these next 2, of course, from Brion, and that will be enough to at least give them the opportunity to play this game on normal terms. And that's the one real angle of attack Brion have right now, is if they win just simply 2 fights on these next few Drakes, the game becomes so, I don't want to say unplayable, but so difficult to play here for Liv Sandbox. It's so critical that they have this because the Lucian is so immobile, right? He has, or not immobile rather, but he's low range, so he has to use his mobility to go for a pick. He doesn't have any escape after that if he gets caught and slowed. So then he has to play more defensively, or use his mobility defensively, and so he has less agency. And, I mean, got to be keeping your fingers crossed, I think, here if you are Bro at this point for a winning Drake fight.
Not the real Umpty backing in that brush there. As we can see, Teddy going to get a bit frustrated by it. His closer gets on over, looks for effort here, is pretty squishy. Does manage to hook away. But still, Baron being considered by both of these teams, as the Dragon is now up and available. And with both of these neutral objectives on the table, it is difficult to fully commit to just one of them, as Morgan makes his way back down towards the bottom side to deal with Bertel, who's being quite frustrating. 2 items now completed for both of our mid laners here, with a cheeky little blasting wand on top of things for closer, illustrating the years very far ahead. Fiendish Codex now completed as well.
Yeah. And he went for Sork Shoes too. We sometimes see the Ionian boots with the Statikk Shiv LeBlanc for just some more distortions, but he's doing a lot of damage. You could feel it when he was able to run into effort there.
Yep.
This is going to be Liv Sandbox just taking this Drake here right away. No fight, but that's okay for Bro. No pun intended here. This time around, they can let it go and not feel too bad about it.
Snare going to connect onto Bertel, but he doesn't take too much damage from it. And there is the Drake going down. I would have thought that Bro could have tried to fight for that one just a little bit more effectively there, but kind of feeling like the late game's going to be okay. I don't know whether I agree. Just with the fact that Bertel exists, the 1-3-1 is so powerful here for Liv Sandbox. They can checkmate Bro pretty effectively.
They also have really good...
Soul Point would have been really strong against it.
They have really good hard engage too, right? Like if they actually grouped up for that and said, okay, we've got a Gragas here in position, Morgan had TP, you know, he could have come from base there. They had Ivory set up on top side with a little bit of wave control. They could have actually said, all right, let's hard force this into our favor and see how you guys react to it. Because the one thing that Bro can't give to Liv Sandbox is time, be it in a side lane for the Jacks, trying to set for the objective, pulling them on one way, or same to be true of the LeBlanc, but also in team fights, the poke that Liv Sandbox has with this LeBlanc, with the Lucian culling, is just something they don't want to be running up against. They need to be decisive, they need to be quick. And this is something that Bro usually has not been, so I'm a little bit concerned.
Well, Bertel's going to look for this. Everfrost is good. Morgan says, nah, don't really want to fight this. And he's going to take a drink and be on his merry way. No ulti now available for Bertel, and Morgan will have a bit of sustain here, so he'll be fine.
Yeah. We do see Teddy is heading down here, though, and they could actually step for a dive. Bertel still has flash. Morgan's is coming up in a few seconds, so if they have this timed out, they know they should be able to kill him here.
Yeah, Teddy just ganking. As Morgan gets full information as to what's going on, but he can clear out the minion wave, and Teddy showing himself means that Bro can now move towards this Baron, try and clear out some vision if they would like to.
I love this from Liv Sandbox, just testing Bro's proactivity. Like, are you guys going to actually try to come over here and do anything? Are you going to try to punish? I'm showing Teddy here bottom side. Are you guys going to pull the trigger, or are you just going to give us the whole map? Oh. So far, the answer's been the whole map.
Yeah, Effort is going to be in a lot of trouble here. Does have to ult to try and keep himself alive. Ivory comes on over. But that is no depth charge now available for the next little while, as War of Attrition won by Morgan takes down the outer turret in the bottom lane. That evens up the turret count.
Yeah, that Zhonya's really doing a lot of work for him in terms of keeping himself alive in this lane, eating some of those Jax hits. He will have a hull breaker to push a little bit harder now alone, and killing this Jax is going to be practically impossible. Killing a LeBlanc in the side lane is hard enough as it is, but now she has insane wave clear with the Statikk Shiv, so also a problem here. And I think that Bro are on a bit of a timer here in this game. They really need to take some decisive fights here before these Drakes start stacking against them, because otherwise they're just going to be chasing waves around the map and we'll never be able to take anything on their terms. I mean, yeah, it's impressive what Morgan has been able to do into a Jax this late into the game thus far, but eventually the way that Jax works and the way that Gragas works will outdo his individual performance. He will eventually just struggle by the nature of these champions, especially with Hullbreaker here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look at this. Like, you have a wave topside, you can clear this vision out, and what's the play for Bro? Like, does Umpty try to catch this Jax? Does he try to move into this team fight? Does he try to clear vision? Effort is flashless. He has no ult. These are the kind of small advantages that Live Sandbox have right now that feel so oppressive. So that could be a cool teleport angle if Birdall didn't see that. I don't think he knows.
It's a really pretty ward skin as well. I like it a lot. Big fan. Like the big ears. So cool. Glad that we got that zoom in. Very important.
Ivory could, like, commit to a teleport gank. I just don't know if it's really worth it, considering that turret's already dead. I just don't think you want to commit.
Umpty's Shapesplitter has been backing, like, so many times. Like, one of these times it's going to be the real Umpty. And Live Sandbox are going to ignore it, because it's just been backing all around the map this whole time.
Okay, we could see a defensive teleport here if they commit to this. Kyle just going to back, though. He's just a Nami.
Yeah. And this is the problem with the Gragas, is that he just kills the minion wave very effectively, especially with the amount of AP that he's put together. Everfrost going to come through, and Birdall's like, I just want to walk at you and hit you with my lamppost, or fishing rod in this case.
Yeah.
And it's tough, you know, it's hard being a Jax when Gragas stops you from having a good time.
You want to counter-strike him, he just puts his belly in there and says no.
Yeah, right.
It's weird that Gragas' belly is perfect counter-strike spacing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got his diet set exactly the way he wants it. It's crazy.
Yeah, you might think that he's, you know, he's a portly gentleman because he eats too much. No, it's all by design, just to make sure that the Jax matchup works out as best as possible.
His physical trainer is like exactly this much. So
you needed exactly this many pizzas. But,
yeah, you can eat about 3/4 of that last slice.
Yeah.
The war of attrition here on the top side of the map, definitely closer-sided at the moment. And eventually Live Sandbox will be able to start this Baron, right? I mean, they have enough damage. They have decent turn.
As Umpty is in a bit of trouble here. Effort just needing to block out some of those culling shots, and you can see he didn't really want to. As now, Live Sandbox, 5 seconds on their second Hextech Drake. And this is a LeBlanc, remember. That is absolute lights out if the Hextech Soul comes in for Live Sandbox, especially if it's 4 of them stacked. Oh my god.
The health bar is already so low here on the Nautilus, for example. You know, the Tristana isn't here. He's going to have to TP in to the bottom lane, so they have an advantage right now, Live Sandbox do, in terms of this flank.
Yeah, Birdall, oh, not going to get hooked there by Effort. That was close, as now Closer looking for Umpty. There's a Glacial Prison. The wave comes through as well. There's Umpty's going to go golden. He does get booped away immediately, does Birdall. But in goes Morgan now, just putting that belly in amongst it. The Pop Blossom comes down. Teddy is already dead. And the Nautilus is all they have to trade for it for now. Closer still very dangerous, though, as now Henna looking for an opportunity. Morgan's in so much trouble as Umpty is taken down, and there's no smite for the fight. 2 Drakes apiece here, and Live Sandbox's ones are a little bit more zappy.
They certainly are, and with this Lucian coming back up in 20 seconds here, they could just go straight to Baron. I mean, not exactly straight, probably reset, grab some additional items, but the Baron setup here is really good on the side of Live Sandbox, and Umpty taking so much damage in this fight initially. Love the stopwatch timing, as well as the Buster shot here from Ivory, really keeping Birdall at bay. And Teddy is blown up here. The Pop Blossom, though, isn't ideal. Umpty was so zoned out that he just really couldn't look for the fight the way that he wanted to. And even though it's a 4-on-4 with an 80 carry for support trade, Umpty is just not in the fight, and the
backing on a ward.
And the Shiv damage is unreal. And yeah, I mean, of course, caught by this ward. If he gets away, you still don't win this as Breon, but I mean, it's insult to injury that he dies there.
Yeah, and that may have actually spelt it, because if Umpty's still alive, then maybe he can do some shape splitter shenanigans and be frustrating, and they can actually still go for the 4v4, but as it turns out, not able to. Ooh, dash cannon from Umpty here. His Pop Blossom is going to come through. Another tidal wave, and he's He's thrown into the blender. Now Ivory has to flash to get himself out of it as Effort once again trying to be the hero, but this time it's not going to work out. The turret getting frustrated with Willa as Henna arrives way too late to do anything at all, and Liv Sandbox really finding some cracks in the armor of Bro right now.
Just continuing to find Umpty, and they're identifying it's him, and we're just seeing the push in, and this is going to be Baron here. Maybe even more. Hannah has no idea.
Oh dear.
Good ult.
Yeah, he's just going to have to ultimate.
But that's an ult you'll take. You know, thank you very much. No contest whatsoever here on this Baron. Umpty's not up for 10 seconds. Ivory is dead. And it's just been really aggressive, decisive calls, weirdly between Willer and Closer, with also a little bit of Kyle sprinkled in because he's also following up on these so incredibly well. But you have this ult, and we were joking earlier, we don't hit those in the LCK, but Willer, he certainly is in the latter half of this game. And Teddy, with a follow-up here, Ivory bursts down despite Effort's best attempt to prevent.
I see what you
I almost said it, but I didn't do it.
Yep.
His best attempts to save him will be thwarted.
Effort's best himself were not quite enough. As Liv Sandbox now with Baron look to try and push through and grab some of these inner turrets. As Umpty just trying to keep the minion wave away, and my goodness, this LeBlanc really doing some work now. We mentioned that she was going to be a problem. Now we're really getting the information that, yes, indeed, going to be a problem.
I mean, wait until we see some of our stronger teams. We already saw what Showmaker could do with it. What if Faker plays it in the next series? You know, you have players like Chovy.
He's been playing a fair bit of it in solo queue, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody should be at this point until that gets nerfed. Just take your free points.
And Ivory, just 50% of his health bar is just gone. Another culling comes through from Teddy, who's playing so aggressively. The fake Umpty going to be taken out here.
I mean, just the siege is unreal.
Yeah, there's another Glacial Prison. This one's going to hit onto Effort, who throws out an ultimate. Yeah, it lands on a Closer. Good for you. Not a whole lot more is going to happen, and the ghost of Effort now is trundling back towards the fountain.
Oh, man, and they have Sejuani on their team.
Oh, okay.
It would have been nice to have a Trundle.
That was Effort dying, but it was Umpty dying as Effort again. So double Effort kills here for Liv Sandbox, and it just feels like they've ran out of ergs. Ivory, another few boops, and he will fall as well. Back to the fountain, as can they actually get anything done? There's the Feather Storm. Not really too much to show, as Willem might die. There we go, Ivory gonna jump on top of him, but no, he is actually going to survive. Morgan now onto his fountain, throws a party cask. The Nexus will go down though, and the cool kids, they did not panic, and they managed to take down the Bros in the end.
It was a rocky start for Liv Sandbox in this series. Game 1 definitely felt like they had the weaker draft, but they were able to win despite it. Game 2, really unfortunate stuff happening where Brion are able to stop them from killing the Nexus. Teddy gets caught not having his best game, but in Game 3, which is arguably their best of the series in terms of utilizing the draft well, we just saw constant picks there. And while I really want to give it to Willer because of his latter half of the game and some of the engages that he set up there and the follow-up that came through, I'm going to have to give it to Closer.
Yeah.
His first LeBlanc win, and I'm gonna vote for him there because he played very well. Birdall, also great series. I think he's bounced back in a big way, and peak Birdall is what we're always shooting for, right? And we don't always get it, but that's what we want to see.
Yeah, no, he had a great series. I think so much, it's frustrating, right? Because I think you can see that, Bro, they have it, but then you can see when they
lose it,
having any amount of ability to go in. They get inside their own heads, and that becomes a little bit sad.
There's a moment of like Bro paralysis, you know, where
right.
Everything stops moving and the wheels stop turning. Not for Umpty, but for better or worse, you know.
Yeah.
And then Umpty sometimes looks silly. He gets caught a lot because he's trying to make proactive plays the team isn't following up on. I do agree. I mean, we have seen it so much, but in this series in particular, 2 out of these 3 games, it really felt like there was a clear moment where you're like, well, they're just not doing it anymore.
No. So Liv Sandbox, certainly some things to think about, but a 2-1 victory is a victory nonetheless. And I think that Teddy's Lucian, absolutely fantastic in that last game. A pick that we've seen banned here and there, but just haven't seen it actually picked up in very many of these games. We've been trading Zeris and Aphelios for what feels like forever. So really good to see some diversity in the picks of the 80 carries.
This was definitely the defining moment of the game. As weird as how long it went and all the exchanges we had and all of the really cool engages we saw from Willer in the late game, this moment was how Closer got fed. And he took that money and he pushed it across all 3 lanes. He side laned incredibly aggressively. He was constantly threatening picks and making Henna's life miserable, as well as Umti's life miserable later on. This is a great play from Effort. Effort really had a fantastic series too.
Yeah, him and Umti together there. Umti pretending to be a Nautilus, and so it's difficult. But look at this. Like, this was like multiple times in a row that Umti was just ulted by Willa, and then the tidal wave comes through, and then the Nico wasn't able to do anything here. Gets a Pop Blossom, but it's only on to Willa, who flashes the hook afterwards. And then, bro, they get caught napping on a ward, was Umti.
And this is another one of those Willer plays you're talking about. He made so many plays in mid as well for Closer to get ahead. Like, I mean, Closer was ahead, but to get further ahead, killing Ivory. It's like Willer Closer, the duo, was really the defining set for this game. Another one right here onto Effort.
Yeah.
천천히 지금부터는.
And take it slow is what they're saying here as we have a listen to Live Sandbox as they make their way towards the Nexus turrets.
Closer said he was going to carry, and
he did. Man is trustworthy. And there goes Umti in the form of a Gragas, in the form of a Nautilus, sorry.
TP coming through for Brutal.
얘네가 들어와야 되긴 해.
And they're saying, like, you guys, they have to engage onto us, so we could just kind of sit back. And then they're obviously going for the Xayah here. And then please hit the turret.
And somehow Willa survived this. He went down to about 0 health. I think it was approximately 0. And then was okay in the end.
Certainly was. Effort trying his best to set up some roots there at the end. Fun to see. Let's see Closer's damage in this one. Yeah. Bit of a big difference here in terms of what his impact was. Morgan hitting a Jax a lot during this game and actually handling the pressure of the side pretty well, but ultimately it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and Umti not doing a whole lot of damage in that one either on the Nico. But the pros gave us a good show. Live Sandbox in the end did come out on top. And now it is time to head over to the space to break down that 3-game series.
Thank you so much, Max. I'm sorry for jinxing your prediction, but will I do it again? The answer is, of course, yes. Bro lose the series here, but what a great comeback from Live Sandbox here in Game 3. What can we say about the draft and adaptation? Because we've been talking in the pre-show about this LeBlanc-Tristana matchup. It was here once again. But what were the win conditions on Bro's side here?
Well, one thing I do want to say is that before this game, before we went to break, I said they should play like a simple, straightforward teamfight comp, and they said no, let's just play LeBlanc again and do it better. And they kind of achieved that. Like, the composition for Live Sandbox is very like poke-based, you know, with the Lucian army, with the LeBlancs. The burden of execution is high. You have to land like these small little burst trades to try and poke people out, which is why, based on how this series has gone so far, it would have given an edge to Brion, but I feel like the execution was so much better, and Closer finally gets the LeBlanc win.
What I really liked was the draft from Sandbox, because they got Sejuani first, right? And then you pair the Jax with that, and even though it didn't end up mattering, that's a really strong combo. So even though they picked up the Xayah, which I think was going to be accompanied with a Rakan, they feel pressured, because AP Gragas is like one of the best matchups into Jax, is able to win that matchup early and scale very nicely into it. It really takes a long time. So then they don't get Rakan, and then Sandbox ban it, which means a lot of the explosive power wasn't really there. Nautilus didn't quite get the same job done. And yeah, that LeBlanc, we saw Closer improve right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I was about to say, we were just talking about the fact that it should maybe pivot into a more easy draft to maneuver, but here, no,
be better.
No,
It's that simple.
We stay on this LeBlanc pick, and I want to roll the first highlight we have here, because again, on this small movement and on these short trades, this is when Closer was much better than the previous game here.
So you break this down, Ox.
Wow, thanks for that one.
You're welcome.
I mean, one thing to note is that a lot of kills are picked up here from Closer, and the LeBlanc snowballing makes such a big difference, but it is a messy fight. But in these messy circumstances, the LeBlanc can get so much value, consistently just harassing, using distortion, and it kind of feels like it's a bit of an overchase from Brion here. A bit of a big mistake there from Umti trying to overcommit, and yes, they do kill Teddy, but this whole time Closer is just completely free hitting, and I do want to give a shout out to Kale for that great bubble at the end. But yeah, disrespect, I feel like, is the main thing from Brion, and an easy opportunity for the LeBlanc to snowball.
And I think it's so hard for Brion, because it also often feels like we criticize him for not doing enough, and then you have moments like this, and it really showcases how hard it is to walk the balance in a good way between committing early when you think you need to, while simultaneously not overextending, because as we saw there, like the game was not over, but was very favored towards Sandbox the moment that LeBlanc got those early kills.
I mean, that's the thing. It's as we were saying just before this segment, it's either they do nothing or they just right-click on every champion available on the map. So, is it execution? Is it fundamentals? How do we define what is missing from Bro? Because when you look at the week they had last week, everything was going great, but they showed an entirely different face today.
Yeah, I feel like a big part of it is like how easy and how comfortable they are on their champions. Rakan made a pretty massive difference. I'd also say that a big factor is just finding the right engage onto easier to execute onto champions. Like LeBlanc is a hard champion to punish, typically, and I feel like in this situation, it was just poor execution, and that's the thing, is like the consistency, because they're so averse to this aggression, it's hard to be consistent with it. Teams like T1 will always challenge you, and they're very practiced at it.
And to finalize, also looking into that, right, you're playing Xayah, Nautilus, and Nico into a LeBlanc like this early on, and a Lucian Nami. So while you can win that, it is a really big gamble that I think you take the moment you hard commit to trying to force and win that skirmish. And that is something that I think also comes from knowing that you're in a position where if you don't do enough, you're going to lose.
Yeah, definitely. And this is what also we see in the second highlight we have here, which is the Drake fight. Yet again, it always came down to these objective fights here anyway, Ox.
Yeah, and I think it's just much better executed. I love the angle that Closer takes, Pimley looking for the flank, and the fact that KL is just consistently applying the Tidecrawler's blessing onto him, so they can keep just poking with that extra damage. And it really just feels so frustrating because they're trying to find an opportunity to engage, but it never comes, and then Umpty's chunked out, and they have to stopwatch, and you see them looking for the LeBlanc there, but it just doesn't connect.
There's also the anti-synergy, right? And this is something that is really hard. The fact that you have an ult going down, a depth charge onto the Jax, but he also gets Buster shotted away, so you don't even get to do anything, while Umpty also stopwatches. And those are the type of moments, it's understandable, it's all very quick, it happens in a manner of like a few seconds, but those moments mean that you don't have an angle, even though Teddy goes down, right? And if you get Jax as well, maybe you can turn it, but instead, Jax is fine, LeBlanc gets to do a damage, and then from that point onward, game was just kind of over.
Yeah, but I feel like I saw much more progress from the side of Liv Sandbox than on the side of Bro here when it comes to game 2 to game 3. On maybe not specifically on the draft, but on the execution, as we said,
Willer
from the
really
mid
stepped
lane.
it up.
But exactly, I was about to say Willer really stepped it up here.
I think there's multiple members who stepped up. Closer obviously did. Willer, I think Kyle was also pretty strong in that. Teddy, I'm gonna be real, Teddy's appears we normally look to be super consistent. He had an iffy series, especially game 2 and 3, where he's maybe getting caught out at some times.
Who gets the player of the game?
It's gonna be Closer. Like
so?
Wolf, I wanted to vote for Willer, but
let's see, player of the game of this game.
You had to give it to
and it is in fact, Closer.
48.7% of the team's damage. So
Statikk Shiv is
nearly half.
here.
Yeah, and just, I mean, this early skirmish, part of it was Brion just not respecting LeBlanc and coming into a bad fight. But the thing is, once he got this edge in his game, he did so much to make it work. He did so much to find an advantage for himself and to really consistently be a frustrating threat to deal with. And this is kind of reminiscent of the LeBlanc we saw from Showmaker, where it just felt unfair.
yeah, at least he didn't get hextextual. That would have made things a lot worse. Individual execution was great from Closer, and Closer on mages is kind of iffy. And LeBlanc, particularly this new variant, really kind of shifts how you need to play. You need to play very aggressive, and that is something that he does like to do. We're going to try and forget about his Nico game and focus on this one, because here, very deserved POG, and perfect. Willer getting his deserved shout out here, but yeah, given the fact that he did almost half of his team's damage, kind of a no-brainer.
You know what? I respect that, because that's a vote that says they don't approve of Statikk LeBlanc, and I think that's a good vote.
I was looking at the second game that Sandbox is going to have this week. Is going to be against Hanwha Life Esports. We'll see. For me, it's going to be a tough one.
What'd you vote again, Ben?
I'm pretty sure I went for Onward? I don't even remember, honestly.
As you should.
I feel like that one's so...
Who could know?
Who could know, honestly? And Hanwha Life, I feel like, is this team where I don't even think they know if they're going to come in, like, game to game, series to series. It's just...
Yeah. A bit flippy sometimes, but it feels like Live Sandbox is playing along the same leg. But we'll see about this later. Maybe they talk about it during the interview. That is ready on stage, actually, and we'll come back right after this. Take it away, Ellen.
Thank you guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Bertle and Closer on the side of LSB. Congratulations! You won against OK Savings Bank Brion. Let's hear how you feel.
첫 세트랑 두 번째 세트 좀 잘 이제 이끈 것 같은데 두 번째 때
I feel like I led the game in the first and second game pretty good. I feel like at some parts it was the game got stalled a little too much, which is a little regretful. But I'm happy that we won. And Closer, you said, "Nah, I'll carry this game," and you really did carry this game. How does it feel to get POG? I feel like everyone set me up to get kills and I was able to carry. Really happy about this win. Now Bertle, this is your first summer POG. So with a regretful last match, you came back as the carry today. So what kind of feedback was there and what did you do to prepare for today? Against KT, their last match, I feel like as a tank I should have done a better job defending, but we ended up giving the game away too easily, so we went over that. And I feel like we had enough practice with champions that are in the meta right now, and it kind of paid off today. And Closer, what mindset did you have preparing for today's match? I feel like with all the losing streak, everyone was so eager to win, and everyone put in the effort to do so well today, and we were able to win. Bertle, with today's Gnar play, you displayed your Gatdol, Kingdol, Rockdol. It seems like you're comfortable playing Gnar despite playing it on the stage for the first time. Thoughts? I feel like I practiced Gnar since spring and it felt like it went well, pretty better than I expected. And I feel like my team set up pretty well and then was able to have me kind of input the damage, so it worked out. And you pulled an outplay in a critical moment today. The 2v5 team fight in front of Baron went in your favor. Looking at the replay, did you think that this was winnable? So I think Teddy played really well here. I missed my skill shots, but I think Teddy was able to kind of absorb that aggro. So we thought that you were the one who did really well, but seems like you are giving credit to your teammate. And Closer, what are your thoughts on this? I feel like I was so nervous and I was so desperate. I feel like they listened to my prayer. And Closer, as the Statikk LeBlanc pioneer, you finally got your first win with it in the final game for today's match. How do you feel? Yeah, we utilized the Statikk Shiv LeBlanc for the first time. It felt so OP, but it was regretfully we couldn't get a win. But I'm really happy that we actually got the win today. And people say that the new Statikk Shiv is so good at wave clear and has such insane item efficiency. So what are your thoughts on the item? Yeah, it's just so good to the point where you can pretty much go Statikk Shiv with any champion right now. And we want to talk about Nico. You blind picked Nico in game 1, quickly locked Sejuani in game 3 even though Nico was open. I feel like Nico, without being able to go Statikk Shiv, we need to go with a champion that you can utilize Statikk Shiv.
자, 버돌 선수 이렇게 2승 달성에 성공을 하셨고요. 이제 다음 상대는
Now,
한화생명 e스포츠와의
with your
경기가
second
기다리고
back-to-back
있는데요.
victory
결과 말씀
secured,
들어보도록
you will meet
하겠습니다.
HLE next. Let's hear your resolution.
되게 체급이 높은 팀인데
I feel like all of their
어쨌든
laners have
최대한
high
잘
mastery.
준비해서 저희가 하나생명 꺾을 수 있도록
We want to be as prepared as possible and make sure that we do well. And what about you, closer? I feel like with today's victory, we want to continue the momentum and keep it a positive atmosphere.
솔직히
Any word for your
최근에
fans?
경기력이 좀 들쑥날쑥하고 좀 안 좋았던 것 같은데 지금
I feel like I've been very inconsistent in terms of my performance, but I want to make sure that I play well, and I'm grateful for all your support. And this will be the end of the interview with Bertel and Closer, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear. Such a wholesome team, honestly, on this set of Sandbox. We all help each other, we all cheer up, and looking at the standings right now, we don't learn much, but yeah, Bro is really not in a good situation right now and not starting the week on the right foot, let's say.
Yeah, it really is a confirmation as well that these two teams are very close, right?
Yeah.
It was a series that I think up until like the final 10 minutes of the last game could have gone either way. Game number 1, there were plenty of opportunities for Bro. Obviously, game 2 was a roller coaster. But Sandbox breaking the loss streak here at a pretty pivotal moment, and we'll see what both teams can do later on against Hanwha.
Yeah, it just matters which team can ramp up in the series. Today it was Sandbox. We'll see how they do later this week against Hanwha Life Esports. Next series we have T1 versus Kwangdong Freaks. We would give it to T1. But what do you guys think?
You never know.
You never know?
I think T1 still got it.
Yeah.
But
all right.
Probably still, yeah.
We'll see about this in about 30 minutes when we will be back. Don't go anywhere. And yeah, we'll come back with the second series in 30. Stay tuned.
기력이 남을 만한 대역전 승리를 This is R! 30조 R 펜타킬! 나이스! Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. I gotta fight.
not fair. Oh god, he just keeps hitting him. It's not fair. Statikk now, he's super low. He's just gonna get punched to death by the Blitzcrank. And Farrell, finally, he's gonna hit level 6 first. He's trying to help out, but unfortunately, the bottom lane of Homolife a little bit too far ahead. Homolife Esports take that one down in a huge ultimate from the Aphelios and immediate follow-up from the rest of the team as Rascal and Kroko go home without much to show for it. Viper will pick up his first kill.
Going to be there as well. Okay, the Ahri going to be dealt with underneath this turret there. She has to flash, but it's not going to be enough. And Zeus, that's how you deal with a new player. As Ivory just caught off guard this Gragas.
Yeah, definitely don't.
Hurry up! Right, looks for the backline, he finds both! Emperor's Divide delivers them into the open arms!
Oh, that's a lot of damage in a team. He's got to be careful, and down he goes even before the land.
After this one, even more so as the combo to come out here, beautifully done from Hayes.
He was trying to respect it and failed at that as the ult comes in, Vital in a lot of trouble, but the Melio not even able to help him out here. Peter did his best, unfortunately a bit far away from the heal cooldown, so he's at least able to set up his kill in mid.
Showmaker here, maybe he makes a play. Oh, that's a package. He's going to interrupt Ivory here, who doesn't actually get the damage. The flash has to come out, but Showmaker will take that solo kill. Oh, that's a bonus. Nice bonus. Odds for depth. Says that he's kind of into it. Quad goes golden, though, and they take down the Jinx. Pop flush onto 4, though, as they have another 80 carry. Her name's LeBlanc, and Showmaker's going to show them how it's done. As Sylvie underneath his turret is going to be able to lock up Showmaker for a bit of time.
マスターズには秘密がある。ここ東京で世界が見つめる中、その全てが明らかになる。解き放たれる才能、暴かれる秘密、全て出し切るか、無に帰すか。精鋭たちが限界に挑み、新たな可能性が生まれる。想定が覆される最前線、最高峰はさらなる高みへ。全ての試合、全てのラウンドで、それがマスターズ東京。目撃、プレイ、そして高みへ。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, LCK Summer 2023. It's time for the second series of the day. Kwangdong Freaks taking on T1 here. And I think if it was the beginning of week 2, we might be like, wow, contentious match. Potentially, Kwangdong can stay at top of the standings. However, they sank after their first week.
They did, and I think that this is a match that will be tough to bounce back with. And this is, we were talking about it in week 1. Okay, strongest team in the LCK? No, we knew that wasn't the case, but they were at the top of the standings because they had an easy strength of schedule. It has become more difficult. I feel like we're scaling into now tougher opponents with T1 as their next one. We'll see if they could actually survive what will be a very tough matchup tonight.
Absolutely. CVMAX having some pretty stern words about his team after their losses last week, which left them in 6th place, as you can see right here. T1 tied with DK, KT, and pretty close to Harmalife Esports here as well as we have a look at our standings. So certainly not a whole lot in it when it comes to just beneath Gen G, who remain undefeated. They have lost games here and there, T1 being able to take one of them. But as far as series are concerned, they are still looking pretty good.
Yeah, T1, if they win this tonight and are able to win the Telecom War, there's a chance that, depending on how Gen G goes, they could end up being top of the standings. If they lose this one tonight, on the other hand, though, and then end up falling to KT, that top 4 is going to shift quite a bit. We might actually see KT solidify themselves as 2nd place. So a really important one for T1 and an easier matchup than their matchup later on this week. So you really want to take this one. You'd love to take it with a 2-0 if you're T1 here.
And you can see both of these teams actually with our longest game times, which I think is actually kind of interesting. These two are the ones that are sitting up there. Of course, T1 had been explosive last season, especially where they had been playing a little bit more fast and loose. This time around, definitely hasn't been the way. They've been taking a little bit more easy. This topside matchup, though, man, this is exciting because the LOL God Do, as we like to call him here in the LCK, has definitely been tearing it up. But he's against Zeus, who is certainly tough opposition.
Yeah, he is, of course, on the Korean national team for Asia Games. And
yep.
Faker, he wasn't able to hit that 4,500 with the last assist when he had that Jace game last week.
He got like 3 kills. Yeah. Oh, man.
He wasn't getting assists, but he's 1 assist away. I think that it will definitely happen tonight, or unless something goes horribly wrong. I think it will very likely happen in the first half.
In my little sheet here, it says he will definitely do it today, and I'm like, oh, that's you know,
that's dangerous words to come out of the sheet.
That's not even a caster curse. That's a sheet curse.
Yeah, the sheet is cursing.
You cannot do a sheet curse. That's not allowed. So definitely watch out because there is a chance. What if he goes 26-0-0? That would be devastating. I
hope he also doesn't go kills only and they just crush it 2-0 because that would be a very boring series where Faker just completely carries.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see Faker play Statikk Shiv LeBlanc,
which
is hard to not get assists on.
I feel like that might be banned. I think that if we've learnt anything, especially with Closer finally picking up a victory on the champion, we know that Faker's been spamming it. There is one thing, and I guess you might be right, because Bulldog is very good at Tristana. As we're going to introduce the Kwangdong Freaks to LoL Park here.
Yeah,
I'm very interested to see whether CVMAX has given them the right information to get them to be a bit more proactive.
I hope that he has, because we saw an early lead from this squad in that Gen G series, and everyone was looking at it going, wow, like this actually could work out. Dudu is crushing Doran. This team has advantages. Will they be able to then push it forward? And in the past against weaker opponents, they did. They put Vision forward. But in that series, dropping the ball early, and it just ended up being their stronger opponents crushing them even after they took early advantages. And T1 is a team it's hard enough to get advantages against if you could even do that, but then also great at turning things around. Just a stronger caliber of player here on the other side of the Rift. But T1 bringing the red jerseys tonight.
Yep. Red pants versus red shirts. That's how this one goes. Both of these teams, similar colors, but it's T1 that is going to be on the red side to start this one off. So I guess with the appropriate colors for the team. However, not the appropriate colors for victory necessarily. 50% win rate on red, 100% win rate on blue so far for T1.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what T1's take on this meta is, because Faker's a player who plays oftentimes the new thing first just by the way that this is all shaken out and this becoming popular on Sunday last week, they weren't the ones to lead the charge on the new LeBlanc and the new Shiv meta. But maybe T1 has either an answer prepared that we haven't seen just yet or their take on it. We might learn a lot because this team and its coaching staff are so robust and so quick to figure things out.
True. And that's going to be our key player matchup, Bulldog versus Faker. The question mark of Tristana versus LeBlanc lingering in the air, or at least in my brain. Maybe nobody else had thought about it.
I mean, I thought about it.
That's all I've been thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a pretty good chance we'll see it. We saw it in the other series twice already, so
yeah.
Depending on if that LeBlanc is open or not, if it is open, I think that it's a matchup that Bulldog is very happy to opt into. I think Faker also will be willing to play it, despite some of its weaknesses in the early laning phase, because LeBlanc is one of his best champions historically, one of his most famous. So fireworks for this matchup in the mid lane. The top lane matchup you talked about already. Our strongest top laner historically for the year, Zeus.
Yeah.
And Dudu, who has been really easily, I think, a top 3 top laner here in the LCK and is punching up in a big way. He's beating top laners that are stronger than him so far here in the season.
Definitely has looked extraordinarily impressive, has Dudu. And going from strength to strength. I remember talking about Dudu as like, oh, well, he just hasn't quite got there yet, and blah, blah, blah. But that is definitely not the way that we're referring to this player now. He has really redefined himself as one of our biggest contenders there towards that top side. Zeus, tough opposition, absolutely. We'll see what they are going to be able to get done here. Taeyun and Jun versus Gumayusi Carrier is another possibly worrying one for Kwangdong Freaks, but we have seen some gaps from Gumayusi Carrier in what they had represented in the past as well, like toting this bottom lane as one of the best in the world, but they haven't been able to really reach those heights, and I don't think that Carrier has been in the kitchen as much so far this season.
It has been sometimes with T1, the entire team has been so dominant that it's difficult to ask questions about which player is the strongest in role in the LCK. It's often you just default and point to T1, you see the all-pro come through, but I think it's a little bit more subtle this time. Some of the advantages, some of the playstyle advantages you see from Carrier and Guma, for example, it feels like it's more mid-game focused, more out of lane. And, you know, we're not seeing Owner play a weak summer season here, but he's not finding the same level of dominance. We're seeing Zeus make a few mistakes here and there, right? It's not the perfection we come to expect from T1. And I think that they're still building into this meta a little bit slower than what we saw from Spring, where, as you said, they were making the meta. They were defining it nonstop.
And Bengi, back on stage here, was taking a little bit of a step back, I think, in his previous series. People were a little bit worried about it, but he was observing the drafts from a distance, you know, making sure that he can come through with the best ideas as we head towards week 3. And that's what we're going to figure out here today, whether they have come up with the perfect strategy for it, as that is a very cute little photo there.
Together as one of those T1 mottos. Yeah,
she said she drew it? What?
Yeah. It says, yeah, that's right, it's a drawing is what it says on the bottom.
What? No.
It says, my first time coming to the LCK in my life. Also, yes, this is a drawing.
She drew them in masks.
Yeah, also looks like it, almost like a little bit of airbrush. I'm not entirely sure how drawn, but that was very cool.
That was incredible. That actually kind of blew my mind, especially because I'd never seen that photo before. And so I guess that was just made up. Wow, really, really cool. Anyway, trying to get back on track here is Kwangdong Freaks. On our blue side, we're in our draft here for the first game. T1, correct colors on the red. We'll see whether they can bolster the red side win rate with a victory here as Kindred, the first ban. Kindred Wolf.
Yeah.
That's the first ban.
That's interesting to see. Feels like Kwangdong Freaks want to trade some of these priority picks with a ban like this coming through. They won't let the Vi through, but, you know, we might be looking, they were maybe hoping Nico's going to go through and they could trade that for a LeBlanc. Both Nico and the LeBlanc, however, will be banned here by T1. Yuumi still available, Milio still available here. Kwangdong Freaks, if they ban one of those, T1 will have to make the decision to either follow or give that other to Kwangdong Freaks. Those are two very strong picks. The Aphelio's also still available. We saw that one completely removed from our last series.
Yeah, and is it just going to be Kwangdong Freaks banning one of the supports and then seeing whether the handshake's going to come through or something else? And the Annie is going to be the ban here. So we might just have the Milio Yuumi handshake.
Yeah, it looks like that's pretty likely to happen here.
I would suggest a first pick of Aphelios, though, if both of them are left up.
I actually completely agree. I am 100% on the same page as you, and I think they will do that. But let's see, T1 giving a lot of thought to this final ban. They could ban the Aphelios and say, we're going to trade
Dudu's
Cassante. I really like the respect. And we're just moving back to first pick Sejuani here in the LCK, aren't we? We're just going back to this pick is just too safe. It does too much, has too much power in the early game. As this is a Galio hover, I don't think that this will actually be what comes to pass here. No, it will not.
Oh, okay, so Sejuani going to come through here. They're going to lock that one away, and now T1, they can get the Aphelios.
They also could have gotten
Yumi? Like, what is happening here?
They're going to go for the Milio. I was going to say they could also just get Zeri Yumi, which is available here. You know, we haven't seen it have the same sort of oppressive success it's had in the past, but it looks like they're just going to say, well, I think we can, with the extra range from the Milio and the lane power this is going to give us, allow Kwangdong to play it, and they think this is the stronger part of this matchup. And I would tend to agree, and when you consider the nameplates here in the bottom lane as well, giving T1 the ability to outrange and push this lane really hard and get extra prio is very scary, and it will be, with these bans on the Nico and the LeBlanc, Faker is willing to say, yeah, I'll just take an Azir here, and I'm going to have prio against almost every champion that's left in the meta.
And I respect this a lot from both of these teams here. They're like, you guys have had all of your weird electricity shenanigans ever since Sunday. We don't want a part of it. We're not about that life. Of course, Faker not going to be building it on the Azir. You might be memeing. You know, I did when we were in Challenger yesterday. But Azir does not build Statikk Shiv. We are just playing honest-to-goodness League of Legends. Thank you very much. And Talia going to be taken off the board here. Bulldog, of course, very, very good at that champion.
Yeah, we're just really thinning out Bulldog's pool here. As, I mean, I don't think Tristana is going to be viable in this draft at all. Not one that you want to play into the Azir. Thinking about other picks he could try to go for here to try to buy time in this draft. Like, could be an Aurelion Soul angle, though a little bit weak on this patch. The Wukong is taken away, which almost feels comical at this stage because I don't think T1 are really looking into it that much, especially when you consider a lot of the champs that are available. Yone, a good shout here as well in terms of 80 picks that work well with Sejuani.
And one final ban to come through now for Kwangdong Freaks. Will it be Viego? You could just take away yet another jungler, as Youngjae already has his Sejuani picked up.
I think Lee Sin is also pretty good here for T1. I wonder if they'll consider it. As owner chuckles here, looks like he was happy to lock in the Viego if it was open, and then potentially wait for that counter pick. Poppy also available. Yeah, this is the problem with countering, or rather targeting jungle picks here for T1. It's just its owner. He has a wide champion pool. It's a very wide open jungle meta. So taking away some of, well, one of the strong ones that's in this meta, one of the other popular ones, let's say.
Poppyilla. I get it.
They didn't take that one
also a flex
away.
pick as well, which is kind of cool. So now Dudu can't just insta-lock Jax and be happy about it. Jax Sejuani, something that they probably would like.
Okay.
Not going to happen.
We're doing
That's Ezreal. All right, Bulldog. That's what we're
Jax.
talking about.
Now you need something like a Jax, something that can side lane, I think, like so you could buy time for this comp to come online because it is very fragile in the mid game.
I think it's illegal, though, isn't it? Can't you just not pick Jax into Poppy? Isn't it too hard?
I mean, it's tough, right? I mean, you don't want to play Fiora here. They will pick the Renekton, which has some lockdown onto T1's composition here, but doesn't really otherwise have a ton of synergy with what Kwangdong have put together here unless T1 opted into some really poor early game fights. The Gragas feels very safe into either option. It will, of course, be the Renekton that he opted into, but Poppy going to be the jungle pick now. You have Azir with some mid prio, and you also have a ton of power on the bottom side of the map right now as T1 before this Ezreal comes online. The Aphelios Milio have range advantage, especially with Calibrum in the early levels. Then you have the Azir that's trying to push through onto this Ezreal, which should be able to consistently gain that mid control. So early objective control goes to T1, and they will need it because when we go to the late game, it's going to be Shiv, AP, Ezreal doing a ton of AoE damage into T1's composition.
Yeah, I don't think T1 are going to have as many issues as we saw Bro have as far as like hard engage and things like that are concerned, but it might be that Bulldog is just too frustrating. They don't have a Vi or something like that for that guaranteed lockdown necessarily, but they do have a lot of tools if they can land a few of these good creative engages. So
I don't think it's necessarily free for the Ezreal. I think Bulldog's going to have to be absolutely on his game this time around, but he could certainly change the flow of this game pretty effectively. And I'm really excited that at least towards the end of the draft, we managed to get some of the shenanigans put in there, because if T1 can just crush it, then maybe we won't just have to deal with this for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I'm excited for that prospect potentially as well here. And I want to see how Bulldog is going to fare here on Ezreal into Azir, because the Azir has so many tools to space the Ezreal out, make it more difficult for him to actually use Qs to trade in lane. Not very confident about how this early game is going to go on the side of Kwangdong.
Yep, does have Arcane Shift, so the swoop in isn't going to be as dangerous, but see how it goes. We hop out of the Rift. All right, T1 fans extraordinarily loud, but we got a good cheer on the Kwangdong side of Lol Park, so good to see. Everyone's out in force. As Youngjae just demonstrating the teams that he has played for and things like that. Good times. As, Dudu and Zeus, this is how you're supposed to do it.
Yep.
This is it.
No
Rascal, take notes, all right? Oh, what? Zeus. Did you like how he walked away and then turned back and he's like, sorry?
There was also the Yumi and then the crab that says it's okay.
All right, so Rascal, stop taking notes. Zeus also is naughty. Wait, did he just let Dudu get an auto attack? I think they actually...
Yeah, I think they...
It was like a gentleman's agreement.
Yeah, they did.
That is so cute. That is so cute. Love that.
Sure it's fair.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time, and I'm really racking my brain, but I think this is the first time since I've joined the LCK we have seen a pro Ezreal mid.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, it's happened a lot over the course of history, but see if I end up being wrong. It might be something Showmaker's played, actually.
He played it bottom lane.
Yeah, he did also do that, which I hope that is... there was a while when those role swaps were happening where it was listed as mid, even though he was playing AD carry, so hopefully that's not how it shows up when we do have our how many days it's been since it's been mid Ezreal. But and we'll get the stats on that later. Anyway, you can see that the spacing here is about the Sand Soldier. It's actually Faker against Coco from Longzhu.
Wow. So quite
Even
a long time
than
ago.
I thought, yeah.
Yeah, so it was 2016. So actually, I was trying to think, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure the last time I casted mid Ezreal was when Godv was playing it in 2016 on LGD. And I think that might have just been it. All right, we're ghosting forward, and Exhaust does come through here as they get flash out from Taeyoon. And T1 just going to demand the respect here on this bottom lane.
Yeah. It's been a long time, longer than I thought. There were times in 2019 and 2020 where it was very popular in solo queue.
Yep.
Encountered it a lot, and it has been popular in solo queue obviously recently since patch 13, but hasn't been seen in pro play here in LCK.
You know, Jungle Ezreal, another one of those things is Ona going to get a Q out from Youngjae, who does do a fair bit of work there. Bulldog making his way over, but isn't actually going to be able to help with the fight, I don't think. As Steadfast Presence comes down, they get the flash out from Ona. Nice Mystic shot there to follow him up. And Bulldog getting a bit of value with his control of the wave as he does Arcane Shift forward. Faker in a little bit of trouble in this lane so far. Nicely done here by Bulldog so far.
Yeah. The Sand Soldiers have to be placed in such a way to where it's difficult for the Ezreal to continue to follow up, and Eing forward is too risky, right? If he can avoid your Sand Soldier with his E while also doing damage, then the Azir is going to not be happy with things, obviously, because the Sand Soldier needs to be placed in such a way to make sure that can't happen, or the Azir has to be far enough back. Refillable pot and a cookie in the inventory here of Bulldog. So in a really nice spot here, as long as he can just space out these soldiers and prevent Faker from proccing those Doran Ring mana regens.
Yeah, it's working out pretty well so far. And it should theoretically get worse. As the game goes on, as soon as Statikk Shiv is done, Bulldog can clear out waves extraordinarily quickly and then affect side lanes and do whatever he would like. So going for a bit of a back timer now. Ona is in the enemy jungle taking the chickens, and Youngjae returning the favor on the other side of the map. Should mean that we're pretty even when it comes to money and things like that, but you can see Gumayushi is kind of warping it because this Milio Aphelios is really doing some work towards the Cat and Azeri, which I know, it's catharsis, isn't it, guys? Just feels good
Yeah.
Watching the Zeri Yuumi lose.
It's what happens, though, which is why T1, I think, felt very comfortable to give this over as long as they had the Milio Aphelios, because the Yuumi can be kind of helpful, too, in the mid-game and the early parts of the late game, where Guma's going to look to Gale Force forward and look for ults and stuff like that to actually just execute the enemy AD carry in mid. We see this all the time. But also in the early parts of the laning phase, you're very happy with your range advantage here, and there's just not much that Yuumi can put back with this iteration of Yuumi. Her sustain is significantly nerfed. In the early levels, you're doing very little.
No, it's not really a thing, as you do have some shields if you do go for all-ins and things like that, but outside of it, it is a little bit more difficult, as you say. I mean, first Drake going to be an Infernal as well, Wolf, so
yeah,
we've got some interesting ones.
Bit Infernum poke here, as we talk about the Infernal.
Ooh, wow.
From Guma, and he's already got a plate split here, and he's looking for another one. And would they have this much early prio? I mean, looking for a Drake here. By the time that Bulldog could come over here and do anything, he's already teleported, by the way, earlier on. I mean, there's not much he can do right now to offer any reprieve. I mean, this is just T1 being like, we know we have early prio with this composition. The Ezreal, a little bit of a shakeup on that, but so far in practice, still working out. And we're just going to take early objectives. As well, I was talking about, you handle the Renekton early here on the top side as well, and then you could look for the Rift Herald. So you go double early objective, and T1 start to stack up those leads early before the Shiv becomes a threat, before the side laning can be an issue here with the Ezreal as well.
Yeah, we'll see whether T1 can continue to hold on to that level of control, though. Of course, Kwangdong Freaks will be pretty happy to reach a mid-game where, you know, there's some parity involved, and Gragas should be fine in the matchup against the Renekton, but Renekton will still be very strong in the mid portions of the game. As Faker taking a fair bit of damage, Young Jade's wandering over, level 5 for the Sejuani, so no Glacial Prisons for Faker to worry about. Will be absolutely fine. But still, taking a fair bit of damage in the mid lane isn't exactly the greatest of news, and despite being ahead in farm, Bulldog should be able to even that out once that Statikk Shiv comes online.
CS has got this lane right where he wants it. Just going to be able to farm pretty comfortably here. You know, like you said, the Renekton in the early parts can be very annoying to deal with. Just trying to keep this right out of the range of the turret so we can farm this. And over here in the lane, this is continuing to be an annoyance for Taeyun and June. But otherwise, we are not really seeing heavy action just yet. Just playing around lane prio. That Herald is spawning in a minute's time, and that's where we'll see whether these teams opt in to fight or not, because the Renekton is very strong in the early game, obviously, and so is the Azir, especially with the Emperor's Divide. But if that could be avoided by Ezreal, you know, maybe this is a fight that you take where the Ezreal gets early value even without Shiv. Taeyun actually doing a lot of damage to Keria here. Doesn't have 6 yet.
Ultra Mega Fire Kick is going to go wide there from Keria. You saw Taeyun able to move up in this lane and do a little bit more work. And yeah, they're down by about 11 CS, but when have Zeri's really been too worried about the early laning phase? Oftentimes it's about getting those couple of kills in the mid game and then just taking over, as somehow Bulldog manages to weave that Q. All the best Ezreal players do. Just figure it out. They
curve
find the angles.
It doesn't curve, but it feels like it is.
Yeah.
That was a great dash from Dudu.
Yeah, really nicely sliced. And he's able to get out of there without having to use his flash or anything like that. Couple of waves in advantage here for the Renekton as well.
Taeyun is looking for an angle here where if you continue to put enough damage onto Keria here and he hits level 6, there is an all-in timing with him and June. And he is very carefully trying to make that damage happen. June, that is, with those shots coming to those Qs, prowling projectiles harassing Keria. But with Owner in the area, they probably want to think better of it. Even with level 6 being hit just now, it's red-white for Guma. And you just need to respect this. Just don't have any vision of the Poppy right now.
Yeah, I think Owner did clear out a ward, so they did know that Poppy was towards that bottom side. But now Bulldog's the one to deal with her. As now Taeyun's just going to dive forward. They're looking for the all-in. As Gumayusi's exhausted. Great Ultra Mega Fire Kick there from Keria to get rid of the Zeri. Still, they do manage to get a couple of summoner spells as Owner does get the flash out from Young Jae, who will claim the Rift Herald, and he's going to have to flash as well. So flash for flash, and Rift Herald goes over to Kwangdong Freaks.
Pretty massive win here for Kwangdong, picking up that Herald, and, you know, the flash exchange here feels pretty nice if you're avoiding disaster here, catastrophe. If Owner hits that, they just say thank you for the leash, and then Faker goes over there as Azir, but Fortunately, it's a good flash from Youngjae, and the smite misses, a little bit mistimed from Owner. And Taeyoon, man, he is just putting off a ton of damage. Great detach here as well for some additional trading. And this lane, obviously in the early levels, can struggle.
I was a little bit frightened about that one. As okay, he's just going to go for it. Pressing the dominance buttons, just continuing to assert his ultimate onto... Well, that's dominance, isn't it? So that's not the same word.
Close.
As that's going to be a Hex Flash from Owner. Gets over that wall. Bulldog, I'm not sure what happened there, but not great things. As he's communicating to the rest of his team that things got a little bit difficult. Faker didn't have to use the ultimate in that moment either. So just putting on a whole bunch of pressure. Statikk Shiv now done.
And he's got Unleashed Teleport here. We'll be sending it straight into the mid lane. And, you know, that second Drake spawning here in a minute's time. And this is a timing window where with this Herald taken early for Kwangno, you could try to use it for some additional prio to try to even up these Drakes. It is, of course, fire here into Mountain. Infernal and Mountain. Could be Earth, Wind, and Fire here, potentially. Yeah. I know how much you love that, especially when it's Cloud at the end.
Yep, that means more Clouds, absolutely.
Yeah, but, I mean, the setup here is quite nice for Kwangdong Freaks around the map. The gold is even, but this Renekton is getting the power that they wanted to have for this early. The Ezreal got a Shiv without any problems, you know, almost... You know, took a bad trade right and had to back, but had teleport, so it doesn't really matter. And now he's got Shiv, so Faker isn't going to have as much agency here anymore. And the Zeri is starting to come online. The Cull is going to finish here in just a second. So this is when Kwangdong are really ready to now say, okay, early game's over. We're alive now. We're looking for that strong mid-game power.
And Owner down here towards the bottom side once again. You can see Youngjae somewhat in the area, was spotted on a ward. And so Faker knows that he can just back away. And does so very comfortably. Owner moving up. As Carrier following him there as well as the Buckler just flies forward. Otherwise, not too much to worry about there as Bulldog, once again, just has to be a bit careful, taking a fair bit of damage as Dudu just takes a turret shot, mainly because he feels like it. There's not a lot of mana on the Gragas, who is just looking for a back timing by the looks of things. And T1 looking like they do have a large amount of control as here we are towards the bottom side. Carrier in a bit of trouble, had to ult himself once again as Owner comes through, gets that ult off and gets the heroic charge into the wall, and now Faker, he'll turn up and look for that first blood. There is 4,500 assists for Faker and a double kill for Gumayushi.
Guma going to pick up the double, and that's the problem. Well, one of many problems with Yumi is if you end up committing heavily to an all-in like this, you are plus 300 to the enemy 80 carry if you lose the fight. There is no walking away. It's no, okay, I'm a tanky sport, I've got an escape, I'm getting out like you can with some other all-ins. You just die, guaranteed. And now Guma with White Gun here, going to do a ton of damage to this turret and pick up a lot of plate gold. 4,500 assists, as you mentioned.
There it is.
First player to ever do so, but the Drake goes over as well. Insult to injury here to Kwangdong, who had the most marginal of leads.
Well, now Youngjae is going to send Zeus towards that top side. I think that's exactly where he wanted to go. So that was just both teams using the Blast Cone exactly the way they wanted to, so that's pretty cute.
The plate is defended bottom side, so that's good news here for Kwangdong as well. Almost losing the entirety of that turret and first brick.
Yeah, actually, first turret blood, kind of a huge thing, given the fact that this outer in mid lane is so extraordinarily low. I was a little bit worried about that, because I thought that Youngjae and Bulldog would have been able to push that one down. It doesn't work out, as we're going to see this again.
Good flash.
The aggressive flash from Taeyoon.
Yeah, and carry is very low, but ultimately you're now on the wrong side of the map, because it's easy for Owner to just eliminate one of these members, right? And obviously with the Sejuani being more vulnerable, it's easy for him to make that choice. And then Faker commits the teleport because he has teleport advantage and it's unleashed. He gets down there. This is just how this meta works since the teleport's been moved up to 10. Can make more impactful plays bottom side like the old days, and Faker will pick up 2 assists. But the real story here is it's a Fed Aphelios here for Guma.
Yeah, it will be very, very scary. We do have our Night Harvester on the way here for Bulldog as well, so confirmation that it is going to be the AP variant, as Owner once again going to go a little bit aggressive onto Taeyoon, as Faker will head down as well. And this is T1 just trying to guarantee this first turret blood going over to Gumayushi.
It's going to be close here because Taeyoon has empowered W here for this this one. And I think he should be able to secure it, actually. Faker not there, and that is first break to Kwangdong Freaks.
Pretty comfy. And now Youngjae, he's down here as well to try and defend. I don't know whether he can, as Oh my goodness, True Shot Barrage is massive, but still Gumayusi is more massive. A cat is going to be taken out as well.
Can they get out of here though?
And yeah, Dudu coming on in. That is a pick the gap on the Glacial Prison. And Ultra Mega Fire Kick is going to buy some space here as well, as Bulldog will move down. They get some flashes out, as Ona looking to try and escape this one, as Faker has been put into position. And T1, they will get out. They do lose Gumayusi, but I think they'll be okay with it, because 4-1 is the kill score right now.
It's also a kill going over the Sejuani, so not going to feel too great about that one. Unfortunately, if it had gone to Ezreal or Zeri, you feel much better, but that was pretty clean from T1 to push down there. And there's very little lost here on the side of T1 outside of course, losing that first brick. They still end up getting way more gold on the exchange. They still get a turret back on the bottom side of the map and will push them back into a gold lead here.
Yeah,
very close game, but I mean, this is a story of this Aphelios getting more and more fed. Picked up 2 kills, now he's picked up 2 assists and all that extra gold.
And I think they'll have more utility, right? Like, you look at the T1 composition, you've got Poppy, Gragas, Azir. You're pretty happy to go towards these team fights, especially if Ona can land a couple of ultimates. So, Quantum Freaks, they're looking for the second Rift Herald, as Zeus looking to come round as well. There's a teleport in as Ona finds a heroic charge. Don't know about that one, as Dudu is just going to get thrown around like a rag croc. And T1, they will be able to defend. They don't get the Rift Herald, and so therefore the Eye is just looking around a bit confused as to what to do. We'll probably shrink back to the Void relatively soon.
I'm glad we have rag croc physics in the LCK.
Yeah, isn't it great?
Well, the Eye, as you mentioned, cannot be picked up. That's well defended here by the side of T1, but they win the fight, and now we're trying to push mid.
All right, Ultra Mega Fire Kick as in goes Zeus. He does manage to get the Body Slam flash. Tane's going to ult just to try and offer something back. True Shot Barrage is decent, but it's not going to be enough. The cat this time will be spared.
Yeah.
There is that.
For the first time, she actually will float away with her life, but still 3 deaths on this Zeri, and they are just very much so playing to leaving the Zeri open as they did in draft, constantly shutting Taeyun and June down and looking for these aggressive picks. No vision there to the left side of the turret means Zeus has a huge opportunity. Let's rewind to what happens post Bulldog's mid-turret here. They can crush this turret, right? Even with the ultimate coming out here from June, there's just no sustainability here. Turret's down. And yes, you've got a rotating Dudu, you've got a rotating Ezreal here, but they can buy enough time here. And Guma, there's just no way for him to space this out better. He tries his best. He will die, but the kill going over to Sejuani means you're not too offended about it. And then it's the kick coming through from Keria. Flash, body slam, pass right into the waiting arms of Guma. And this is just too much. Even with the True Shot Barrage once again connecting, there's no follow-up damage. In this early game, the Ezreal needs to be able to do more if you're going to get those kills. But True Shot alone isn't enough, sadly, here for Kwangdong.
Not quite. And the thing that I'm really enjoying about this game is that I'm seeing that Milio actually is super duper good. And thank you, Keria, for demonstrating that, because we've seen it lose in this matchup a couple of times. And it's just, it's weird, because it shouldn't happen. And of course, you know, like this particular matchup exactly has been very favored towards Milio. I'm going to have to hold that thought as there's a potential team fight. As this first Hex Tech Drake is going down low. It is going to be claimed there as Faker has to go golden. They get the Drake, but can they save the Pigeon? He is going to be able to make it out as Dudu pressed his R button, but isn't able to do too much more than that. So Soul Point goes over to T1 basically for free here. Just had to expend some health bar from Faker.
Faker also going to push this turret down. They can turn this into a Sun Disc, and they will. And this is just really difficult to chase down now as Kwangdong Freaks has become like a new fortress here in the middle of the map that's going to allow T1 to disengage and get out of here. So Faker gets the turret. They get Soul Point. Hex Tech Soul Point, mind you, so massive value here on top of winning the team fight. And then Weather the Storm, an owner, by the way, unable to actually make this ultimate high value. He's not able to actually hit anybody with it. It's just going to be canceled. And it doesn't matter here. Dudu's too low, and this composition just doesn't really have a front line outside of this Sejuani. The Renekton too low here, not able to get in and start healing up. But if you get chipped down before the fight starts, there's just no real way to continue. And T1 get that dragon, grab mid turret, and the gold lead is starting to show up here. 1,000 now advantage of T1.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastically done. Watching Zeus in that fight manages to get the fantastic cask onto Dudu. And so, yeah, he just had no access. He was thinking about using the Blast Cone, but wasn't actually
ready to pull the trigger. And I don't know whether it would have actually changed how that fight was going to go, but you could see the indecisiveness. Kwangdong Freaks are quite able to figure out how to get this one working in their favor, and that was part of what the problem was last week, right? In their 2 losses. Yes, difficult opposition for the team, but I swear, like, the series against Harmalife Esports, that was a 2-0 for Kwangdong Freaks that they lost.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, that series is worse than the Gen G one for how that one turned out and changed.
Okay, there it is. They managed to find Gumayushi immediately. He's out of there, though, because Carrier has access to an R button. And that's a celebratory spin around for Oner.
Yeah, and a teleport from Bulldog as well, committed to here, but he's only a level up on the Aphelios series. Okay, I say that. He does hit 13. But still, Guma just completely unfazed by this. He's got a Gale Force. He does not have to flash, does not even need to Ghost. And while it was a really nice weave of the ultimate there from Youngjae, if there's no follow-up damage, it doesn't matter. Faker says thank you for teleport advantage.
Yeah, and he'll take it. As Taeyun just hanging out here in this mid lane. You saw Carrier was in a precarious position, but Oner was there to back him up, so that's going to be absolutely fine. As Dudu and Zeus ships in the night here towards the bottom lane.
Looks like Faker may use said teleport to come back to the top side of the map. Is waiting here. Does buy that zone. He just needed a little bit more gold, and is actually not even going to need it because he's got hex gates to actually get to the top side of the map faster. Will sacrifice a little bit of CS here to keep his teleport, which I think is a great call, especially considering Drake is up here in 2 minutes, and Ezreal without a teleport here means that it's much tougher for the Shiv to get value on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, he'll take the blue buff as well, will Bulldog, and head towards this top side. As Dudu is still having a good time, as we can see, ahead by a whole bunch of farm. But I'm not seeing where he's going to be able to use it, right? This is the thing that's really hard. Renekton just doesn't have the same amount of staying power as the game goes on. Gragas will always be Gragas.
And also, I mean, yeah, that's the other thing is that Gragas will be Gragas even down on CS, and he could push the Renekton away, as he did on that last Dragon fight. Azir can push him away. Poppy can push him away. So in order for him to get value, he needs to be threatening Guma and then getting Gale. Oh, okay, Oner.
That is you and me interrupted, as Jun looking a little bit silly for now, as Youngjae taking the Rift Scuttler though. So Baron Vision secured for Kwangdong Freaks. Definitely good news, and man, Jun was kind of spared there momentarily.
But how does the Crocodile really even proc Gore Drinker high value in these team fights is the question that we have to ask, and we have still been kind of waiting for that big moment, right, in this game where he actually can then threaten and be a tank. That's what Renekton is good at in this meta, where he was slightly buffed, is he can try to get on top of Faker, get on top of Guma, but then heal so that his backline could then follow up. But if he's just constantly pushed away by all of these great tools and these peeling options here for T1, the Croc feels toothless.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. As True Shot Barrage, fair bit of value there as Carrier takes a large portion of his health bar. Least does have that cozy campfire down as Youngjae prowling, looking for Oner, looking for an opportunity. Doesn't throw the Glacial Prison out though, as Bulldog throws out a few skill shots, but isn't able to find too much as in goes Faker immediately. Taeyun and Bulldog are out of there. Faker taking a fair bit of damage as Gumayushi is terrifying. He's got that cozy campfire, and it should have a more aggressive name than that, I think, especially with how he's using it.
I mean, with 2 flashes gone here, T1 with Prio, teleport coming through from Zeus as he picks up Jack Shows. This is Hextech Soul, and your carries are flashless now. You still got Cask available, you still got Poppy Ultimate. This is not going to be a fight you want to take as Kwangdong, but you have to try because you can't give over Hextech Soul, Faker.
Oh, Faker taking so much damage here, but not going to die just yet. Does have teleport, so he can get back into the fight if he would like to. And T1 gonna have to relinquish some ground at least for now. Dudu on Vision, gonna be able to take that one away.
Faker will be able to teleport back in, as you mentioned. This is an opportunity, a razor-thin timing window here for Kwangdong. Faker doesn't have Vision.
They're trying to get set up to try and lock him down, and they do manage to interrupt there as does get imprisoned, and Faker will be taken out. He does use the Zhonya's to buy a whole lot of time. True Shot Barrage flies in as, oh, the fantastic ult comes out from Oner, and that will guarantee Hextech Soul in trade for Faker. And I think if I was Faker, I'd be typing a little bit of worth in all chat.
Yeah, so he gets 2 flashes before the fight, takes a bunch of damage from Bulldog, and then teleports in to die. but the rest of his team is holding Drake. And Guangdong Freaks spent so much time watching Faker stasis. T1 have the amount of damage they need to rush that Drake down at this stage of the game. The 2-item Aphelios is nothing to shake a stick at here. And once again, you see that look at where Taeyun and Youngjae are, and the Renekton on the other side of the fight can't come in here to assist, is completely zoned out, then blast coned away. And by the time that Faker is dead, Dudu is just a crocodile trying to walk in, and this is a risky call.
Okay, it's Guangdong Freaks that are doing the Baron. I wasn't quite expecting that. However, they're now going to look to move their way over. Dudu taking so much damage here. The Dominus does come up, and Ona, he's kept alive by Carrier. Dudu now trying to make his way out. The Crocodile is going to die, though, as Youngjae gets back over the wall. He secures the Baron, but can they stay alive is the question. I think the answer might be yes for maybe Bulldog.
Maybe Bulldog.
But Zeus is going to try and say no here as he's inside.
He still has
the
cast
campfire. Yeah, does have the cast. Didn't find the barrel, but there is going to be the body slam flash, and Bulldog just going to be thrown around. That is the belly bop. And that's going to be the ace. So, cool Baron, but it's not really going to be winning you any games.
Yeah. Everybody got the Baron gold on the side of Guangdong, but T1 got all the gold from all the champions who were holding Baron. They got him on where they wanted him to be as well. Yeah, this fight here is pretty disastrous for Guangdong Freaks, but it was a desperate attempt, right? And Dudu absorbs a lot of this. But at this moment in time, you know the fight is over. Youngjae's pushed out by Faker, and he still is able to steal this in the chaos. And also, you do see Guma is killed. The health bar so low across Guangdong Freaks to secure this, and Bulldog, he needs to be the one who cleans up the fight, not the last one to die if the Ezreal is going to get value. Even with the true shot coming through, it doesn't matter. This was a Hail Mary play, and while technically the objective was taken, it's a win for T1.
Oh, 100%. And especially with the fact that there is no Barons now on Guangdong Freaks. Even after the dust is settled, there is going to be 0 advantage. One good thing for Guangdong Freaks is the fact that now they don't need to defend Baron for another 4.5 minutes. That's pretty cool, I guess, as now we're going to look for Gumayushi once again with an ultimate. Youngjae not going to find it. True Shot Barrage also finds nothing, and Youngjae is going to die. Does get healed up quite a lot, but it's not going to work out as the Bomber goes slightly wide. Party cast, though, you deserve it, Zeus, because so far it has been a fantastic game. Dudu on a ward, presses the R button, and then vacates the area.
Faker here just going to work on this turret, too. Completely uncontested. Dudu finally coming over with his ultimate. Well, that's an ult down. Faker sitting here at level 16. Like, all right, cool. Yeah. How long can you stay here? You have no support. Ezreal showing bottom side. Taeyun here sitting on 2 items to the 3 of Guma. A whole item behind, 2 levels behind as shown here. Look at his gold, 13,000. And Faker is next in line, 2,000 gold behind him. It's a pretty disastrous situation.
Whoa. June? He's almost just dead. That was a lot of damage there from Faker. And Dudu now just going to be, the next target on the chopping block. Looking like a little bit of a handbag here coming out of the top side of the map for Guangdong Freaks, unfortunately. And Faker having a field day on his newly buffed Azir.
And this is just too much gold on the carries. You know, Faker, he's now got a 3rd item. He has so much extra sustainability or so much extra range and reach to force those fights into his way because he has that Banshee's Veil now. In moments like this, like you miss the engage and then you're just dead. Guma will just turn around with red, white, and all that extra range from the campfire. I mean, look at this. Aphelios just chase him down, mow him down. And then over here, like June, he's a very sad cat. And then now Dudu's like, where's my team? I'm just trying to protect my inner. I just want to exist. Faker says, nah, sorry, man, not today. And I think this game is all over but the crying at this point. The Hextech Soul is really just adding insult to injury here with the advantage T1 have across the items of the champions alone.
And this is what happens. Like, you just choose not to build Statikk Shiv, and then instead you take a Hextech Soul. It's like better. It's a better version of this broken item.
Yeah, there you go.
Absolute.
You found the answer
here from T1. As Dudu was thinking about flanking, and then the people he was flanking decided to flank him. As Owner is looking to chase him down now. Dudu, where are we going to go? What is the plan here? As Faker's in the bottom lane, just pushing this wave in. He's going to grab an inner turret. See what more he's able to collect here, as Dudu's just going to continue his safari.
Yeah, I mean, he's not really pulling T1 off of any objectives either, unfortunately. This is all for nothing.
Well, he's doing something. It might involve dying here as he misses the Q, and so they're going to keep him at arm's length, and Dudu should eventually go down. Heroic Charge does come forward, and, you know, spinning around, he flashes away and slices and dices. All right, so Dudu might just be all right.
And all the while, Kwangdong Freaks cleared boards in their own.
Yeah, I mean, some respite though, Wolf.
Yeah, sadly.
And look at this.
He's
immediately.
Gonna get a bounty?
This is genius.
Oh!
Look at this guy. Gets a teleport, continues to slice around.
All right, how much more value is this guy gonna get right now?
I have absolutely no idea, but it may not be very much more.
Banshee's
It's the Banshee's Veil. There we go. That was the amount more value.
Whoa!
Okay,
well, Elder
that was an expensive Safari.
Elder is spawning here. Let's see if Kwangdong can win without the Renekton.
Well, Bomber comes down as Zeri skates away. It's a lot of damage onto Carrier, but Taeyun is just going to explode. It's the Poppy that picks up the kill, but I think we all know that Gumayusi did the majority of the work on that one. And now Bulldog, the backup 80 carry, is trying to get some work done, but Zeus is just so huge, and Jun by himself, he ain't gonna do it. Gumayusi's gonna grab the double in the end. Young Jay gonna be the next one to fall, and T1, I have a feeling, is just gonna march down this mid lane and finish off this game.
Guma Aphelios, a thing of beauty, a thing to fear. And once again, with Carrier's support, these two just rule the day. Faker had plenty of amazing plays this game too. Dealt with the Ezreal quite well in the early game. But man, this was all about that early double kill for Guma and how he pushed that lead every single lane across the map. T1,
oh man,
clean start.
Absolutely. Nexus is going to go down as that was a GA that Dudu had, so he's unfortunately going to die a couple of times. As T1 now going to look for the last few kills here. As the Bomber flies in, looks like Taeyun is going to agree to stay on the fountain as T1 will walk away victorious. In the end, very decisive victory over the Kwangdong Freaks for T1.
Yeah. Tons of damage on the Aphelios, and the Renekton eventually struggled to actually do anything in 5v5 fights. And it doesn't matter if you're 40 CS up and you're taking turret plates if you're not really doing anything for your team elsewhere. And the Sejuani, yeah, she's a front line, but she has less resources than your traditional tank top, so she's not that tanky. And even though you've got Shiv on the Ezreal, you've got this Zeri for late game team fight win conditions, you've got a Yuumi that's great with both champions. Doesn't matter if Guma just walk forward and right click on you and you disappear.
Yeah, that's
which is kind of
happening.
what was going on in those team fights. Faker peeling very well. Faker's teleport is shut down, but they give over Hextech Soul. I think the Hextech Soul is really the second and last nail in the coffin. You know, the first one was those 2 kills for Guma where the early game just got out of control. But look at that, 33,000 damage here on the Aphelios that we've seen banned until this game, every single game today.
I have a feeling that it's going to be banned in the next game. I think that as far as homework is concerned, that's the question that's going to have the red handwriting next to it. You know, like, please, just, like, let's ban the Aphelios next time around. Because he shouldn't get that one. I also thought that Carrier had a fantastic game on the Milio as well.
He really did.
Really showing us how powerful that champion can be. But it is time for a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, the space and game number 2.
풀이야. 궁 도나? 풀 알아? 제리 궁 안 돌아. 풀도 썼어.
안
레인
들어왔어.
노플.
얘네 5초. 일단
좀 대줘라.
이거 레인 노플만 막아봐. 레인.
일단 타.
타워 둘 다 깨져 일단. 아래 것까지.
오면
레인
된다.
노플이고.
깰.
깨. 타워 치면 끝날 듯? 타워 치면 끝날 듯? 타워 치자. 나 제리 날릴게.
잡자 이거.
잡자.
홈런 쳤다. 나이스. 한 볼 수 있는데.
분량 좀 올릴게. 까비.
밀어줬어.
나이스.
Trouble here.
Oh God. That's just not fair. Oh God, he just keeps hitting him. It's not fair. Statikk now, he's super low. He's just gonna get punched to death by the Blitzcrank. And Barrel, finally, he's gonna hit level 6 first. He's trying to help out, but unfortunately, the bottom lane of Palm Lane is a little bit too far ahead. Life Esports take that one down in a huge ultimate from the Aphelios and immediate follow-up from the rest of the team as Rascal and Kroko go home without much to show for it. Viper will pick up his first kill. Going to be there as well. Okay, the Ahri going to be dealt with underneath this turret there. She has to flash, but it's not going to be enough. And Zez, that's how you deal with a new player. As Ivory just caught off guard this Gragas.
Yeah, definitely don't.
Hurry up! Right, looks for the backline, he finds both! Emperor's Divide delivers them into the open arms! Oh, that's a lot of damage in the team. He's got to be careful, and down he goes even before the land.
After this one, even more so as the combo to come out here, beautifully done from Hayes.
He was trying to respect it and failed at that as the ult comes in, Vital in a lot of trouble, but the Melio not even able to help him out here. Peter did his best, unfortunately a bit far away from the heal cooldown, so he's at least able to set up his kill in mid.
Showmaker here, maybe he makes a play. Oh, that's a package. He's going to interrupt Ivory here, who doesn't actually get the damage. The flash has to come out, but Showmaker will take that solo kill. Oh, that's a bonus. Nice bonus. Dodge the death. Says that he's kind of into it. Quad goes golden, though, and they take down the Jinx. Pop flush onto 4, though, as they have another 80 carry. Her name's LeBlanc, and Showmaker's going to show them how it's done. As Sylvie underneath his turret is going to be able to lock up Showmaker for a bit of time.
welcome back to the space. Welcome back to the space, rather, everyone. T1 takes game 1 here in a really, really dominant way compared to what we've been seeing from the team so far. But to me, they've played to what we expect from a team like T1.
Yeah, T1 have had their shares of ups and downs. Obviously, only lost against GNG, but still, the expectations for this team that they set for themselves in summer are very high. And in this game, truly, they do deliver.
Yeah, it was a pretty convincing one. I also feel like, you know, they set the pace we've come to expect of T1 when they're on form, really accelerating the game. And even though there were definitely elements of the Guangdong Freaks composition that you could be concerned about, you know, if the Zeri gets unchecked, the Yuumi, the AP Ezreal as well, they never really let them get to that point.
Well, let's hold the draft a bit and talk actually about what Guangdong tried to build here. I'm especially interested in the Ezreal mid lane champion that we haven't seen since 2016 against Faker again.
I think if the entire map wasn't on fire, the Ezreal might have actually done work, because we saw eventually he was able to do a lot of damage with his ultimates and his Qs. But when you look at the Milio and Aphelios is what I want to hone in on, because we've been saying for a while that if your bot lane has the skill level, you should be able to stomp lane. Like Zeri, Yuumi should not be able to play lane into Aphelios Milio, because the range advantage that you have means you get control of the lane starting level 1. And as we see, Guma and Keria go in game and literally control the lane fully right from the get-go.
I also just think like the way the whole composition works together, because obviously for the side of Guangdong Freaks, they have like a strong scaling bot lane, a strong scaling mid lane. The idea is that they have the Sejuani Renekton. We've seen KT really potent with this and accelerating around top, but then T1 take Gragas and Poppy. That's a brick wall. You can't do anything through top. So now you have this losing bot lane, you have this mid laner who's going to take a bit of time to scale and then can be effective. And it felt like there was just really limited options for Guangdong Freaks. So I think the draft was very well executed by T1.
And every player played phenomenal on the side of T1, but let's keep focusing on this bot lane here and roll the replays we have as Guma, Yoshi, Keria, with this Aphelios especially, fighting the way you expect from a bot lane that knows how to maneuver this duo chronicler, as you were saying earlier.
And I just think it's a fantastic response here, because you want to break open the 2v2. If it's Milio, Aphelios into Zeri, Yuumi, and you leave it as a 2v2, it's going to go bad. And you see that, you know, the idea from Sejuani is good to come bot, but the response is even better. The ults consistently from Owner, knocking away the jungler, not even risking the 3v3, but turning it into a 2v3, and then often the teleport there to join in as well.
And you see there also how thin the margins are. If they don't get that earlier play, if the counter gank doesn't come through and there's a kill on Zeri, that ultimate from Bulldogs like seals that play. I actually think that if they didn't get control right from the get-go, if Zeri found an all-in, maybe got a kill, then the game completely turns into his head. But because T1 had control right from the beginning, even if the rest of Guangdong like try and find an outplay, it's so hard.
They found some space in the early game and managed to snowball this advantage coming into the mid game, as we expect from T1, of course. We can roll the second replay here maybe to see what Guangdong could have done here, because there has been some good elements from the team, but Owner just said no.
Yeah, and the problem here is like, this is going into the Hextech Soul fight, which is obviously just a death sentence. If the enemy team gets Hextech Soul, it's over, and they end up burning those 2 flashes. Now, Guangdong Freaks actually do a pretty good job of landing some poke. This is the goal of the Ezreal. Similar to the LeBlanc with the Shiv, the concept is just trying to consistently get that damage down, but it just isn't enough for them to find a round in the team fight. You see them actually poke Faker out here and force him to back, but it's an Azir. He has the safety to get away, and he has the TP to reset.
And even with the knowledge, right, because they spotted Faker just a second, as you're saying, without the flashes, so much offensive power is lost. And then here, even though Faker goes down, T1 doesn't care who they have to give up here, as long as they get the dragon. And this is a recurring theme. Owner, it's a beautiful ultimate. And as a result, they get the Hextech Soul. And even though after that there's still some fighting, there's some back and forth, it becomes almost impossible to lose the game because of how much power it provides. Like,
it's like everyone has a Statikk Shiv.
You didn't even have to spend any money, as the casters were saying as well.
Yeah, why focus on just one item when you can have the entire power of this dragon on the entirety of the team? I think it's a bit sad that Guangdong just focus on individual members of T1 rather than just handling these team fights better. But again, there's been some good elements, so we'll see how this translates going into game 2. But let's reveal who was the player of the game here on the side of T1, and it is Owner, of course. creating space with his Poppy, and playing much better than what we've seen so far.
And that's the key thing, because Owner getting his first POG is pretty telling, because this is a player that has been farming POGs. Last split again with Carrier was at the forefront, but this split hasn't been that great, but goes back to one of his trusty picks. He was one of the first players that really picked up the Poppy jungle, showcasing again his mastery on the pick.
And I think ultimately last week was really rough for Owner, so it's a great redemption. But also, like, you have to say, like, a game like this where, you know, the team's winning, everyone's ahead, sometimes it's hard to pick out the POG, but Owner was just so up to the difference maker. The ults were so clutch, it just really didn't give Kwangdong Freaks an opportunity to outplay. So no surprise that there's such a large majority in the vote.
Yeah, I actually like the other votes, obviously Zeus. And as Ox was saying, the fact that there was no opening for Dudu to get a lead is something that Kwangdong have really been relying on. Guma had a great game, Faker had a couple of high stakes moments, so I like the spread.
But you mentioned Dudu, and I'm actually glad that you do, because this is also something that happened last week on the same reluctant pick. Even though you managed to grab an early lead in lane, you can't translate this into something that's going to be useful enough when you have this champion.
It's credited to one's draft again, because like, you can't do anything, I think, into that draft. Once Aphelios gets ahead and you're playing into Gragas and Poppy, like, how are you going to find the lead?
We'll see how they adapt here coming into game to maybe shift some things in draft. We'll see about that. Just now, casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Spaces, for the breakdown of that game number 1, and we'll see whether the brick wall of T1 drafting can be broken down by something.
It may start with a look at the Aphelios champion. I think
that might be
worth a look. Look, I voted for Guma because I thought he had the highest impact in terms of his damage output, but it was a tough one because it was between that and Owner for me. Owner ended up taking it, but Faker, Zeus both had great games. Carrier also almost 100% kill contribution. And when T1 is playing this well around a draft that they've crafted very carefully, they're taking every objective on the map with their early game control. It's really only the Gragas, right? That was the point of the map where they didn't have power, but we talked about it a lot in the cast. They, hit on the space. He just was going to become a great frontline and engage tool later on. Kwangdong Freaks will choose blue side here, so we're going to run it back one more time. Let's see what CV Max is cooking. He's having a fun conversation with Bulldog right now. Played the Ezreal mid for the first time in 7 years with the Statikk Shiv. Let's see if he wants to do it again.
Yeah, I'd be okay with the Ezreal coming back. I just think that you don't need a Kindred ban when you can ban Aphelios instead. Or pick it up first. Maybe these bans can stay the same if you pick the right stuff. The beauty of blue side is the fact that you can do that. You do get the first choice. So Nico, going to be taken away once again.
This feels familiar.
Yep, to catch everyone back up, Kindred, Vi, Annie, Nico, LeBlanc, Cassante were the bans to come through last time, and so far we have fully mirrored bans.
And it's continuing. So what would be really interesting is if Kwangdong just first picks the Aphelios, and we see if T1 can play the Yuumi Zeri into that, and we see like the tables turn. They did pick the Sejuani, and I think we're just running it back, and we are going to completely push this through again. Now remember, there was a great ult from Owner, and that overextension in the all-in in the bottom lane is what led to Guma getting those 2 kills. Maybe that doesn't happen. Maybe you're open to a different game. Maybe that bottom side dive doesn't work the same way with Owner's follow-up ult. Now Riven, that would be fun.
Yeah, I think that's the adaptation that you need to go for here as T1. You know, you won not quickly enough in game 1, and so therefore Riven would be the best way to do it. I think it makes complete sense. No, Aphelios Milio was, of course, what was picked up last time, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I wonder if there's an adaptation here for, well, I'll just stop wondering. Never mind. So we're running it back. This is the CV Max way, though.
Yep, this is how they got 0-3'd when he was part of Griffin against T1 in the final for summer in 2019, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Or was it spring? I don't know.
It was summer, I think. That was the Talia...
Yeah.
The Talia Pantheon.
It was.
Finals, right?
We'd call that a fiasco. Yes, indeed. It was not great, and that was a bit of a run back there as well. There were some Lucian funnel games that involved a bit of that as well. As this is exactly the same, ladies and gentlemen.
Literally.
Yone is in a different order.
Ban Poppy at least, right? Like ban Poppy here, okay, right?
I think you can spare
adapt
the
a little bit.
Wukong ban. I don't know whether you need the Wukong ban.
I don't think so either. I think you could ban Poppy, Viego, and still feel very good about your chances here. And especially when you consider that the Wukong is going to be very weak in the early game. It's going to work towards some of your goals, but I mean, who are we to say, right? Apparently, we're just running it back. Okay, so yeah, we're just going to go through the same draft again.
So Talia, I guess. Like, T1's mixing it up at least because it's a different order. I just want to say, yeah, there we go. Love that. Love that. Okay.
So Viego now?
Yep, Viego needs... If they ban Poppy here, I feel like, we've began the meme. And so it's a bit sad that it's the Poppy ban instead. But I think it would be a much better idea if they were to take that one down, as mentioned on the space, as Renekton going to be banned away.
Interesting. So trying to trade, but you already have Sejuani.
Yeah.
This one is kind of a weird one for me. I don't think we're going to see Sejuani Viego. We have seen it in the past where you actually go, all right, I'll play Sejuani top with Viego, really strong duo there. Ezreal going to continue to be the same as Bulldog is smirking. Oh, when he changes it to Tristana. Draft adaptation, and Renekton was banned. Jax is coming through.
And it's still going to be Gragas.
It definitely is. It's really strong into Jax.
Yeah, it's a great pick.
Can weather the storm on Tristana. If she goes in, Gragas kills her.
Or Quinn.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That would be fun, though. Actually.
The Riven would be fun.
It would be fun.
Feels like a shout out to Khan,
I think they're just going to play Gragas.
Yeah, I think they will. Zeus has won every game except one on the Gragas so far in his career. He's looked pretty good on the champion. So, and is the Tristana Jax going to be enough to change the outcome of this game?
I would say, I would go as far as say, to me, based on obviously the draft is the same for T1 here, but the side of Kwangdong Freaks, I like the Ezreal more for what this draft is doing than the Tristana, so I feel like that's a slight downgrade, but it can do a little bit more in lane potentially. I think what the Jax can do is an upgrade for me because it has the ability to leap into team fights and follow up on some of those engages from the Sejuani a lot better. Very difficult to lock the Jax down the same way that they were able to push Dudu out of fights as the Renekton, so I like this aspect of the draft more, but the Tristana makes this draft completely warped in that it's about burst damage, stronger, more aggressive side laning, a little bit more permanent damage you can put into turrets, but it's not going to be that same sort of Ezreal Q and poke from range. It's the exact opposite. It's extremely low range, high damage. So maybe looking to assassinate the enemy Azir, assassinate the enemy Aphelios a little bit more consistently, but I just don't trust that this is going to be enough adaptation here. I think it still has similar weaknesses to what the last draft had and is much more one-dimensional in its engage opportunities.
Yeah, no, it is very, very odd that it is basically the same draft but with some slight changes. And maybe Dudu can be the instigator of change here on this Jax, who can possibly get something done in the late game. We'll just have to find out as we hop onto the Rift for Game 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. Bulldog is training his dragon. Is there actually going to be a live action How to Train Your Dragon? I think I saw something about it.
Yeah, I was going to say, that sounds like a thing. In my head, I'm like, was that a thing already? I guess maybe not, but...
It wasn't a thing already. I really loved the movies, though. I don't know how making a live action is all that necessary. You just make a third one instead.
I don't know why
wait, there was a third one. Maybe a fourth one. Just keep making them. They were fantastic.
It's weird. It's like suddenly animation. We're like, we're not doing that anymore. We just want everything to be live action. And I'm like, CG technology's come really far.
I think it's actually both. You just want to do both. You make the animation first so that you can then make another live action version of the same thing.
True. Yeah, I can see that.
So then it just sort of you prolong the idea. I don't know. It's kind of interesting.
I mean, for me, like my favorite How to Train Your Dragon was the one where Bulldog played Aurelion Soul first.
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was my favorite How to Train Your Dragon. Had a sad ending, but I thought it was pretty cool.
No, it was fun in the middle. It was a bit sad that it was a tragedy. That's true. But sometimes you learn a lot more from those. They can be a bit more meaningful.
to the game for just a brief moment, as we will have some Spell Thief's Edge proccing and stuff like that. I think that one thing that this Kwangdong draft does that's very different with the Renekton versus the Jax and the Tristana, obviously, versus the Ezreal is the hard 1-3-1 with Zeri that becomes really, really strong and very difficult to deal with if Kwangdong Freaks are ahead. And if they're even, it's also a big problem. If they're very far behind, it won't matter. T1 can just chase them around and clean them up very easily with Poppy. But from ahead, this draft is very terrifying if they can get there, and we've seen Kwangdong Freaks get ahead and then drop their leads. Maybe this is the time where that changes. Maybe it's going to be Shiv Zeri, you know, with all that extra wave clear. Let's wait and see. But I do think this draft, it's not inspiring, but it is definitely one that can be quite strong if the right conditions are met. Ooh, Dudu getting that big counter-strike there, but it looks like a bait. It's a bait.
Ona's moving in. Gets the flash already as he throws a buckler. And Dudu is going to be able to squash it like a bug. But in goes Bulldog. Looks to try and charge up that explosion onto Faker. Fair bit of damage here. He did have access to the rapid fire as well, so those autos coming out in swift fashion. Very nicely done by the Tristana to win out on the trade, even though he did take a fair bit of damage.
And you mentioned this earlier. Hold up. Dudu, no flash.
So Zeus going for a bit of an all-in, but the flash does come through. Winter's Wrath comes down as well as they dive on top. Permafrost going to be there, and that is Youngjae picking up first blood. Very nicely done. Bit of a turnaround here for the Kwangdong Freaks as they get the heal out on the bottom side, though. T1 able to fight back, at least down here.
Get that Jax ahead. That's the name of the game. They feel like, okay, Dudu's got no flash. We're safe up here, but unfortunately, Sejuani and Jax have great synergy. Was able to get on top of Zeus there. His flash is also burned despite the death. You know, he's not going to be able to use that for any follow-ups, and we could see this happen one more time. Taeyeon holding his own here. But one thing I was going to mention that you mentioned also before the series started is how good Bulldog is on the Tristana, regardless of LeBlanc. It was the first pick he played in the LCK to great success. Then we started to see more players play it. Chovy picked it up, etc.
It was the anti-Kassadin pick.
Yeah.
And as soon as he came in, he was able to demonstrate that this is something that he was doing to a lot of players in Challenger. It's really, really cool.
Okay. 2/3 of that health gone here for Taeyeon. Owner's coming over. Gravitum is ready. Youngjae here too.
Yeah, as Heroic Charge going to get the flash out as the exhaust already used, and Ona taking a lot of damage. So at least Taeyeon and Jun are able to sit underneath this turret and grab the experience, but the plate is still going to go. As the Cozy Campfire comes in, Faker just says, "Get away from my turret."
Yeah.
Silly dragon gun lady.
Tossing some Ares at him.
As in goes Dudu, and Zeus gonna do that thing that Gragas likes to do, which is body slam the counter-striking Jax.
Yeah, it's weird how the counter-strike becomes the first strike, actually, and the body slam becomes the counter-strike, actually.
Oh, yeah, true.
It's kind of weird how that works out.
It is a bit strange.
They should just swap the names.
Yeah.
Because then just turn Jax.
Oh, no. It's counter-strike and then counter-strike 2.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's very topical.
As Jun is in a little bit of trouble, but he'll still be able to go home. Should be A-okay, as Taeyeon will be able to skate his way back to lane.
So is like Fiora's riposte into Jax Valorant? Like, how do we get this out?
Which one's Overwatch? Not entirely sure.
This is going to be a plate, by the way, going over to Bulldog here. Solo in mid as Faker was backing. I believe he picked it up. Not quite, maybe. No, not quite, actually. I thought he was able to get that, but he's not. Still nearly a plate and a lot of damage coming through as Bulldog rushes over to that. Sejuani not able to pick anything up. Dudu is very low.
Yeah, that is a cast, because he does have the counter-strike. Stuns up some minions here as Dudu is on a merry jaunt. Will be able to at least leap strike away. And Zeus doesn't look too interested in going for any sort of a solo kill or anything like that. Doesn't have flash, doesn't have very much mana, and so just isn't really interested. Poppy making her way back towards his top side as well as Youngjae will join the fight.
Really important that Owner is here. He is reading this so well, and Youngjae has no vision of this.
Yeah, 0 mana available for Zeus, but will the Poppy be the difference maker as he tries to leap strike away? The ult comes forward, but Dudu's in so much trouble. Youngjae, I don't think he can do it alone. And Owner in perfect position. Bulldog getting aggressive, and he solo kills Faker.
Faker's Azir nonetheless here. We talked about how good he is at this champion, and he makes it work once more. And I mean, that's it. You hit level 6, you have that all-in angle. Faker just cannot match. So a huge win on the top side of the map for Owner, but still for Bulldog, in the mid lane picks up a ton of money, and he's got a Cole as well. So once that finishes, this Tristana in the mid game in the side lane is going to be a menace.
Oh yeah.
But this Jack's falling behind early now as well in the top side of the map really hurts that split push win condition. So we got about half of it going well here for Kwon. On the other half, T1 feeling very comfortable, especially down here on the bottom side of the map. We're jumping away from the red-white. As Owner here sweeps this out, he shows for just a moment, but the Hex Flash comes in, and it's like the second Duda realizes it's too late, and Youngjae unable to make anything happen. Then in the mid lane, we'll watch this first-person view here for Bulldog as level 6 is hit for Faker. Does he just flash the Emperor's Divide?
He just said he was going in for a trade.
Going in for a trade, he said. And Faker actually doesn't ult at all.
Yeah, he was trading his ultimate for Faker's life. That's what he was doing. Looked pretty good doing it as well, did Bulldog. And we mentioned his prowess on this champion, so it might be that he is going to be that win condition that we were looking for. Also, like to add that the bottom lane here for Quantum Freaks is doing a lot better than they were doing previously. You can see there's nothing in it when it comes to CS or anything like that. Of course, T1 still holding their own just fine, but it was a little bit on fire in game number 1, as now Faker, with this flash still available, might lose it here as Emperor's Divide is going to be thrown out, and there is a flash forward. Faker going to be able to avoid the Glacial Prison. Used his flash though, as you can see, Bulldog going to stick around. Faker is on an excursion, and he will die. And Bulldog's going to be able to collect the kill here as Dudu fighting once again, but maybe he shouldn't. But it's Dudu, he's going to fight. That is the way of the Dudu. And maybe it's just going to be an error, as Dudu does not manage to get the counter-strike. Gets the body slam out from Zeus, though.
Different kind of body slam in response this time, but gets away. But this should still be Herald going over to Kwangdong Freaks here. Now, can Owner make something happen? He hit level 6. Once again here on the bottom side, if Guma picks up some kills or some additional plates, it'll be an even trade. Looking for the opportunity.
Yeah, Taeyun going to get that ultimate off as the final chapter comes down. Owner taking so much damage as Taeyun keeping himself alive for now. The flash forward, and the devastating blow is going to come down. And then Jun, nothing he can do about this. Tries to sneak into the brush, but Gumayushi just going to take him down there. And very swift couple of kills.
I mean, Tristana has 2 kills in mid. Faker died twice, but this is once again the menace that is Aphelios with Emilio on his back. He can do so much from so long away, and Owner sets it up. Now, 2 kills going to the Poppy, only 1 to the Aphelios so far in this game, but still, this is a massive lead that you just cannot underestimate the power of. And sure, you got the Rift Herald on the other side, but what T1 gets is much more. As Faker is able to ult away, and the fact that this Glacial Prison doesn't hit is very wild. It looked like it was basically on top of him, but he's able to narrowly avoid it, then tries to go for the execute here and buy some time. Ultimately, still the kill going over to Bulldog, not the Sejuani. And then this from Owner is just so clean. Buckler to start, Taeyun ults here, but look at the spacing from Guma. And at this point, again, we talked about this, the ultimate is good, it splits between the two of them. Owner flashes to make sure he can get that auto off before he's burned down. And then it's just plus 300 extra here for Guma. We talked about the Yuumi just being an extra kill here when those all-ins happen. Just unfortunately a casualty of the dive. Now 15 CS behind. Now that number is starting to become quite significant.
Oh yeah, it's started to become a bit of a problem. This is right when I was saying, oh, Taeyun and Jun are doing fine, it's okay. Well, it's not okay anymore. It's absolutely the opposite of okay. And you can see Youngjae realizing that he's going to be necessary as he dives forward. Gumayushi going to be stunned up as the flash forward from Carrier just to soak the CC. And Owner's moving down. Carrier still just happy to throw out these ultra mega fire kicks and get rid of them as Zeus throwing Dudu around.
Yeah, and on the bottom side, that was a great play from Carrier. Both flashes down now, unfortunately for the T1 bottom side, but we'll still be able to try to turn this into a Drake. I think it might be a bridge too far. Guma alone?
Yeah, and Taeyun going to run after him. He does find the ultimate with the Severin, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The healing going to be there. And Taeyun and Jun, they managed to find him sleeping a little bit, as Carrier had left him alone.
Yeah, Carrier left him alone. His ultimate was down. That's why he had to flash in that last fight to get in front of the CC. Now it's back up. But then now Guma without flash just has no way to get out of this one. And Zeus is going to pick up a plate here on the top side. This game, just this non-stop action is much different from our first series. That is for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the Drake is still up. We're 11:30 in. And it's just sitting there ripe for the taking. Kwangdong have a lot of vision around it, but it's just been fighting rather than objectives that we are focused on here.
Yeah, we'll have to see where this Rift Herald's going to go as well, because that could be a fair bit of money now available for Quantum Freaks. See this one more time.
You mentioned Keria just isn't here. There's a lot of burst damage in this. It's a 2v1. Youngjae is also here trying to help out, and by the time that Keria can get over there and put a campfire on himself, it's too little too late. But it's not enough control to give the Drake over to Kwangdong. Once again alone.
I have seen this movie before. Never mind. Red, white, and Gumayusi just happily spins away. But still, does require Keria to really have all of that control. Gets a warm hug, and he'll be all right. As Dudu has pressed his ultimate button, Zeus doesn't have his available as, oh dear, okay, she will be able to get a charge, delivers some plate money towards Bulldog and Youngjae. That was almost a catastrophe, but avoided in the end.
Guma here still has red-white, but he's probably getting low on that Severum. You could see it's clicked on, his 10 left, so he's getting to the end of that red-white here, so trying to force these continual trades will push him away from that for this potential objective take here. It's 12.5 minutes now. This Drake hasn't been taken, and with the constant action, Youngjae alone here will need some help.
Yeah, Faker coming down as Ona able to get towards this control ward. He sends ward, and Dudu just spinning. Zeus just looking real comfortable as this Gragas in the lane. As I've seen this one before as well, as Taeyeon is chasing after them. Teleport to come forward. Keeper's Verdict is channeled as Youngjae is going to spot him out. That is going to be the Melio falling down. Still, Gumayusi kind of terrifying.
Yeah.
As he offers a lot of damage back, but still, it's a victory for the Kwangdong Freaks.
And this is what I was talking about in the draft. You know, maybe you run this one back. Maybe this time you don't actually give those 2 kills over when you go for the hard commit bottom side. They do hard commit, and yes, Owner is there, but he doesn't come up with anything.
Taeyeon skating in as Gumayusi now in trouble. Never mind. Gumayusi just going to kill him. Gumayusi now going to kill the cat, and
Taeyeon is losing his mind as well in the player cam. Look at him, he just cannot believe that he's just thrown that massive lead that they just picked up right into the dumpster.
Yeah.
He was the funnel and he put it above the dumpster and he was like, I'll put my lead right in here.
Yeah.
Because that was a play that you could make to try to get further ahead and maybe pick up some plate gold right before 14 minutes. But now you've given 2 kills to the Aphelios because the Yuumi, like we've mentioned so many times, is just going to be another plus 300. Now the Aphelios is about to pick up 2 items here, picked up the BF sword, and the Drake is going to go over to T1. You could have just done so many other things. Now this is where it starts. This is where they get the lead. Taeyeon ults here. Red gun just ran out for Guma. When they have so much damage, Bulldog coming in here looking for a reset. He wants so much more. But of course, Owner not going to be able to offer anything back. And then this is Guma's reaction.
They're
coming on me and... LOL. Okay, let's see if Zeus can get out of this one.
Yep, Everfrost is pretty good there as they get the teleport out as Dudu. Yeah, that's basically 1v2, and now Faker is going to be able to finish that one off. Kwangdong Freaks kind of falling apart at the seams.
It's a frustrating state of affairs because it's not the first time we've seen Kwangdong make a great play into either doing nothing with it or just doing the wrong thing with it. In this case, just completely overextending down there on the bottom side. And now the other play top side backfires. They're going to get a turret out of this.
And Jun says, no, I'm going back. I need the experience. He will be able to get it. Bulldog is at least in a much more fed situation than he was on the Ezreal in game 1.
His Dragon Gun is very well trained.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Faker going to be able to grab a second turret here, though, for T1.
It's a 2-for-1 here, unfortunately, on the side of T1, and not even a 1 just yet, as Bulldog is pushed away here by Zeus.
2-for-1 here in Korea, we like to call a 1+1.
Yeah, 1+1.
Yeah, I bought a 1+1 Fanta this morning.
Every time it's not a 1+1, I just call it a 1+ none.
Yeah, it's just a 1. It's very sad. I just prefer not to purchase them at that stage.
2+1 is the one that really makes me angry, though.
Oh, really?
I just wanted 1, but now I feel like I have to buy 2.
And then you get 3.
Then I have 3, I'm like,
I've only got 2 hands!
I have 3 times the things I want. What's up with that?
Yeah, yeah. And then you have to get a bag as well.
Exactly!
Unless you can train your feet and then you hop home.
Well, I mean,
carry 1 with your foot.
Well, with this situation here, with all these turrets being traded, you might need some body bags for the Kwangdong side of things. This game is very quickly moving away from them. They're going to try to Hail Mary this Rift Herald here. TP coming through. This is not a fight I think you can take without a miracle exchange
Well, let's see what they can actually do about this one as Bulldog taking a bit of damage. There is a great ultimate out from Carrier. It nullifies the Glacial Prison beautifully as the final chapter is going to come through, but I have a feeling T1 are going to write the actual one.
I mean, a lot of damage here for Taeyun, but there's no
Bulldog
kills.
going to have to flash get himself out of this one. There is the fadeaway Moonlight Vigil, and the final shot from these Sand Soldiers will get rid of the Tristana. And now, Ultra Mega Fire Kick comes in. Another campfire going to be set up here as Taeyun. Can you actually find your moment? Emperor's Divide is going to find Dudu there, and nothing really going to come of it as now Taeyun, he's pressed his ultimate, and it looks like T1, they just don't want to try and fight this. They're just not going to risk it. They're taking off one at a time. Young Jay looking to try and get out of here, but there is the Flash Heroic Charge. And the Cat not going to escape this one. Going to interrupt the you and me, and it's another double for Gumayushi.
It's an ace?
Yeah, that should be Faker locking down the final kill here.
Unofficial, maybe?
Potentially, as there we go. Ace comes through, and it's Ona that collects it with a buckler to the back of the head.
And, I mean, this is off of trying to hard force a Rift Herald. It's second Herald of the game. And, I mean, your composition has great side lane scaling aspects. You have a Zeri here. The game is probably lost, right? Like, we could be realistic about this, but trying to force this fight means it's a guaranteed loss. And if you just walk away, maybe you get some side lane wins later, as we're going to go back to this moment here where it looked like an opportunity here to kill that Gragas that was alone, but with the TP here from Faker, you're never really alone. Dudu is so low, instantly killed here. And then just trying to hard force this one. Mission accomplished on the objective. And also Taeyun does a lot of bounce damage in this fight with the help of the Yuumi. But once your engage is gone, you have no ultimates left anymore. I mean, you just can't do this anymore, and you're going to get run down. You're going to get chased down here. Now you're like, okay, we're between a rock and a Faker.
Yeah.
And there's just no escape. There's no way out. And now you're just going to be wiped at the cost of everyone's life here. You pick up the Eye of the Herald, which is not going to amount to anything here. It's just frustrating to watch Kwangdong just completely collapse.
And it was just after that play, I felt like they were making really good decisions until it just didn't work. And once again, Ona showing his prowess on this Poppy, being able to deny the Kitty Cat so well. But we have to go back to the draft that just did not change. They allowed T1 to pick all of these champions again, and they're just falling into the same traps of game number one. It's not like it's a surprise.
Yeah, it's really not. And, I mean, again, the one thing you could do differently is just try to avoid fights and try to use the map to your advantage and pull T1 around with your Tristana, with your Jax. But if you just group on a Herald, they're going to be happy to join you when they're this far ahead. And it's just opting into a fight and trying to race the Herald rather than looking elsewhere. And I'm not going to tunnel on this anymore because...
yeah, beating a dead horse just a little bit, but it is frustrating when they're like, there are bans for a reason, right? Get rid of the champions that the team is the most comfortable playing. As Gravitum going to come through, that gets more than half of Young Jay's health bar. My goodness. Faker with these two items completed is very, very scary. He does get his crown broken, as this Drake is going to be secured. The second of the game here at 20 minutes in.
Yeah, it's Infernal Soul, but I don't know how relevant it's going to end up being if this game continues at the pace it's on. Owner looking for Taeyun here, not going to connect, but the draft is one thing, right? But, and I didn't really like the idea of running this back. I could tell you didn't really either. We both wanted to see some adaptations, but they ran the early game better than what happened in game one. Things looked better. It's just that when things go wrong, when we get past the recipe, when you have to actually freestyle and flex as Kwangdong Freaks and actually use decision making, you're no longer in CV Max's like step 1 to 12 how to beat T1. That's when things get a little bit shaky for the squad, and it's something that they haven't really grown and improved that much. And yeah, that's why we were zooming on this earlier. The Herald was denied. That's why they didn't get anything out of that objective, which is what they just committed super hard for. But yeah, I want to see this team learn to adapt, and that's something that throughout this year we haven't seen. We've seen the game plan has changed, but it hasn't been on flexing and realizing, okay, how do we turn this composition around? As Dudu is trying for this.
Yeah, he's down extraordinarily low. He's going to go golden. Zeus going to bide his time here as rocket jump. Bulldog's going to come forward. Zeus presses his body slam button, and that will allow him to get out of there just fine. No worries there at all. As Owner Carrier Gumayushi just chasing after Taeyun and Jun, as Faker was just by himself here on this top side of the map, getting work done onto the inner turret. Not sure what a Sejuani is supposed to be able to do about this situation, and a lot of this is coming from the fact that Zeus
just drawing all of this pressure. There's not a whole lot of ways to kill him at this point in time as well. Man, he's so far ahead in farm also. 43 CS up, now has his Zhonya's complete, and hasn't gone for the tank route. He's actually gone for that more damage route. I believe he had a Sunfire Cape completed in the last game.
I do like this in the Zeri when you have the just magic build, which also has Zhonya's, where you're like, okay, I can get in there on top of the Zeri. I've got cooldown boots. I might get 2 body slams off. I could push her away. Same, of course, to be said of the Tristana, who's trying to all into you. You still provide peel when you're not going for the tank build, but you also then have that peel be lethal. You're coming into me, you die. And, I mean, you can see it in the side lane as well. When your team is ahead, you don't need to be tanky because they can come save you. You can put on a lot of damage to this Jax. And 22 minutes in, this Baron is up. Felio's almost on 3 items here. Just not much Kwangdong Freaks can offer.
Yeah, Gumiushi about to run out of Severin, but that should be a-okay. As now Bulldog gonna dive on top of Faker yet again. Of course, explosive charge kind of good when your opponent builds a crown, but not when he's mega fed. I guess he's not that fed, but still, when he's got a Gragas that can turn up and just take down any sort of threat, he's going to be absolutely fine.
And now this is going to be the Baron going over. All it takes is 1 failed attempt from the Tristana, and that is going to be your push-to-win condition here as T1.
Well, Keeper's Verdict going to be used onto the Sejuani as well. That will guarantee the Baron is now Jun. Oh no! He was separated. Emperor's Divide is going to throw the Jax into the meat grinder. And now Youngjae also going to be snared up here, slowed down by the barrel as Zeus is chasing after him. He does have a cask, and he is going to throw it. Gets the flash out at least from the Sejuani.
I mean, Yuumi, a champion normally that has some of the lowest deaths in terms of supports because you're always attached, you're always untargetable. Taeyun?
Okay, well, he's looking to try and escape from this one. Goes on a little bit of a journey there. Is now thinking about channeling the back. I think he realized that he wasn't going to be able to escape from that one as, yeah, Faker is going to turn up. And once again, Zeus is going to be there. Finds an assist utilizing his Everfrost. Very nice.
Those soul laners, man, just being so pesky here and preventing Kwangdong from doing anything is, yeah, I mean, the crown here is pretty useless against Tristana, as it turns out. But Faker, once the cooldown's burnt, he's like, okay, Bulldog, you're in our territory now. You think you're on your side of the map, but we've actually taken control of this long ago. And then, I mean, I was making the joke about the Yuumi, but, I mean, this is a high-death game for Yuumi. It's been a high-death series for her because they just have had no modicum of control at all whatsoever. And he's just another casualty here as the blow-up is real.
Oh, it is. And now Bulldog is underneath the enemy turret. Zeus is going to use his Zhonya's Hourglass and then will just body slam his way out. Seems a little bit immortal after that singular death that he had. He's decided that he does not want to do that ever again. And a back is going to come through, thankfully, with the shield. They are able to channel that one. So Youngjae able to go home. Gumiushi helping take down this inhibitor turret.
It's a strong 4-1 here, let's just say.
Yeah, I would say so.
That's another inhib down here for T1. Or down by T1 as Zeus is just pushing on the top side. No sums, doesn't matter. Just going to be able to get this one, and T1 kite back to Infernal Soul Point. It just feels like a slow and painful death here for Kwangdong Freaks. They've got a decent amount of wave clear with this Tristana, so it makes it difficult to push even further. But Baron's still up for another minute. This perma-prio that they now have with super minions means that there's just never going to be map control here. And you had a Tristana, you had a Jax, you had a Zeri that can comfortably sit in mid and farm. And we could have been looking at a 25-minute mark here where Kwangdong Freaks' late game win conditions come online. But it's not the reality we're living in anymore.
Nope, it's not the case. And T1, once again, they found that mid-game, they found the team fights and skirmishes, and they did what this composition does best, which is fight better than everyone else. And honestly, like, they have so many brilliant tools in those exact situations. And I think this series we have seen Melio shine more than we have in any other moment, right? You can keep people at arm's length so beautifully with the fire kick, as well as being able to buff up Gumiushi to pretty extraordinary levels. Even when he has lower range weaponry, doesn't actually matter, as Ona isn't going to quite find an ultimate there.
It's a good point you raised, though, because Aphelios he's low range, high damage, but if he actually gets fed, which we're seeing T1 just funnel resource into him. Okay, hold on, Faker.
That is going to be an ultimate looking to try and catch Faker. Somehow he weaves around it, and Youngjae is going to look a little bit silly. They broke the crown. That's a thing that happened.
Yeah. I mean, Felios' damage, though, going back to the point you raised, is balanced around the fact that he probably can't hit you most of the time. But when he gets fed and they put all these resources into him and he can hit you all the time, well, that's just not fair. It's like almost as broken as LeBlanc having wave clear.
Yeah.
Pretty topical.
Yep, that is true. That is something that we haven't had to deal with so far this series. However, there have been equally as ridiculous things, and Bulldog getting eviscerated is going to be one of them there. Great Gale Force forward from Gumayusi to get rid of the Tristana, who went from 3-0 to 3 deaths very, very quickly. Bomba comes forward. Zeus going to be able to lock down the Zeri. The cat is going to fall once again. I'm starting to feel bad for Ayumi. What is going on here? As now T1 are just going to take down the Nexus. Emperor's Divide just to give the Sand Soldiers some time in the sun. And yeah, Dudu, he went golden for a moment, but he will still fall. And Faker collects that kill before they take down the Nexus. A clean 2-0 here for T1.
And Owner, once again, fantastic game. Early game was great. And yeah, you can see Guma here is given resources to carry just like he was in game 1. And he will do exactly that. Faker denying him the high five, but only as a joke. And I mean, Atlas, this was once again Kwangdong Freaks with a good game plan. But once things start to change, once the plan goes out the window, there's just no adaptation.
And it was a bit of a mid-game collapse. I think a lot of this was to do with the mental damage that happened after the skate in by Taeyun towards that bottom side. You could really tell the shift. Because before that, it looked like they were trying to justify the composition, trying to make sure that we understood that, no, we can win with this comp. We've done this before. Like, it worked in scrims, blah, blah, blah. As soon as that happened, that was out the window, and it just really looked like it was a full collapse from the Kwangdong Freaks.
And we're not saying that T1 didn't win this series and Kwangdong lost it, but I think it was a combination.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
It was a combination of both, right? And
I'm more saying that we needed to see some justification for letting T1 play this exact composition again.
And we saw some of it, but other parts, you know, oh, man, he's going to be in ceremonies of the week again with that.
I think Cameraman won that time though, because I really liked the reaction.
Pullback.
Yeah, the pullback was great.
He kept him in frame again.
Yeah, it was really nicely done, but really kept acting out the role, really beautifully done by the cameraman. Excellent stuff.
This Kwangdong situation though is becoming a trend, and we wanted to see this team really level up, and I think in some aspects they absolutely have. But it's the part of the game where you get out of the norm that we really need to see change. Because a team like T1 will always be able to find angles. They will always find win conditions. All of our top LCK teams from behind know exactly what right decisions they need to make and what luck sometimes they need to try to create. Because you can, and sometimes in League of Legends, start volatile fights. You can take a fight that you're probably going to lose and say, well, let's make it the best possible chance. I think Kwangdong Freaks didn't see the windows they had after that failed bottom side play, which we will see from Taeyun. They just hard forced a Herald. You know, that wasn't the angle.
And they also refused to recognize that this Poppy pick was fantastic into everything that they were trying to do, right? Like rocket jump, denied. You and me, denied. Dash forward from Zeri, whatever that's called, Jet Set Radio Future, denied.
Yeah, it's even better this time around.
You can't play the game.
Yeah, it's better this time around for T1. But the value is higher.
Yeah, and they ban all of these junglers, but T1 want to play Poppy. So you've pretty much thrown away all of these draft resources to Narnia for no reason, and that's why I'm a little bit upset.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where I'd love to be a fly on the wall in the coach's booth after this. I'd love to see what CV Max's reasoning was, and maybe he'll make a statement about it at some point before the next match, because we usually do hear from the coaches. They give us a little bit of tidbits, but...
And I think there's a lot that CV Max does well, but this is something that he's taken from Griffin as well, is being a bit stubborn when it comes to these drafts. He's like, I've decided that this is going to work, and then... when it doesn't, he doubles down, and I just don't think that it's working here.
It was not a winning strategy today. That much we could say for sure.
That is certainly it. But maybe they'll come back in the future, and of course this is regular season, so maybe they envisage this as a way to improve and get better. That's precisely what they said about spring as well. So that could just be the way
And I mean, if you're a fan of T1, this is about as close to the peak T1 we've seen so far this season. Obviously, strength of opponent, a little bit weaker here. But we're seeing Keria pop off on Milio. He's playing it really well. Guma on the Aphelios, which they allowed him to play twice. He's big up on it. Faker on his ear. You know, this is about as T1 as it gets here. And they'll take another 2-0 victory tonight.
And double the damage from everyone except for Keria, who was playing Milio. Really nicely done here for T1. Understandable, they got a lot of practice on that composition in game number 1, and it looked pretty well oiled for game number 2. But now it is time to throw it back to the space to break down the 2-0 for T1.
Thank you very much, guys. 2-0 indeed, and really, really dominant performance on the side of T1 today against Kwangdong Freaks, but they completely collapsed in game 2 here, I feel.
Hey.
Okay, yeah.
A bunch of people collapsed. I wanna, because mid lane was looking fine.
Yeah.
Youngjae also had a pretty decent series, even though obviously was outshone by Owner, but both bottom and top really not having the best performance here today.
Yeah, and I think, I'm not sure how I feel about them running back the same draft, but the adaptation of having Tristana made sense, because the problem before was the Ezreal with the losing bot lane. It kind of felt like you had a scaling mid, losing bot lane. They just didn't have enough agency. But this time they go for the Tristana, and Bulldog had a fantastic start to the game. And we also saw a positive early play top as well with them finding an advantage. So things looked pretty okay. And I think changing the Tristana helped, but there were still concerns about the bot lane 2v2, which did manifest.
And I actually think that as far as compositions go, obviously Cassante is something that I'm sure T1 was to prioritize, but like this is probably as happy as T1 can be. You have Owner on Poppy, Zeus on his like 93% win rate Gragas, which you can play both depending on matchup as tank, the Renekton, or if it's still here as AP. And then you have what I think is the most dominant bot lane that you have at the moment. Because again, we know Milio, Aphelios can bully out basically everyone. So Kwangdong again going for the for something. The last game it was Renekton, this time the Jax. I don't think it works out.
Yeah.
I get it because they're kind of relying on Dudu popping off, but again, he gets put behind early and Zeus is not going to let the lead go.
And that's the issue, right? Playing Jax instead of Renekton is that if you fall behind early the way he did, the opportunities to recover are like really thin, and he was not even able to do anything here today. Quick question though, before we talked about the replays we have, we saw a lot of Tristana today. We know the impact that the pin can have in the mid lane right now. With the itemization that you want to play on the champion, do you think it's going to become one of the most picked champions as long as we can build this in the mid lane?
I feel like it's still like a bit situational. I think it's hard to scope out how the meta's going to develop on here, because obviously like it did well into Azir here, but it did start to fall off as the game went on because they didn't carry that momentum forwards. Also, similarly into the LeBlanc, it's a good matchup, but like I wouldn't really want to play into the Annie, for example.
Yeah, and it's also dependent on, you need front line, because you're going to be playing double AD carry generally, and if you don't have front line, like there are some teams that can maybe pull it off, but generally at least single, perhaps even double front line. Like if you have a Cassante and Sejuani, then I think it's great. Otherwise, you can run into some trouble.
All right, we'll keep an eye on the champion nonetheless. But we were talking about what happened in the beginning of the game and what Kwangdong did well. And here, Bulldog had a fantastic early game, grabbing 2 kills onto Faker and grabbing a good situation from the mid lane for Kwangdong.
Yeah, showcasing again why we were excited about this player coming in from Challengers, and very reminiscent of the performance he had against KT, where they were able to 2-0 off of the back of his Tristana as well. Great early game, but this is the flip side of that.
Yeah, so it's more positive because we see something happening mid lane positively for Kwangdong Freaks in this one, but then we saw the bot lane of T1 getting snowballed once more by Owner, making his presence known. And with the Zeri Yuumi, it's just buy one, get one free in these situations. Very hard for the Yuumi escape once the Zeri has died.
And then there was, we obviously didn't pick it as a highlight, but then they actually were able to get a kill afterwards, and like Zeri kind of got back in the game, and then they jumped over a wall, and then the lead was gone.
That was really sad.
Tragic.
That was really, really sad. And after this, I guess you can't do much, and every attempt to fight back and come back in the game is actually desperate. And I think we can look at the second Herald fight here
at this point.
Minutes because they have the position, but there's a nice ward for Zeus to TP. And what can you do with this positioning around the objective?
Yeah, I think it's difficult. I think obviously with the Tristana, you're trying to focus down a key target, maybe get a reset. But the front line are just using the health bar so effectively on T1. You see Zeus going in aggressive, backs off, sustains up, and then you can see Kwangdong Freaks are getting cold feet, realize they can't approach the situation well. Gumyusi is red-white and is in a super strong spot, but they end up losing Bulldog because they get split up. And once they've lost to Tristana, it's just done. There's no way you 4v5 your way out of this, so it's just cleanup duty for T1.
And T1, from that point, play it out, fairly slow, knowing that from this point on, game's basically done. It was already not looking good, and Kwangdong go for a Hail Mary. And to me, I think the cost was already talking about it a little bit. What I want to see is the players on Kwangdong adjust based on how the game is going, because with the lead that Bulldog had, there is no need, particularly for the bot lane, to play that aggressive, right? If you're in a game state where it's looking like you're going to lose anyway, going in on Aphelios there, I think is completely fine. But given that you have a fed AD carry in the mid lane, and you know that Bulldog can carry, going for flippy plays is, particularly against T1, just not going to work.
And to me, it feels like an easy fix in a way, because when you see something like this, it sounds like it's a communication issue. Like, you know what's happening in the mid lane, just tell the rest of the map to back off and play more slow. So I don't know, what are the learnings in the side of Kwangdong when you think about the rest of the week? I'm gonna check the schedule real quick to see what they have coming next. But yeah, for me, nothing fundamental. It's more down to execution and maybe communication.
I think draft priority is a weird one. I mean, I know we talked about drafts already, but like the first pick Sejuani and giving over Emilio when he can just ult your ult felt really weird. The Kindred ban, I'm not sure what that was about. But then when it comes to gameplay as well, it's like having a clear plan with your draft, leaning towards that, and in this last game was the Tristana mid, and then like, as you said, like eyeing up what is the game plan from here? How do we win from here? And sliding over the wall to get 1v2'd by Aphelios isn't it. It's just like such a risky play, and I feel like Kwangdong Freaks just go for these risky plays, and then if they backfire, they just don't have a second option.
Jason just gave me the info, thank you. They have Nongshim coming into later this week. So yeah, that is definitely one that they want to grab.
They need that, because if they lose against Nongshim, which for the record can definitely happen with how much Kwangdong fluctuates in terms of individual level, I think the team is going to be free-falling.
Focusing on T1 though, I feel that there's been a redemption arc going on the side of Owner, who's been heavily criticized since the beginning of the split. Let's reveal player of the game to see if he gets it one more time. And he does, again. I could say the same thing I said after the game one, but again, coming in really, really clutch with his Poppy, especially when it comes to disengaging objective, but also creating space for his laners early on.
Yeah, I think his impact, especially this year,
that was great.
There'd already been that top lane advantage for the side of Kwangdong Freaks. He counters, he has this beautiful read that turns things back in the favor of T1, and again, these bot lane dives are so instrumental, and I'm sure that Gumyusi will get some votes as well. He had a strong performance, but I really feel like this game snowballed so far out of control because of Owner's play, because of his early setup, and in moments like this, again, using that ult to great effect.
And it's also reminiscent of when T1 looked best. It's like, to me, T1 is Owner getting early plays, and then the rest of the team, like, they never let the lead go. Guma, I think, is a perfect example of this. Like, the moment he gets 1 or 2 kills, like, it's done. Zay is the same on the Gragas. Give him a lead, and Dudu doesn't go 0-1 or 0-2, he goes 0-4, right? Just because they're so good at pushing once they're ahead.
You appreciate seeing like such a dominant performance on the side of T1 when they know that they're going to play KT later this week. The interview is ready, so let's hear from the winners. Owner will be during the interview. We'll see you right after this.
Thank you guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Owner on the side of T1. Congratulations. The audience is cheering for you so loudly. This is your first summer POG as well as your solo POG. How do you feel? Now that we defeated KDF, we have continued our winning streak. And my first POG after a very long time, very happy about this. So in game 1, Mid Ezreal made an appearance after a very long time, and Faker happens to be the last person who played Mid Ez in the LCK. So how did Faker react to this? Even before the match, we met a lot of people who were playing Mid Ez in solo queue, so we were actually pretty aware of that. I think Faker wasn't very fazed by that. And to talk about the drafting phase in game 1, the opponent tried to deny a lot of jungle picks, just 4 jungle picks. And upon the Wukong ban and Poppy opening up, what crossed your mind?
광동 팀의 이제 티어가 그렇게 됐다고 생각하고 있고.
Like KDF, it's just a draft that we saw based on KDF's tier, and because we were able to pick up Poppy, the game went on pretty smoothly. Why do you think they left Poppy open for you?
광동 팀에서는 이제 또 세주안의 상대로 뽀삐가
I feel like
굉장히 안
in
좋다라고도 생각할 수도 있을 것
KDF's
같고.
perspective, they might think that Poppy is not a good pick.
좀 바뀌기 때문에 영재 선수와 또 세주안이
feel
잘
like
다루기 때문에
there's a lot of
그
different
점 때문에 좀
matchups.
살려놨지 않나라고
And they just happen to have a good Sejuani player, and maybe that's why it ended up going that way. And in game 2, besides the Tristana pick, the draft remained pretty much the same. So what was the game plan?
1세트에 뽀삐가 살아 있었기 때문에 2세트에 이제
Since game 1, we had Poppy available.
되지 않을까라고 생각하고 있어서 사오핑
We're
내려갔을
wondering
때
maybe
정글
Poppy
챔피언을
will be
있을
banned.
뭐 하면 좋을까라는 생각을 잠시 했었는데
And we were trying to ponder about what good jungle picks there might be.
또 뽀삐하고 좋게 잘
I guess
됐었던 것 같아요.
we didn't really care much about the change as long as the Poppy was open, so it went pretty smoothly after that. And your Poppy play in game 1 had people refer to you as Otani. Do you like it when people call you Otani? I personally really like Otani as a player, a baseball player, so I like that nickname. And so we have some highlight compilation from game 2, so let's take a look at them.
장면들을 보면서 상황 설명 좀 부탁드릴게요.
Do you want to walk us through this moment? I feel like there was a mistake here, but the Zerayumi and the opponent was trying to come at our bot lane with their ult. And I feel like I messed up in the beginning, but I did pretty well with the Poppy ult, so
근데 이때 같은 경우에는 저희가 시야가 너무나 잘 돼 있어가지고.
And for this one, I feel like we had really good vision coverage, so any sort of jungler probably would have done a good job in this moment. Although you're good at any champion, I feel like you've been showing really good plays with tank champions, so do you personally believe tank champions are the right fit for you? I felt like it wasn't really working out, but this is just a part of your job, just having to adapt to the meta, so I feel like with enough practice, you'll get better at it. And I am here today with the progress. And you seem quite happy after the game, so would you say you deserve the solo POG?
좀 만족스러운 표정을 지었는지 저는 잘 모르긴 했는데.
Yeah, I'm not sure about whether I look that happy or satisfied, but I feel like I played pretty decently. I wouldn't say that I deserve solo POG, but you know, I do think that I deserve POG. And this coming Saturday, the historic and traditional telecom rivalry, your match against KT is coming up next. So how will you prepare for that match? Just looking at KT's matches, I feel like the top side is very strong. So we'll try to plan around that. I hope we get a good match against them. And any word for your fans?
잘하든 못하든 열심히 응원해 주시는 팬분들 너무 감사드리고 이렇게
I feel like my fans are always supporting me whether I play well or not.
감사드리고 이제 또
And I'm so thankful for everyone who came here today in the audience. I'll make sure that we prepare well and display good performance. So keep supporting us.
유니폼이 이제 빨간색이 하나 더 추가가 됐기 때문에 이
And
유니폼도 이제
now we have an additional uniform.
부탁드리겠습니다.
It's red. Please give us a lot of love regarding that as well.
승리 축하드립니다.
And this will be the end of the interview from Owner and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear. Wonderful translation as always, and nice hearing from Owner and getting some thoughts about the upcoming Telecom War that we will have this weekend, and him identifying KT's top side as being something to worry about. But as I was saying during the interview, I'm actually feeling a bit nervous now when it comes to KT facing off against T1 when I see how they can look like at this full potential.
I mean, that match is going to be amazing because KT also has looked extremely dominant against weaker teams. So I think Saturday is going to be a great day. I know, controversial take.
Dan, do you stand by your prediction?
I think as much as T1 had a good performance today, I think KT are a really formidable opponent. The last time they played was that banger 5-game series that very nearly was won by KT. So regardless of what happens, I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be a 2-1.
It's going to be interesting to see how much these teams evolved since the last time they faced off against each other. But focusing on tomorrow's games, Genji, DRX, followed by KT Rolster versus D+ Kia. Any thoughts on this match?
Truly, both sides of the spectrum when it comes to matches that I actually, it might also be KT, because KT right now looks so much better than D+. The D+ has been very up or down. So if it's the best of D+, I think that series is going to be awesome as well. If it's the worst, then it will be a quick 2-0. And you know, maybe DRX can pull a Brion. Maybe.
We'll see. Anything can happen in the LCK. We'll see about that tomorrow. Guys, thank you so much for having been with me today at the space. And thank you all for following at home. We'll be back tomorrow for more LCK. Until then, take care.
Standing on the edge of this big love.
길게 남을 만한 대역전 승리를 This is R! 30조 R.